of the day, put your hands together for the Diablo 3 lore panel.
What's up, everybody? I guess if it hasn't been announced, welcome to day 2. It's very good to see y'all up and alive this morning. Hi. So guys, it's kind of interesting, 15 years of Diablo, and at least something like 7 years of Blizzcon. We've actually never had just a straight lore panel before, so this should be really cool. We've got some absolute badasses on this stage today. Guys, this is Leonard Boyarski. He is our senior world designer on D3. Kevin Martins is our lead content designer, and we've been tag teaming now, what seems for 100 years on Diablo 3. We're gonna riff a little bit on some new ideas, talk a little bit about Book of Cain and some of the history we've been trying to put together, and then we'll open it up for Q&A around the midpoint. I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Hell, we do too. So as we get started here, I wanted to tell you guys, many of you know we've been doing this Book of Cain thing. Do we talk about it a little later in this presentation? It's up to me. We'll talk about it right now. So we put together this thing called Book of Cain because you know, the past number of years as we've been developing the story for Diablo 3, it demanded that we kind of relook at the world and relook at, you know, kind of the way history flowed. The Diablo series was developed between 2 different companies, probably something like 8 different fiction writers, you know, across manuals, you know, in the game scripts. And to be totally honest with you, it was a bit of a mess. And as we started really getting deep into D3, where like new ideas were coming out and kind of new looks at the world were taking shape that were really, really cool. And so we started to really look at the history and tighten up and trim and kind of relook at how these ideas stack. So, you know, so you get like the most maximum tight and smartly built, you know, continuity, you know, game continuity. So, and that really begat the Book of Cain. You know, as we kind of got all these ideas together, you know, this is pretty badass. Maybe we can, you know, put this in a cover and give it to people. So I just want to say up front, we get this on the Warcraft and Starcraft fronts all the time, is, you know, when you start tweaking things and, you know, purposefully retconning things, you know, it can get a little emotional. You know, people like to know what they know and like to count on, you know, the lore that they've been following for years. So I just wanted to say up front, especially in the Q&A part, I'm sure you guys are gonna have a lot of questions for things. I know like previews for Book of Cain went up last night, and some things look a little different than they've looked for years. But all by design, no real major world changes or anything like that, by the way. This all sounds very gnarly, but just want to say up front, like we've been going back through history and trying to tighten it up and make it as smart as we can make it. So wanted to say that up front. As we get going here, I want to talk a little bit about the eternal conflict. As I roll right into that, we want to kind of debut kind of a kit of ideas that we've been building into Diablo for a while, but we haven't really evidenced in the game series so far. But I thought it'd be fun for you guys to see a little bit of the angels in the Diablo universe, right? We don't talk about them a whole lot. The only character you guys have seen consistently is Tyrael. So to kind of set up a little discussion about them, the idea is the Diablo universe is predicated on an eternal conflict. We have the high heavens and the burning hells. And one of these modified ideas that we've come up with, that we've been running with for the past couple years in development, is that what are heaven and hell actually fighting about? What are they doing, right? We kind of had this idea that, I don't know how to explain Anu and the dragon, right? Like, there's a mythic cycle we came up with of like the creation of the universe, right? That the ultimate manifestations of good and evil fought at the beginning of time and pretty much wiped each other out in kind of like a Big Bang kind of explosion, right? So part of the good guy was this kind of massive crystal, right? And we call it the Eye of Anu, right? It is the World Stone, right? You know, kind of spinning out in the heart of the universe itself. And legend holds, right, that with the World Stone, legend holds, like I'm making it up as I go, that the World Stone can be used, it's called the World Stone, to build worlds without end. It's essentially, you know, the heart of, you know, this supreme deity, right, that, you know, is a force of creation. So with this thing, it's theorized that you can build worlds without end. And ultimately, heaven, the high heavens and the burning hells pretty much are also evidences of these first two great, powers of the universe. So as the high heavens and the burning hells, as the angels and demons kind of become aware of each other, they start fighting over this world stone, because whoever controls it, right, can pretty much shape reality to their whim. So the idea that we built is in the center, of the universe, where this world stone is, the forces of heaven and hell have been fighting there. We call that place Pandemonium. You guys will be familiar with the Pandemonium Fortress, from different. I think we had a look at it in.
Yeah, it was in Diablo 2.
Diablo 2.
And at that point, the angels controlled it, and it was sort of their forward operating base
Right.
at the gates of hell. So.
Right. And the idea is that over the aeons, right, since the dawn of time, heaven and hell have been fighting. Different sides have held it for different lengths of time. For this 10,000-year span, hell's owned it. For this next, 30,000-year span, heaven owned it. So its architecture is kind of shaped relative to both of those cultures, kind of like a Jerusalem kind of thing, right? Like different occupying forces have controlled this thing over time.
I should say it's also way bigger than what you guys have seen in the game. There's a lot more to it that we've
massive.
never shown or talked about.
And the idea is that the Pandemonium Fortress is kind of built around the World Stone, right? And kind of built to contain it, and it certainly provides us with a nice little battleground for these forces to clash over. As you move forward in time, the character of Inarius, right, started to chafe at this giant battle. He didn't want to play ball anymore. He thought that this unending eternal conflict was just ridiculous. He's like, I'm out, I'm done. He just kind of has a total break. And long story short, he conscripts like-minded angels and even stranger like-minded demons, like the demoness Lilith. And they pull off, the Ocean's 11 maneuver. They actually wind up stealing the World Stone from the heart of Pandemonium. Technically, it's still right there, right? The World Stone exists at the heart of creation, but somehow they dimensionally veiled it, right? They kind of blinked it out into a dimensional pocket that heaven and hell could not see. You can imagine what that would do to the eternal conflict. Suddenly, the thing we're fighting over, the power of creation itself, zoop, is gone. So that complicated things for heaven and hell. What do we fight over now? Where the World Stone went is in the dimension of Sanctuary. With this power of creation, Inarius and his goofy friends forged for themselves a paradise, a garden sanctuary, right, where they could do their hippie stuff and, run around naked, have fun, chase bunnies. And there, these renegade angels and demons began to get it on. They had babies. They had scary, mighty, supernatural babies called the Nephilim. Long story shorter, over time, these Nephilim, long story, their bloodlines begin to diminish, their powers begin to diminish because they're very, very scary, mighty monsters, something that was never planned for in creation, hybrids of both angelic and demonic power. What am I doing? This is weird. Grabbing air. Sorry. Hold me. How are we talking about? So the Nephilim ultimately diminish and become us, become men, and the idea, and women, and the idea is that locked within mortal genetic code, right, is the power of gods, right, far beyond angels and demons, right? The thing that scares the living hell out of heaven and hell is the fact that we are the potential to be far mightier than they. Some of these ideas you guys might have seen in the Sin War trilogy that we put out a number of years ago with Richard Knack. We were kind of riffing in this space and trying to construct a trilogy that would sing to some of this stuff. But if you guys wind up checking out the Book of Cain, we definitely get into all this stuff and show the very linear chain of events that really produced Sanctuary. So having said all that, let's get into this. So angels, we never talk about them, right? You guys might have heard a few names before, like Tyrael, Isual, Inarius, this angel that went nuts and stole the World Stone and made a world for us to live in. As we were developing Diablo 3, we thought it'd be cool to kind of chase down these angels, right? Just kind of, hey, who are these guys? What's going on? We always deal with the Lords of Hell. We know exactly who these 7 Yahoos are. Why not just kind of riff and hook ideas for the other side of the argument? So what we jammed up long ago was the Angelus Council, right? The council of 5 archangels that pretty much rule and administrate over the high heavens, right? They are the direct opposite counterpart to the Lords of Hell. Much like the Lords of Hell, who each have their own sphere of influence, like, you know, the Lord of Terror, hate and destruction. The Angelus Council also have very specific spheres of influence that pretty much define who they are and what their function is in the high heavens. As we're rolling through, Doctor, thank you. You guys have seen Tyrael before. Tyrael is the Archangel of Justice. And what's kind of cool about the aeons of history of Diablo before the creation of Sanctuary, I think Tyrael is a fairly anal retentive dude, right? He's about order, he's about justice, he's about the system of how things work, very unbending, very rigid kind of guy. And what's cool about the dawn of mankind, the creation of Sanctuary, one day, Tyrael finds out that, that this world exists and there's people running around like, holy cow. The result of the Sin War, whereby a hero, a Nephilim hero named Uldyssian kind of achieves ultimate power. He's on the verge of achieving his just maximum Nephilim, power, which scares the living, I gotta stop doing the pun, which scares heaven and hell. Uldyssian gives of himself. He pretty much sacrifices himself. Instead of attaining godhood, he chooses his humanity at the end and pretty much dies in an attempt to kind of reset things in the world. Affected by Uldyssian's sacrifice, Tyrael, this rigid Archangel of Justice, goes, wow, right? These mortals, while they scare everybody else, have such capacity, Peter Brady had such capacity for selflessness and honor and heroism that Tyrael really begins to change. It really begins to kind of drop the whole, systemic thinking and kind of legalistic worldview. And really, that's why he kind of becomes the maverick of heaven. It's interesting that the Archangel of Justice pretty much becomes the outlaw of the Angelus Council. And we see through history, time and time again, he has intervened on behalf of mankind because he believes that we have some great innate worth, and which is essentially why he is our favorite angel, right? Tyrael is, he's the man. You guys dig on that statue over there? How crazy is that? So badass. The next archangel is Ariel, the Archangel of Hope. Ariel is, as you'd expect, the most upbeat of the Angelus Council. She's serious as a heart attack, infinitely wise, infinitely hopeful. She really works as, if this group was a player group, she's the cleric, right? With her power and with her kind of cord of hope, it's kind of this item that she wears that can either bestow blessings or kind of be used as this kind of cool, energy ribbon. Ariel really works as the heart of the group. She holds them all together. You might assume that these archangels in this family is very dysfunctional. They don't always get along really well. Even though they are wonderful, angelic people, they typically have their heads up their asses, and Ariel really tends to be the grounding force amongst them. The next archangel we want to talk about is Malthael. He's an interesting character, and we're really still kind of chasing down his storyline. But the idea with Malthael is that he's the Archangel of Wisdom, and from time immemorial, he's really served as the conciliary to the Angelus Council, the kind of the voice of reason, and the guy that has when he speaks up with his soft little voice, like everybody listens, right? He's usually right, which I'm sure pisses everybody else off. One of the interesting things in the history we've devised is at the point that Inarius and his buddies hijacked the World Stone, the heart of creation, to some degree Malthael flipped out, right? This guy that's constantly thinking about the universe and the truth of reality, suddenly the heart of reality blinks out, right? Again, it's sanctuaries being created. These guys don't know where it went. And it kind of fries his brain a little bit. So kind of over time, Malthael kind of begins to darken a little bit. We're still kind of working out his story, but interesting transition. The Angel of Wisdom has become something more like a very grim character, right? Thus the scythes and stuff. Malthael's definitely got a big part to play in the ongoing story of the Diablo universe. The next archangel we want to talk about is Imperius, the Archangel of Valor. Imperius is probably the biggest ass kicker in Diablo continuity. Well, until you guys get your hands on the game, that is. Imperius is one of the funnest new characters we've developed. This guy is pretty much, he is very commanding. He's just absolute badass in combat. He lives to tool out demons. He's been fighting since the dawn of time. He's killed, billions and billions of demons, and he's real good at it. And he tends to be a very loud voice on the council. You can imagine sometimes he almost kind of bullies things to get his way. The dangers for someone like Imperius is that valor, can so often, kind of turn to pride. And for that reason, Imperius and Tyrael kind of go at it from time to time, right? They're kind of the two older brothers, and they kind of get under each other's skin often, right? They have very different views on things like the nature of creation, things like should mankind have a right to exist, or should they be nuked entirely? They don't necessarily agree on those lines. So again, Imperius is just one of the coolest new characters we've developed. And as we hit the last guy, this is Ethereal, the Archangel of Fate, the great lore keeper of the high heavens. This guy can't literally tell the future as such, but he sees the various strands of possibility that weave into the future. He's a guy of kind of vast knowledge. He kind of rarely speaks, but he's definitely this guy that they go to in times of crisis to try and figure out, should we go left, should we go right? An interesting thing about Ethereal is that while in the universe out there, he's pretty much got things dialed in. Since the World Stone was stolen and Sanctuary created, I think this is true. I may just get in trouble. All right. Just wanted to double check.
First gets it right.
Stuck my foot in my mouth. He can't see mortals. Mortals were not meant to exist, right? So he cannot see the skeins of our destiny, right? And that weirds him out. And by extension, it weirds the other angels out too. Mortals are just the Gordian knot that these guys have no answer for, right? We vex them. We vex them highly. So guys, that's a kind of quick sketch look at the Angerus Council. It'll kind of be interesting to see here as the Diablo franchise gets moving here, how these guys may or may not play out. But we had a lot of fun developing them. So now I'm going to hand it off to Leonard, who's going to tell us a little bit about the bad guys.
That's okay. Thanks. All right, let's talk about the Lords of the Burning Hells. I got this. Originally, the Burning Hells were ruled by the three primevals, Diablo, Mephisto, and Baal. And subordinate to them were the lesser evils, Belial, Azmodan, Duriel, and Andariel. And as Chris has already mentioned, from the beginning of time, they were involved with the high heavens in the eternal conflict, basically a war to see who would hold sway over all of creation. And this went on until the discovery of the existence of Sanctuary. Once again, as Chris has mentioned, this was created by renegade angels and demons. So this was something new in all of the history of time, something that both angels and demons had a stake in, that they were responsible for. And this led to a surprising development. They called a truce in the eternal conflict. But even more than a truce, they agreed to a non-interference pact. They said that neither side would interfere with the development of mankind on Sanctuary. Now, of course, the primevals, being the primevals, had no intention of living up to their end of this bargain. They theorized that mankind, left to their own devices, would drift over to the side of darkness easily enough, of course with a little bit of a push here and a shove there, provided by the primevals themselves. This didn't sit well with the lesser evils, especially Belial and Azmodan, and they made their displeasure known by starting a civil war in hell. Now, this civil war went on for quite a while, until even the minions and armies of the primevals turned on them. And the primevals were overwhelmed by the sheer numbers, and they lost this civil war. This led to them being exiled to Sanctuary in what is known as the Dark Exile, and this in turn led to the events of Diablo 1 and 2, where they were hunted down and captured by the Horadrim. And if you all recall, in Diablo 1 and 2, they escaped their imprisonment, and it's your job to hunt them down again and destroy them. But you don't only destroy the primevals in those games, you also destroy Andariel and Duriel. So for those of you keeping track at home, that means that there are two Lords of Hell unaccounted for. So the first Lord of Hell that you meet in Diablo 3 is Belial. He's the Lord of Lies. He is a master of subterfuge and deception. He's very insidious, but he doesn't like to get his own hands dirty. He likes to use underlings for that purpose. This is Magda. She's a witch. She leads the coven. It was filled with dark cultists who have pledged their life to the service of Belial. They are the antagonists that you meet for the first good portion of the game before you ever run into Belial, and they're a lot of fun to deal with. Also on Belial's payroll are these snake demons, in keeping with the theme of deception. That is what Belial is all about. These guys can disguise themselves as human beings, so you'll never know when you're dealing with them or when they're going to turn into demons and attack you. Now, as far as Belial himself, he's all about corruption from within. He's not an in-your-face kind of guy. He likes to manipulate his opponents. He likes to play on their fears and mistrust to turn them against each other. And he somehow used these techniques to take over the most important trade city in the world, Chaldeum. He's also sent his cultists, the Coven, and the snake demons out into the borderlands surrounding Chaldeum, and they've driven thousands of refugees into the outskirts of Chaldeum. But the city has been closed, so they have this refugee crisis. There's starvation, there's disease, and you need to figure out how Belial has accomplished this, how he has taken control of the city, and what his plans are before all these people die. Moving on, we get to Azmodan, the Lord of Sin. Now, Azmodan, as the Lord of Sin, has as his lieutenants the 7 deadly sins. In our game, you're only going to meet 2 of them. And the first one we're not going to talk about today. You're going to have to play the game to find out who that is. But the second one is Sedea, the Maiden of Lust. Now, some of you may recall that 2 years ago, at BlizzCon, the costume contest winner was dressed as the Maiden of Lust, who at the time was known as the Mistress of Pain. It's a funny story. She was cut from the game, actually. She wasn't even in the game at that point. We had had the concept made for her, and we had kind of tossed her aside, said, you know, she's cool, but we really don't have a place for her. But once we saw the costume contest winner, we're just like, that is so awesome. We have to make sure to put her back in the game. So we found a nice spot for her as one of Azmodan's lieutenants. She's kind of like... So you guys do have an effect on what we do. She is a little bit like Belial in that she likes to psychologically torment the player, likes to taunt him, likes to get under his skin. Azmodan is different than this. Azmodan's all about raw, unbridled power. In these concepts that you're going to see over the next minute or so, this is our visual development of Azmodan. We wanted to show his raw power. We wanted to show his royalty. He's got a crown in this one that turns into like bony protrusions on his head in this shot. We really wanted to show, I mean, he basically ruled hell for 300 years after the Dark Exile. So we wanted to show his power, we wanted to show his royalty, but on top of everything else, we wanted to show his greed and avarice and his basically being ostentatious. He's got like all this gold on him. He's got all this, you know, these trappings of greed and gilding. So let's talk about Azmodan as a personality. Like I said, he's not into deceit. He's not into hiding. As a matter of fact, from the very beginning of the act, you know exactly where he is. You just can't get to him. He's behind the demon invasion that Deckard Cain has been warning everybody about for 20 years. And you can't get much more out in the open than spearheading a demon invasion. As you guys saw in the opening ceremony, we showed the cinematic that has him confronting Leah, and he's about 2 steps ahead of the player. He knows that you're coming for him. But even more than that, he knows about the Black Soulstone. Now, I'm sure you all have questions about what the Black Soulstone is, but let's just suffice it to say that the Black Soulstone is a very powerful artifact that you're going to use to capture and destroy him. But he knows that if he gets his hands on the Black Soulstone, he will be able to wield more power than any Lord of Hell has ever wielded before. The fact that he knows this is bad news, and it's quite a surprise to the player when you find out. So obviously, you need to get your hands on this artifact first and keep it from him. And lastly, and possibly most importantly, Azmodan here is the last Lord of Hell. You've defeated Belial, you've defeated all the other Lords of Hell in the other games, so that means that there are no more Lords of Hell. The burning hells are wiped out. There's no one left to influence or unduly corrupt Sanctuary. Once Azmodan is defeated, all evil will be gone forever. At least that's the theory. And then there'll be happiness and rainbows for everybody. Kevin? I'm sorry, Chris.
Oh, that is me. Guys, a little earlier we were talking about relooking at different parts of the continuity of Sanctuary, and I think word of one of the specific kind of changes we're running with. Did it get out a while ago?
It's kind of hinted at in the beta.
Totally. Brain just is not working this morning. So in the beta, you can kind of tell we have given the Dark Wanderer from Diablo 2, we've given him an identity. And I wanted to talk a little bit about why, right? Again, I know that retcons and things like that can really piss people off. And we are very, very sensitive to that, right? We don't put anybody off. We want you guys to enjoy these ideas, as it turns out. It would be wonderful if everybody just woo-hoo. But we know from time to time things fall out, and I wanted to address the Dark Wanderer issue. The reason we gave this guy an identity, well, I'll give you a weird one right off the top of my head. I'm not announcing anything, by the way, as I get into this, but let's say theoretically, I swear to you, I'm not announcing anything. If you were theoretically going to try to tell the story of Diablo in a different media type, if you're going to try and novelize Diablo, or do a movie of Diablo, or do a mini-series, wouldn't a Game of Thrones mini-series of Diablo be mega?
He's not announcing anything.
I'm not announcing a damn thing, but I'm announcing loudly I want it all. Is there any Hollywood people in the audience? Come and talk to Leonard. So, if you're attempting to tell this story, right, outside of the bounds of the game series as it stands, this guy's the guy. He is the hero from Diablo 1 who selflessly took, Diablo's power into himself, and now thus tortured, crossing the wastelands, is now trying to travel to the east to get rid of this evil demon. Of course, the demon inside him wants to have, a party with his brothers. So it's potentially, I don't know, an interesting story. I don't know if you wanted to do a miniseries or a movie or something. So even at that level, I was very keen to guys, we have to answer this question. It's going to be awkward. Like, wait a minute, I killed Diablo with my rogue. Well, the Dark Wanderer clearly is male, so it's like already we were, forcing a solution on this thing. So again, I just wanted to address the issue. In particular, the identity we gave him is Leoric's oldest son, Aiden. The idea is that Leoric had two boys. Albric, the young one, he doesn't end well. Well, hell, none of them end well. Boy, Leoric's family just gets worked. But the idea kind of is, if memory serves, is that Aiden, as Leoric is falling to darkness, as he's kind of going nuts, he's possessed by Diablo shortly before the events of Diablo 1. And he sends Lockdown and the armies of Condorus north to Westmarch, which is actually kind of like an allied kingdom, really. His war is madness, right? He's just trying to, Diablo, through him, is trying to get rid of anyone that would be able to stand against him as he corrupts his town. So essentially the hook is, Aiden, always trying to please his dad, which is maybe a played out theme, I get it. But he goes north with the armies, and he is obviously absent for the events of leading to Diablo 1. And ultimately, if you were telling this thing as a film or whatever, you pick up your story as he comes home, like, where's Dad? He went batshit crazy and he's a skeleton. Well, where's my little brother? Well, we think the Archbishop took him down under the old church there. Draw your own conclusions, right? So it's a nice, it's a really nice way of, Lazarus. It's actually a really nice through line, right? So again, that was our thinking. It's a character with immediate, total emotional investment in these events, and it makes a real nice story. So again, I just want to get out in front of it and address it. We know that it's a little jarring, right? But we felt very strongly that it just really works. It makes the universe better. Most of the time. Sometimes mistakes happen in terms of lore, right? I've had a couple. Out of something roughly like 10,000 ideas, sometimes you're going to get like 5 of them wrong. I'm kidding. Couldn't possibly be that many. 10,000, not the 5. So, just saying, right? Sometimes things fall out of place, but for the most part, when you see retcons and changes like this, it is for a very good reason. It's typically, I'd say, very thought out, but let's just say thought out. So, just wanted to explain that to you guys and get that right out there in front of it all. Certainly, if you guys have questions about that during the Q&A, we'll do our best to answer those.
Okay, World of Sanctuary. This is very much a switching of gears. It's not just going to be concept art. Let's show you some in-game stuff, and I'm going to show you 3 brand new areas today that you haven't seen before. 3 new zones from Diablo 3. Now, when I said that's not just concept art, of course it starts with concept art. So, but don't worry, there's videos coming at the end of these segments, each of them. So Caldeum is the major trading center of the world. This is the focus of, it's the Rome of its time. It's where everything from the east, the west, the north, and the south comes through. It's that central portal. Now, just a really brief history of Caldeum. Leonard already mentioned that there's a big refugee crisis here, and Belial's obviously behind it, and you know that, but you don't know how, when, where, and why. This city had 3 major groups in it. They had the Zakarum priesthood, it had the big merchant families, and it had the Ishari Sanctum, which is the major wizard school. In fact, the wizards from Diablo 3 studied here for some time. These groups were always vying for power, and recently Emperor Hakan I, the founder of this empire, sort of brought them all under his boot and finally made this city more organized, and since then it's grown even more powerful and more wealthy. So while they're always still trying to vie for power, Hakan did help a lot. However, Hakan died under mysterious circumstances, and we're going to get to that in a second. And recently, the child Emperor Hakan II has taken power, and this poor kid's just trying to survive until adulthood so that he can take over properly. And I'll explain a little more about that when we get to the people of Caldeum. Let's take a look at some of the areas. All right, so this is one of the trading passes that comes in from the west, and it's an overlook of the city, so you can see Caldeum there below. Here's one of the central bazaars. A tavern. Now, the society, and we're going to show a bunch of people in a second, is very stratified. In fact, literally, the rich people live above in this sort of Cloud City-like approach, these massive platforms above the poor people. This is actually a shot of the throne room, and you can see tiny little Emperor Hakan II there, and some of his Imperial Guard. You do get to meet Emperor Hakan and talk to him and hopefully help him out. So this is that child emperor, and this poor kid, it's not a patrilineal society. Emperor Hakan II was found through a Zakarum ritual, and they hired the Iron Wolves, the mercenary company from Diablo 2. It makes an appearance here again. The Zakarum worked with the Iron Wolves to find this kid, make sure, the merchant houses and the Ishari Sanctum don't take control of him or kill him and try to put their own person in there. So the Iron Wolves, we'll take a shot here of a Zakarum priest in his fancy Caldeum gear, and an Iron Wolf on the left. They've become sort of the Emperor's personal guard, and they're helping him in a sort of regency thing. In fact, Ashira is the leader of those guards. However, the Iron Wolves have recently been kicked out of the palace. The Emperor ordered them out and replaced them with these new Imperial Guards. These is the guys in purple you saw in the throne room. They won't let anyone see him anymore. They won't let Ashira near the gate. So she's out there trying to help the refugees, wondering whether she should still stick around the city, if she can help that kid, what else she can do. And that's sort of the situation when the player arrives. All right, here's some more people of Caldeum. This is just some of the concept art. You can see there's some very cool variations, a lot of nice costumes. Some of the best costumes in the entire game can be found in Caldeum. Really cool character art. So the Dalgur Oasis. This is the central farming region. It's where most of the water comes from the city, and this is the area, clicker. This is the area that allowed this little trading outpost to become the grand city. Without this source of water, without this massive oasis, Caldeum would not be what it is today. So it's very important. Legend has it that this mysterious desert prophet named Dalgur came in from the wastes, took the city fathers of this little trading town out to the oasis and showed them this source so that they could grow. He promised, he wanted them to name it after him, and then he wandered back in the waste, never to be seen again. No one knows if that's a legend or not. So let's take a look at the Dalgur Oasis. Here's our female monk roaming through here. Belial's forces are all over this area, and many of the refugees came from here, so the water, is a big problem, and people are starting to starve because no farming is happening. Watch for the exploding plants. The fauna is fun here. Flora and fauna. Belial Snake Man. Not really a meaningful match for the female monk. So this is a really cool area contrast-wise from the super harsh deserts you're going to see in this region as well. You know, it's quite beautiful, but it's also very corrupted right now, so it's a great area for that. Moving on. The Archives of Zoltan Kuhl. So this is our teaser area for today. Zoltan Kuhl is a new character we've created, and he's actually one of the original Haradrim with Jared Kane and what's the guy that took over Mephisto? Tel Rasha, thank you. They founded the Haradrim, and they were the ones that tracked down the original Lords of Hell. I'm not going to tell you much more about Zoltan Kuhl, except he turned bad, and he turned bad fast and hard. He became the most dangerous man in the world, to the point where the other Haradrim and the wizard and the sorcerers, everybody got together to try to kill this guy. Turns out they could not kill him. Somehow he had gotten immortality. The best they could do was to cut him in half, bury his head with runes and guardians in one part of the desert, and put his body in an alternate dimension in a vain attempt to try to keep this guy from not coming back together and ruining everything. He's that powerful. So we showed a little bit of this, these sort of ruins that we had in Blizzcon 2009. Just these little side dungeons, all sandy and collapsed. It looks like this, but sort of ruined, and the magic was all broken. You get to explore the other archives, which for hundreds of years have sat undisturbed, still, you know, sort of pregnant with the power of Zoltan Kuhl. So let's take a look at that. This is just a teaser. I'm not going to show you any of the monsters there. I'm not going to tell you why you're there or what you're going to see, but it's again the female monk, and this time she has the scoundrel follower with her. This is just the entryway.
Do you think Kuhl ever cracked a smile when he was alive? Seems to be a grim sort.
Even the cruelest man finds something to give him joy.
Yeah, what gives Zoltan Kuhl joy is not good. Ooh, ominous. Thus concludes a planned part of the lore panel today, so please try to embarrass us up here on stage with questions we can't answer. No release date questions. Don't waste your question.
I have a question about a character from Diablo 1, Adria. When you went back to Tristram in Diablo 2, I couldn't find any evidence that she had died with the people, and I was wondering if she was going to make some sort of appearance in Diablo 3, whether it was just a passing thing or she would show up herself.
Well, if you've played the beta, she's Leah's mother. And when you go back, when you're running around Old Tristram with Leah, she talks about how the fact that her mother died and she was raised by Deckard Cain. So she obviously lived a little bit beyond the destruction of Tristram. You'll have to play the game to find out more about what actually happened to her. But, you know, in the beta, we talk about how she died.
Thanks.
How you doing? Real quick, I just wanted to ask about one piece of concept art that I saw a while back. It looks like two angels, and one angel is like powering up, and it looks like Tyrael cowering back. And I was wondering if one of two things: either can an angel fall and become a demon, and also, do angels have separate forms, maybe when they're about to attack somebody, that would explain the change that we see in that piece?
Unfortunately, I don't know the exact piece of concept art you're referring to. It wasn't in our show today, was it?
Nah.
Yeah, okay. So I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but to try to answer it more broadly, can angels fall and become demons? I don't want to get too precise in that. I don't think that's the case. But take a look at Iswal, who's the corrupted angel from Diablo 2. And here's some free lore. He's going to appear in Diablo 3 again. There you go. There's your reveal. How, where, when, and why again? Not saying.
Well, the trick of it, I think if you state it, can angels become demons? I would say no. But they can certainly fall, and they can certainly go very dark, and they can certainly be warped. But they're just innately other than each other. You know, like they're just not the same thing at all. Another thing to consider, and Book of Cain kind of gets into this, angels are light and sound, right? They do not have any physicality whatsoever, right? The trick to this thing is, well, they look human, they're in armor. Like, well, that's convenient for us so that we know who's who and whatever. But ultimately, the heart of the high heavens is this thing called the crystal arch. It is a massive spire. Like we said earlier, the world stone may in fact be like the eye of Anu, right? The eye of this kind of a primordial godlike creature. Well, the crystal arch is rumored to be his spine, right? That when the Big Bang hit and these primordial creatures exploded and the universe was birthed, the crystal arch kind of spins up and out into the dark, and over time kind of grows and really becomes the physical place of the high heavens. Angels are birthed from the arch. It hums with sound and music and power, right? And angels really, like the wings, actually, the angels' wings, that's actually them, right? The armor is just for purposes of building a world and being able to interact with these characters, right? That's helpful to us, but imagine Diablo angels is really actually more of the wings, which is funky, but it's true. They're sound and light given form. What was the question?
I saw this picture of an angel, and he turned into like a badass thing with fire coming out of him, and I thought it was Imperius and Tyrael fighting.
Huh. I don't know the image.
Okay.
Maybe
Sounds
they were
good.
just putting on a play. I don't know.
All right. Thanks.
Hi, so I've been playing Diablo 3 beta. I got in through the invite, and I happened to pick up a piece of lore that interested me. It's concerning Leah. She has a mother, Adria, which is the witch from Diablo 1. I happened to find some information who her father was. Would you guys confirm that?
In the beta?
Yeah.
No, all Leah says about her father is that he went off to war and never came back. So, as far as she knows, he's dead. Who knows?
Well, there was some hinting at who the father was, and I don't know. I don't want to spoil anything, but may I say?
Neither do we. So yeah, we're not gonna, who knows, right? But it may, in fact, play out as, a significant, thing down the road. We shall see.
We will neither confirm nor deny that blah, blah, blah.
I'm also playing through the beta, and one of the possible encounters is actually finding the corpse of Wariv from Diablo 2. And two questions. One, why did you kill Wariv and not Geed?
Probably because Geed is so very, very beloved by all fans of all time. And who says we didn't kill Geed? Who knows? Where is Geed? Interesting question.
Well, that's my second question. Are a bunch of Diablo 2 characters going to be sort of stratified throughout the whole campaign in sort of chance encounters, or will any of them have a major role in the story?
You learn. It's more hints than confirmation. Some of them, you find out exactly what happens to. Other ones are hinted at. Some aren't mentioned at all. So we've done some of it, not all of it, and I probably want to save most of it for that. I could mention one thing, since I told a journalist yesterday, I might as well tell you guys that an apprentice of the Necromancer from Diablo 2, you can meet him in the Stinging Winds, which is the region that we showed in 2009's Blizzcon. So he appears in 2 different possible events in that area. I look forward to you guys finding them and seeing what hints are in there.
Hi. So at the end of Diablo 2 expansion, Tyrael kind of throws his sword and destroys the World Stone, which seems like a really huge event. Does that have any implications on Sanctuary, like noticeable? I imagine it'll come out throughout the game, so I don't really want any spoilers, but will we be able to see that sort of thing throughout the game?
The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Yeah, the destruction of the World Stone, or was it, is a huge moment in the universe of Diablo, right? I guess the question would be, can you destroy a World Stone? I know what we saw, but
right, I mean,
it's just possible.
We've mentioned before that the World Stone was one of the things that was suppressing the power in humanity. There's sort of natural birthright of being Nephilim, so it's broken now. What does that mean?
What does it mean for mankind? What does it mean relative to the eternal conflict? Can you destroy this thing? Or, especially if you consider it exists at the heart of creation, right? And it was kind of hijacked, and so the nature of its physicality there within Mount Arreat, does it exist on multiple, these are all questions that are very, very significant.
We answer many of those questions, but not all of them, and it's all very deliberate, and, you'll more to come.
Well, something that we even talked about this morning is that, the World Stone kept large numbers of angels and demons from coming to Sanctuary. So now that it's gone, people were wondering why the invasion hasn't happened. And finally, when you run into Azmodan, the demon invasion is finally happening. So that's at least one way that it's definitely infecting Sanctuary.
Yeah, and Azmodan's not an idiot. He's seen what's happened to all of his brethren, and he knows how dangerous humans are. So he's trying to be careful and come with overwhelming force.
It's funny, Azmodan's invasion actually happened like 15 years ago, but he forgot his keys at home and they had to turn around and go back. That was terrible.
Can we get a courtesy laugh for him?
Thank you.
Hey, I just want to ask, you're talking a lot about the high heavens, the burning hells. Does the necromancer god Tragul factor at all into the story of Diablo 3 or any upcoming tie-ins? And if I could add another question to that, does he have any effect on Ethereal's ability to see the future?
Okay, so Tragul was last seen in the Sin War trilogy, and he is the father. For those of you who don't know, he's sort of this world protector dragon. He might be a living constellation. He might be a personification of the past, present, and future of humanity. So he's a mysterious character. He is the founder of the Necromancer Order, and he's very concerned with balance. He is not around anymore. After he set his necromancers on the path, Rathma was their founder, and he set them on their path. He's gone. We don't say where, and that's sort of one of the mysteries of the universe that's out there right now.
And does he really? Nope. Nope. Okay.
Hi. When we killed the two lesser evils in Diablo 2, they didn't actually have like a Soulstones, so would they still be around?
That's very interesting.
I would say I wouldn't. Let's try that again. I wouldn't leave them lying around. That'd be dangerous.
I urge you to play.
Picking up a Lord of Hell.
You got to play Diablo 3. You're going to learn so much when you play that game. You should try it out.
Thank you.
You are totally not satisfied with that answer.
Hey guys, I had a quick question. In the cinematics for Diablo 3, you see like the smoking remains of a mountain and this demonic horde pouring forth from the bowels of it. Is that mountain the shattered remains of Mount Arreat after the World Stone was broken?
Yes.
And why at that particular point are they choosing to invade from?
I would say, boy, have we even discussed, there's a logical one that pops into my head. I don't even know if we've discussed it because it's always just been, it just seemed obvious, but if the World Stone just went up or whatever happened to it, this is the place between the worlds where, the fabric of reality is weakest. So if you're going to invade, right, it's kind of the spot where, you can push a lot of demons through, right? So, I don't know.
No, that's actually pretty much as far as we've bothered discussing it is, yeah, exactly that. And we haven't gone to a detailed
and it looks bitchin'.
scientific analysis of why exactly there. But yeah, it's cool. How's that sound?
Sounds Sounds good enough to me. Thank you.
Hey guys, I have a two-part question for Kevin. So, why are you so devilishly handsome? And
I just asked him that this morning.
yeah,
I've been waiting for the softball questions. Thank you.
yeah, no problem. And the second part is the witch doctor. Which tribe does he come from? What's the name of it?
Now you're killing me. Is it the Seven Stones?
I don't know.
We'd have to look.
The answer to the first question, I can do that one though. It's skin cream. You got to look after your skin.
You can actually. There's a web story about it, and Abd al-Hazir visited his tribe. So the tribe that he goes to is actually the witch doctor's tribe.
You remember that character's name, but you don't remember the witch doctor tribe name?
He reads a lot of lore for us in the game, so I carefully remember him.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. You just, I was watching some of the videos there about environments, and I was just wondering that the environments look to be really detailed, and I was just wondering whether they're still randomized or not.
Yes, they are. So it's a little different than it was in Diablo 2 in that the exterior zones, the outside ones, the non-dungeons, don't have randomized edges. Those are set, and as a result, they can look a lot cooler. What we have is giant sort of squares of content in the middle that switch out. So you could walk through, and one time there's a little encampment, and it's full of snake men, and you kill them, and you get a lore, and it's like Belial's orders, and you learn a little more about the story. The next time you go, it's the entrance to a temple, and inside is a treasure hunter, and he's got the Idol of Ragnar, and then you've got a 30-minute dungeon underneath, and the time after that, it's one of Zoltan Kuhl's archives. So we do it sort of that way, and other time you could walk through and it's just empty desert. So that's where a lot of the randomness comes, and the way that the main quest objectives are set up, you have to be exploring a zone to find that, and as you do, you will run across all of these other random events.
And the dungeons are still completely random like they were in D2.
Thank you.
Hello, so after what you said, I would like to know where is my hero of Diablo 1?
We're going to get through this, guys. We're going to be all right.
Okay, if I remember correctly, and all of you just correct me if I'm wrong here, I believe that we are implying that Bloodraven is the rogue from Diablo 1. So the heroes of Diablo 1 all became corrupted, and we reference the Sorcerer later, I think in Act 2. Forget exactly where. You guys know more than me, I don't know. There's some guy. And then we do not explain what happens to all of the heroes from Diablo 2, and some of them are referenced and some of them aren't. So that's where we're at with the characters themselves.
So, I mean, even during Diablo 2, it was established that the warrior from Diablo 1 was the Dark Wanderer. So we're just kind of adding on top of that.
We've clarified his background and specifically tied him to Leoric and the events of Tristram.
Hey guys, I always liked the fact that in Diablo 2, some of the equipable items had kind of a direct connection to the lore, such as Azarath and so forth. And I was wondering if any of the loot in Diablo 3 might have kind of a direct connection to the lore that might make it, in the player's eyes, something I really need to have. And then also, really quickly too, one of my favorite NPCs was Ormus in Diablo 2, and I was wondering if he might have a less ratty life making an appearance in Diablo 3.
On the item question, absolutely there is major lore tie-ins all over the place. Like most of the legendary items have a little piece of lore on their actual mouse over tooltip as well, adding quite a bit of depth to the world. There's many references to existing Diablo lore, there's many hints at new Diablo lore, and of course we have, separate from the item system, all these lore books in the game, quite a number of them, many of them narrated by either Deckard Cain, sort of the historian of our world, and Abd al-Hazir, who's this great traveler character who narrates much of the other ones. As for Ormus,
All right, here's a big reveal. Ormus sadly didn't make it to the final game. He actually was in the game for a while, so that means we have a model for him. So I put my money on him showing up again somewhere.
Thank you.
We have time for a few more questions.
Okay, you just mentioned about the Diablo 1 heroes were going to be Blood Raven in Diablo 2. So I'm wondering, is the Summoner also the hero from Diablo 1?
Well, I'm just the summoner, meaning
The guy from help us out here. What's the area that he's in? Arcane Sanctuary, right? Thank you.
wasn't that was that Horizon?
Man, we're doing great.
Yeah, the question, the summoner was supposed to be the hero, yeah, from Diablo 1. I was just, what I was asking when you asked the question without the mic was, did we confirm that or did we hint at it? I think we confirmed it. So, yeah, I think.
That was the intent. I don't, hopefully it came across.
Good thing I'm manning a lore panel.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
He kind of hinted at my question, which was whether there was a relationship between Horizon and, I forgot his name, the new guy, the new Herodic sage that you are introducing.
Cool.
Yes. And so I'll also include a little thing. Is there a lore reason that Asmodon is sewn up the way those one demons that explode are?
No, it was just one of those artistic concepts that we thought looked really cool and really kind of just added to his look. There's not really a lore reason behind it. Horizon is a totally different, he has nothing to do with the Herodrum. He was, I don't know if you guys, won't get too deep into it, but him and his brother were mages, and they ended up this big, huge mage battle that almost decimated the known world at one point in time. So he had a totally different history from the Herodrum, and Zoltankuhl was a dark Herodrum, so they're completely different.
But they are certainly similar kinds of characters, you know, just very powerful wizards that went nuts and, you know, have subterranean, you know, bachelor pads, you know.
Thank you.
Hi, on the theme of revisiting story elements from the previous games, finding out what happened to them, what about the locations like Kurast and Lutgolain? Will we see them again?
No, it's almost completely new areas in this game. Most of the previous Diablo game references is we deliberately set the start of the game in New Tristram, which is across this little river from Old Tristram, because we wanted to, it's been, 10 or 11 years now since Diablo 2 came out. We wanted to sort of set that tone and get people back into it, and for people who had never played before, they sort of get to experience some of that history with the Skeleton King being your first boss, etc., to get that back in. But while we do go back to, Kyrgyzstan and some of the other areas, we wanted to show new things. Of course, Ariat being another exception to that later, that's where the demon army's coming from, but the area's changed so much that it might as well be a new area. Certainly we talked about, bringing a lot of those areas back, but we decided on brand new things instead. We love to sort of expand the world and show you new things whenever we can.
Thank you.
We have time for one last question.
Hi. My question is concerning the vessel of Diablo, because as far as I have read, neither Duriel and Dariel had a vessel, and no other lesser demons had a vessel, and Diablo even made an appearance in the Sin Wars without a vessel. So why does he want a vessel? What is he needed for?
Define vessel.
A human.
Soulstones?
The human that he takes possession of.
Right.
The king's sons. First the younger one and then the old one.
Right. So initially the evils, the three prime ones, were exiled. They were overthrown by the lesser evils, and they were thrown to Earth. They lost Sanctuary. They lost a ton of their power when they did that, and that allowed the Herodrum, not that the Herodrum were weak themselves, but that allowed the Herodrum to be able to find a way to capture them and hold them. So Diablo at the time of Diablo 1 is still very weak. He's got this essence, and he's got these insidious plans, and it's kind of slow moving. He's got to take over a kid because he tried to do the orc and he couldn't quite do it, and by the end he sort of tricked the warrior into taking the Soulstones to get a more powerful vessel. Essentially he's just still building his power, and he's not strong enough to just show up as Diablo yet, though he does get that strong over the course of the games.
I think you can argue just technically that while the World Stone was up and doing its thing, which suppresses, angels and demons really to some degree, that most of these evils or whatever would have to be anchored in some kind of mortal form to possess them or whatever, really just to be anchored in this reality. Although with the World Stone blown to bits, all bets are off. You know what I mean? So these guys, very mega level, can probably just walk right in,
Thank you.
Let's please give our panelists a big round of applause for their time.
Thanks for coming, guys.
Coming up next on the
Gameplay and Auction House panel. Your panelists are Jay Wilson, Jason Bender, Wyatt Cheng, Andrew Chambers, and Chris Haga.
I love you too, faceless. Remember, I actually can see your face. Oh, it's Pinto. Hi, Pinto. What's up, BlizzCon? How you doing? You guys ready to talk about some Diablo? You good? So I have to tell you, the Endless Forces of Hell, they got some plans for you guys. But I have to say, looking around the room, I think you can take them. I think so. So what we're going to talk to you today is the endless amounts of items, class tuning, abilities, and a whole bunch of stuff about how you can take on those forces of hell. So our panelists here today are myself, Jay, I work on Diablo, Jason Bender, Senior Game Designer, Andrew Chambers, Senior Game Designer, Wyatt Ching, Senior Technical Game Designer, and Chris Haga, Technical Artist. So I'm going to go ahead and let Bender get started.
Thank you, Jay. Hey, everybody. So I'm going to talk about achievements today a little bit. And you can get achievements in a number of ways. One of those ways is coming to BlizzCon. So congratulations, you got your virtual achievement. So, not all achievements involve you going to LAX and all that jazz. Some of them are a little easier to get. Normally you might be playing through and you kill the Skeleton King. You can get an achievement for that. It allows you to track your progress as you're going through the game, feel good about what you've done, review it. Some of it's a little more crazy. Extreme behavior. We consider it extreme to get a level 60 hardcore character because it's not easy. So, if you do things that are a little tougher in the game, you're going to get achievements for that. And then, of course, absurd shenanigans, because we all love shenanigans. Our German players know about this. They play D2 without putting any armor on. That's pretty absurd. In this case, it might be for beating every boss by punching it in the face without holding a weapon. So that would be something that might get you an achievement. But you know, what's the point beyond that? They're fun to collect, they let you track your accomplishments, but when you get achievements, they also unlock components for your banner. So your banner is sort of a visual representation of what you've done in the game, of all your accomplishments. The more you achieve, the more components for your banner you unlock. For example, in PvP, you might open some crests. Just playing through the game normally and getting achievements by quantity will extend this pennant so it gets more stuff on it as you play. Other achievements can change the cloth, the sigil, the accents. And then of course, if you play a lot of hardcore, the base of your banner will get bigger. And after a while, it can all add up to something pretty cool. So now, these banners are not just pretty, although they are pretty. They also allow you, in co-op, to teleport directly to your friends. So if they're out running around, you don't know where they are, you went back to town to craft something or buy from a vendor, you can just click on their banner and then teleport directly to them. So that's pretty useful. Plus, that's a good way of ensuring that people see your cool banner. That's not it, though. There's some other elements we're adding to make gameplay a little more convenient for you. For example, the Stone of Recall. So the Stone of Recall is an endless use item. You can use it as many times as you want to get yourself back to town from the wilderness. So here we are, like, you know, casting it. Takes about 10 seconds, can be interrupted by monsters. Let's hope that guy up there on the left doesn't interrupt us. So you get back to town, and it leaves this blue portal thing behind. And that allows you to go back to where you came from. Only you can use it. Your friends can't use it, but they can get to you with your banner, so that's no big deal. We're not sure what to call this thing, maybe like Village Door or something. If you can think of something, let us know. Also, we have the Cauldron of Jordan. So the Cauldron of Jordan allows you to sell stuff right out of your inventory. So if you want to clear up your inventory, you want some gold, you can sell as many things as you want right out of your bag. Similarly, the Cube of the Nephilim allows you to pick items in your bag and convert them to crafting components. So you can, you know, you got some stuff in your bag, you like it, maybe you replaced your gear, you don't want to go back to town just yet, you can use the Cube of the Nephilim to convert them into crafting materials and craft all kinds of cool stuff.
Thanks, Jason. Holy moly, there's a lot of you guys out there. How you doing? All right, I'm going to talk about crafting for a bit, but crafting is all about making items or making your existing items even more awesome. So I wanted to take a step back and look at the way that items were handled in Diablo 2 and what their item life cycle was. You kind of got items from two different sources in Diablo 2. You could buy it from a vendor, or you could do what I've done here, kill Andariel and get awesome Trident. Once I've picked up that item, I'm probably gonna, say, wear it for a while, but then it's gonna get upgraded, and I can trade it to my friend for some gold, maybe, if I'm lucky, or I can sell it to Chassis here for some gold. What do I do with that gold? Well, you could gamble it with Geed. Geed allowed you to buy these unidentified items for like crazy amounts of gold or crazy little amounts of gold, and then you identified them and found out what it was. The system is actually really cool because it gave you access to some super powerful items, but a lot of people had a really negative experience when they first tried it out, so they never really went back and kept on doing it again and again and again. So you just end up hoarding all of your gold, and that's not really a life cycle, that's just, you know, a pub with no beer. And that makes Andrew really, really sad. So what are some of the things that we're doing in Diablo 3 to make this item life cycle better? First off, I want to talk about the Mystic. The Mystic is where you go if you want to enhance your items. She can take any item that you have, like your chest piece or your bracers, and she can add an enhancement to it. The enhancements are a wide array of things, like Gold Find or Magic Find, but also increase core stats. There's also a whole bunch of things that you can do for, like, that's class related. So for example here, it increases hatred regeneration by 0.83 per second on a one-handed weapon. The interesting thing about enhancements in Diablo 3 as opposed to WoW is they're actually random. So that 0.83 per second, that actually has a chance, like the bottom line for that is 0.66 per second. So you can see up here, I've enhanced my Keen Axe of Storms with Hatred Regen, and I've gotten the bottom. It's like 0.66 per second. I can reapply that enhancement and have a chance of actually making it better and making it get to the top end of that range. The awesome thing about that is, as you're leveling up, you apply the enhancement, and that's good enough at it's maybe like middle range. But at the end game, by applying these enhancements, you can get like really super powerful enhancements on your items that you wouldn't ordinarily be able to get by investing time and resources into that. And of course, she really facilitates aberrant builds. What is that? That is a demon hunter running around with a one-handed axe and a shield. Who the hell thought of that? We did, because it's awesome, Like, you don't always have to want to run around and play with ranged weapons. Maybe you just want to, like, spam Fan of Knives and Chakram and Vault everywhere and that sort of stuff. And the Mystic can allow you to do that. Ordinarily, you wouldn't be able to get Hatred Regen on a one-handed axe. But, hey, she lets you do it because she's kind of cool. And she levels up. She has 10 levels. Awesome artwork. We have amazing artists, by the way. Have you noticed? Yeah. She levels up. She has 10 levels. Every time she levels up, she gets more powerful enhancements. And she uses pages of training to level up, which you can get from killing monsters randomly in the world. The next guy I want to talk about is the Jeweler. This guy's Covetous Shen. He's a little bit shady, but if you have anything gem-related, he's the guy to go to. So what can he do? He can combine your gems. In the game, you have like 14 different ranks of gems. Gems can be put in sockets of your items, and they imbue extra properties. So like, you want more experience, you can put a ruby in your helm socket, and that gives you plus X% experience for every kill that you make. The more powerful ones, of course, like are only found and able to be combined, so you're going to have to level him up to get access to those. He can also add sockets to items. This is great. Like, say I'm playing a Barb and I'm like really loving precision and frenzy and kicking butt that way. And I get this item and it's got tons of precision, tons of like fury regeneration on it, but I need precision. So I add a socket to it, and then I can put the gem in there, which has the plus precision attribute. He also removes gems from items. It's actually pretty cool. Let me give you an example here. Say you're like leveling up, you hit level 60, you've been having that plus experience gem in your helm the entire time, but you're level 60 now. You don't need experience. So you go to this guy, you have him take the gem out, you put the plus 20% life in there, because in Inferno you're going to need it. And then you can send that plus experience gem to your ult and then help level him up faster. Speaking of leveling up, the Jeweler also levels up. As he levels up, he gets the ability to combine more powerful gems, higher ranks. He also uses pages of training to level up. So when you're like improving your like artisans, you're gonna have to kind of pick and choose which ones you want to focus on. Fortunately, they're account based, so you level up your Barb to level 60 and you focus on the blacksmith the entire time. When the demon hunter, you level in, you jump in, and right there and then the blacksmith is already like level 10, and your mystic, you can level her up separately. Talking about the blacksmith, we've spoken a lot about him already. He can forge items and craft, things for you. What we haven't spoken about is he can actually craft legendary and unique set items for you. So these are things that you find in, say, normal difficulty. So here he's like making the Sanity's Edge. It's a legendary two-handed mighty weapon. This has actually come from a plan that you found when you were killing a monster. You took that plan to your blacksmith, you taught it to him, and now you can make that again and again and again. He can also make the unique set items. Now, this is a normal difficulty unique set. You're gonna, find this in the world when you're playing normal. The tricky thing about Diablo is that these items can drop from anything. It's not like you can pick one boss and just go and farm that for your set. So we figured, hey, let's, make it a little bit easier for you guys. And once you get this plan, you can then craft every item in this set to get the set bonus. So here I've crafted Born's Pauldrons, the shoulder pieces, and his Seething Rage, the one-handed sword. I've crafted those so I can wear them and get the set bonus. Makes it way easier. I mean, in Inferno, you're still going to be like farming unique sets and that sort of stuff, but this is just a really great way of ensuring that as you're progressing through the game, you can still get the cool factor out of these things. So how does the Diablo 3 item lifecycle look with all those added features? Well, when an item's born, it can come from a vendor or from a loot drop. It can also come from crafting or, of course, from the auction house. So what do I do with it? I can wear it. Probably definitely going to wear it if I buy it off the auction house. When I'm done with it, I can sell it. That gives me gold for repairs or for crafting or forging more gear. I can salvage it, and I can actually sell those salvage components on the auction house. I can use them to enhance my existing items. I can put it on the auction house directly, make gold, make money. It doesn't like that. Or I can trade it. I can help twink out my characters, or I can give it to my friend and be nice. It's not my style, but I twink. So what's an example of that? So say I'm playing through the game, and I get a loot drop. I don't really need it, it's not an upgrade, so I decide to salvage it. Salvages into some components that I put for sale up on the auction house. Someone buys that, win, rock and roll, I made some gold. I keep on playing for a while, and then next week I go and look on the auction house and see a wicked one-handed axe that's just perfect for me. I decide to buy that from the auction house. I didn't know that that was actually crafted from the same salvage components that I sold on the auction house a week earlier. That's a life cycle, and that makes Andrew happy. And of course, we have some awesome item artwork that we just wanted to show off. It didn't fit in anywhere else, but these are all the awesome items that you're going to be doing and playing with. Thanks. So who likes PvP?
I like PvP.
No. You like PvP? I wasn't loud enough. Who likes PvP? Blizzcon high five for PvP. I just high five Blizzcon. It's kind of awesome. Yeah.
Well done, sir.
So I guess I better talk about PvP now. As a lot of you might know, last year we had Arena on the floor. This year, playable, we have Team Deathmatch. We got a lot of awesome feedback from you guys, from the community, from last year's showing at the arena, and one of the dominant forms of feedback that we got was that sitting around and waiting while my friends kill each other really isn't fun. So we're introducing Team Deathmatch. Team Deathmatch really solves that problem. You die, you're back in 3 seconds. You're back in the fight, you're fighting, you're able to play with your character more, you're able to explore more. There's not the intimidation factor in Team Deathmatch either of wow, am I gonna let my arena team down by coming in with this crazy magic, wizard build that only spawns mirror images and that's all I do? No, it's totally cool. So Team Deathmatch, the game is 10 minutes games. There's 2 teams, red and blue. At the end of the game, the team with the most kills wins. There's definitely no skill swapping during games. There's also no item swapping during games. We want there to be still some tactical advantage to understanding, hey, that barb over there is running up and stunning the heck out of me the entire time. I need to know that the entire 10 minutes of the game so I can actually effectively deal with that and respond. It's definitely going to be 4v4. Last year it was 3v3, stepped it up. 4v4 is way more fun for responsiveness and the interactivity. You're definitely going to be using your PvE character. There was some confusion about this, but you're definitely going to be leveling up to 60, taking your character, your wizard or your witch doctor that you've been focusing on and getting to Inferno in, bringing them into PvP, and then experiencing them in PvP and seeing how they play out. And hey, go play it. We have it on the showroom floor. You're our community. We make these games for you. We love your feedback. It is absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much.
All right, so I'm going to talk about the auction house. I hope you guys like UI because there's a wall of it coming at you. All right, so why an auction house? Well, one of the major things and reasons that we decided to do an auction house is because trading is a big focus of the Diablo games. So some of you might know that you get loot in Diablo games, and it's kind of a big deal. That loot is randomized. The Diablo system is pretty unique in that everything that drops is got some kind of random element if it's something that you wear on your body. And any monster could drop any item in the world. You don't have to go to a particular monster and do that. But because of that, there's actually really, really low odds that you get the exact thing you want. Even if you get the exact thing you want, the chances that it actually has the best stats that you could possibly get on that item is pretty much, it's almost impossible. And that's really by design. Because Diablo's always been a social game in the sense that you play with and trade with other players. So trading is really the best way to get the best items in the game, and that's always been the case for all the Diablo games. We've focused really heavily on the trading aspect. So given that, you'd think that the previous games would have awesome systems for trading, and if you think that, you'd be wrong. So in Diablo 2, there were a bunch of ways you could trade. There was an in-game interface where you could kind of put items up, and you'd stick your item up, and somebody else would, and you'd say, well, what do you got? And hopefully it had something good that you wanted. You could throw items on the ground and pray. I wouldn't recommend that. You could go up and post in the chat channels or forums, hoping that someone is listening who has the thing you want or wants to buy the thing you have. It's pretty inefficient, and it makes the chat channels not really very chatty. And then you could also go to like third-party websites and buy things with real money. And that works fine, except that maybe the transaction wouldn't work, maybe you get ripped off, maybe someone would steal your account. So, none of those were really great experiences, and we felt that we could do a lot better. So we focused on an auction house because it's really a very well-known, convenient, secure, easy way for people to trade. There's things like the WoW auction house, there's eBay. People understand an auction house, they understand how it works and how to interact with it. So we made the decision to allow players to trade in Diablo 3 the same way that they traded in Diablo 2, with gold or real money. So we're going to let you pretty much trade almost anything in the auction house. A wearable item, gold, stackable components like crafting items and things like that. So, and this is one of the most important points. We want you to be able to participate for free if you go into the real money auction house. A lot of people have said to us, I don't necessarily have a problem with, the real money or not. I just don't want to open up my wallet. I don't want to give you a credit card. And you know what? That's fine. You don't have to, and I'm going to explain how. This is Timmy the Demon Hunter. Why is he Timmy? Because it amuses me to call a Demon Hunter Timmy. So Timmy needs a new bow. That'd be nice. That bow would be pretty awesome. Venom Husk. Got a lot of blue little statty things on there. We like those. So he goes off in the world seeking his fortune. Oh, does he find it? Nope. Instead, he finds this thing. Wow. 566 DPS, two-hander. Not for him. If he had a barbarian or a barbarian friend, that'd be a pretty good item, but, well, we're going to pretend that Timmy doesn't have any friends because he named his Demon Hunter Timmy. I mean, come on. But he's still happy. He got this really awesome thing, but he wants his Venom Husk. So he's going to go up on the auction house, and he's going to post this up, and he's going to post it up on the real money auction house. Now, the important thing is here, he can do this for free because every week we're going to allow people to have a small number of free listings. And one of the reasons for that is we want you to be able to generate some income and get a balance without actually having to spend any money. So he puts his Overfiend up there. It sells. Bong. $7.50 in his account. Now, he could have output that to a PayPal account and made $7.50 playing Diablo, which is pretty awesome. Or he can do what he did, which is put it directly into his e-balance, and now he can use that to go back on the auction house and buy things and post more auctions. So Timmy is happy. He goes up, he finds his Venom Husk, $5. Bam. Purchased. Sent to his character, and equipped. Check him out. So on top of being able to participate in that way, we also are going to add a lot of features. Some of you are in the beta and you've managed to play with the gold auction house, and you've probably noticed that it's not really as fully featured as we'd like. So we are adding a bunch of new features. The first one is a smart search feature. And basically what this does is it takes any character that you want, it'll look at the character and say, okay, you seem to be a barbarian who likes a lot of crit. So we're going to point you at items that do that. And then you can kind of funnel the results and say, these are all the items I want, but I really want precision, I really want lifesteal, so just show me the ones that have those affixes on them. So another thing we've done is we're going to add an advanced search, which really is kind of a bigger version of the smart search. It lets you basically just set all kinds of parameters, pretty much anything that you can literally specify the exact item stats that you want to see. And features like this are really important because the Diablo item system is not filled with a lot of named items that are easy to search for. You're really going to be searching more for stats. So next, we are going to let you sell stackable items. It's currently not supported, but it will. That's gold, gems, crafting dies, tomes, books, all those types of things. Almost everything that is worth selling, pretty much everything that's worth selling, we're going to allow you to sell in the auction house. All right.
Let's talk about game tuning for a little while. We're getting ready to finalize a lot of the game components, particularly the difficulty in the classes and the monsters. We've been making a lot of improvements to the monsters. I'm going to be talking a lot about changes that we've made since the beta, as well as changes that we've made since last year's Blizzcon. For those of you who don't know, a lot of the content for killing monsters in Diablo is based around rares and champions, and they have magical properties like Electrified or Plagued, Teleporter, Desecrator. We have a couple of new affixes that we've been putting into the game over the last few weeks. One of those new ones is actually on display in the video over here. It's called Mortar. Mortar is, the monster has the ability to lob these grenades. We felt like a lot of the affixes that are currently in there penalize melee much more than ranged, things like Electrified and Plagued. So Mortar actually shoots grenades a minimum distance. So if you're, let me go back on that. If you're a melee character, the grenades will actually fly right over your head. Moving on to some passive skills, we're going to talk about the classes. A lot of the focus has been on making passives good. We've had feedback that some of the passives are interesting, but some of them aren't so interesting. Some of the classes don't all seem to have equally interesting number of passives. Here's one of the new passives that we've got for the Barbarian. One of the things about passives is they actually serve a number of purposes. Some people want passives that support specific builds. Some people want passives that introduce cool new visual elements. In this case, we felt that it was important for a Barbarian to be able to have a defensive build option, and we also felt that it might be instructional for players who aren't sure if a Barbarian could be built in a tanky sort of way, so we have this new passive Nerves of Steel to help support that playstyle. Some of our other passives, this one's on the Witch Doctor, Fetish Sycophants. It summons one of the little fetish helpers to fight along your side, and this happens anytime you cast a physical skill. It's things like Poison Dart or Plague of Toads, 3% chance in every cast, so that's a really popular passive internally as well. Another passive I have here is Combination Strike. So if you guys remember the Spirit Generators, this one's a monk skill. In the past, we've called them combo skills. Combo skills, Spirit Generators, sort of interchangeable. In this case, if you use multiple different Spirit Generators together, you get a DPS increase. And the more Spirit Generators you combine together, the larger the increase. I'm going to go through some of the classes now and talk about them. Oh, sorry, one more thing. Synergy. So this is an interesting thing that's come up over the last few months as we've been tuning passives. Is the situation where you have too much synergy can actually be bad. So the example that we have on the board, up on the PowerPoint, is counterattack. Whenever you dodge, you automatically damage your attacker. Sixth Sense, which gives you increased chance to dodge, and Evasive, which gives you an increased chance to dodge every time you critical strike. Each one of these passives is pretty cool on its own, but when you put them all together, we felt like it was actually taking away build diversity rather than increasing it. Because as soon as you took one passive, you had a synergistic advantage for taking a second one, and then the third one. And if we give you 3 passives to choose from out of 15, we're actually pigeonholing players rather than allowing them to explore. So we've been seeking out these sorts of overly synergistic passives and removing them. Talk about the Barbarian. So for those of you who've played the Barbarian in the beta, Barbarian we feel like is in a pretty good place. He's fun, he's visceral, he's doing a lot of things that we want to do. A couple specific areas that we wanted to target. One was Fury Generation. He has a couple of Fury Generator skills, and we felt like his small, spammable generators weren't paying off as well as his big generators. So for example, players were using Leap Attack, Ground Stomp, War Cry, and skipping some of the Fury Generators like Cleave and Frenzy and Bash. So we've kind of adjusted those numbers a little bit to try and provide a better balance there. Another area that we've been looking at is survivability. You didn't see it so much during the level 1 to 12 game, but as you started to get into higher difficulties, Nightmare, Hell, Inferno, we really found that barbarians were having trouble staying in melee. The barbarians need to be in melee range to do damage, and without the survivability, they just weren't able to do that. So we've been looking at survivability, like I said, the passive earlier on. We've been also looking at the barbarians' base stats, just looking to kind of make them a little tougher overall. The wizard, also in a good place. For those of you, again, who've been following along, we have a set of skills that were called academic skills. We've renamed those to signature skills. It's the same idea. Basically, as you level up, the skills become cheaper. Eventually, they become free. We really like how that's playing out. Overall, the wizard's feeling pretty good. One of the areas that is a concern for us is whether or not it is worthwhile to use a signature spell when you're out of arcane power, and whether or not it's worth using a non-signature spell to spend your arcane power. So we've been tweaking those numbers to make sure players feel like they actually have different reasons to use different spells. And finally, one of the major changes that we've been making is all of the wizard and witch doctor spells have been converted over to do % weapon damage. A major reason for this is we really felt that the casters needed to value their weapon more. People were finding weapons and looking at it and saying, well, you know, I don't really care about the stats on this sword because my skills don't use it. So it's all based on weapon damage. One of the questions we get all the time is, well, then should my wizard just use a giant two-handed mace? Because I don't want to hold a two-handed mace. Well, in addition to being based on weapon damage, we also use the weapon's speed to determine your casting speed. So if you use like a wand or a fast dagger, then you'll actually cast faster as well. Talk a little bit about the witch doctor. Witch doctor lover over here. One of the questions we get also is about mana. People have noticed that in the beta, mana seems to be unlimited. This, in the beta, is absolutely true. The mana gameplay that we want, mana is the only resource that's returning from Diablo 2. So what we're doing with it is we're providing multiple mechanisms for the witch doctor to recover mana. In this case, one of those will be passives. There's a number of passives that have to do with mana regeneration. There's also runes, and some of the runes will help out with mana regeneration or making some of the skills cheaper to cast. And then there is items. You get mana regeneration and items. The goal here is that players will choose a mix of different avenues to supplement their mana regeneration. So one witch doctor might decide to use a number of skill runes as their source of mana regeneration. Others might rely on gear. Another might take passives. Some witch doctors might actually do all three and go way overboard. Now the question is, will that witch doctor who just puts everything into mana recovery have unlimited mana? And the answer is actually yes, because we want lots of customizable builds. The witch doctor who decides they don't want to have to mess around with mana and overloads on it will probably sacrifice some offensive ability or utility to do so, but will at least get to play in a way that's fun for them. Unfortunately, a lot of this play isn't really evident in the beta. The passives just start to kick in at level 10, a lot of the gear doesn't have a lot of mana regeneration on it yet, and the skill runes aren't in yet, so you won't see any of that. So from level 1 to 10, before any of this gameplay really kicks in, we basically make mana unlimited and free, because the player hasn't been given the tools to overcome a shortage of mana yet. I'm going to talk about the passives. We talked about Fetish Sycophants earlier. Another new passive on the Witch Doctor is called Circle of Life. Circle of Life makes it so that whenever an enemy near you dies, it automatically summons a zombie dog. And what's really cool about that is you don't even have to have the zombie dog skill trained. If you have the passive Circle of Life and an enemy dies, and there's a chance that the zombie dog comes out. If you take the zombie dog skill, then you get to add runes, and the passive will benefit from that as well. This particular witch doctor in the video took both Circle of Life and Fetish Sycophants. So using only 2 passive skills, she actually has quite a big pet army with her. Moving on to the monk. One big concern in the beta is survivability of the monk. We've been working on particularly during the early levels. During our internal testing, we actually find the monk has a lot of good survivability later in the game, but that's only when a lot of the skills have unlocked. Early on, monks were having a hard time. So we've been doing very targeted, focused changes on certain of early combo skills, like Fists of Thunder, does a small bit of knockback on the third hit now. Long reach is slightly longer in its reach. All these sorts of things are just kind of micro adjustments that help improve the survivability of the monk. The other area that we've been looking at is mantras. A lot of players understand that the fundamental concept is that it's a buff that's on yourself and others, but there wasn't any really good decision point as to when you were going to push the button. So for the first 3 seconds after pushing, turning on, activating your mantra, the effect of the mantra is actually doubled. So for example, if you have a mantra that increases the damage taken by all enemies near you, at the time that you push the button, now the effect of that mantra is doubled, and you can actually unleash some of your high cooldown powers, 7-sided strikes, stuff like that. And finally, we've been taking a hard look at combo attacks, spirit generators. Like I said, we use those terms interchangeably. In this case, we had some players who said they just want to have one spirit generator and they want to spam it all the time. And then we have other players who say, well, actually, I really like the idea of combining the two. And so that's been kind of a delicate balance, trying to support both styles. I mentioned the passive earlier. So we've been really looking at changing the timing, changing the structure, to basically make it possible to combine them, but not mandatory. And finally, with the Demon Hunter, for those of you who don't know, the Demon Hunter is based around a dual resource system of both hatred and discipline. Hatred is an offensive resource, and discipline is a tactical resource. We're moving over to a system of using both hatred generators and hatred spenders. The idea is that really in the beta, you're always out of hatred. You're like shooting, you use up all your hatred, and then all of a sudden now you have to use your normal attack again. And that just wasn't very fun. So now we've divided up all the hatred skills. Some of them generate hatred. Those tend to be more utility-oriented skills or plinking skills. And then we have hatred spenders. These tend to be your big bombs or have extremely strong effects. Another area that we've been looking at for the Demon Hunter is snares. The Demon Hunter is a ranged class, and we really wanted to make sure the Demon Hunter had tools to keep enemies at range. We considered adding additional root, and we've used that in small amounts, but we didn't want to give the Demon Hunter too much stun. That's not really part of her kit. So in this case, we've strengthened all of her snares. Just like a couple percentage points, but it actually makes a huge difference, and when you're actually playing, you can really keep those enemies at bay. Finally, we've been cranking up the awesome on all of the classes. What do I mean by that? Well, sometimes we're really happy with the mechanic and how something's playing out. Maybe we like the mechanics and the numbers of how our skill works, but for whatever reason, it's not delivering on the visceral fantasy. And so we've been working a lot with our technical art department to basically amp up the visuals, amp up the feel, amp up the effects, so that the skill still functions mechanically the way we want, but has a lot more appeal.
Are you guys ready to talk about awesome? You want to hear about awesome? That's all I care about.
Awesome is awesome.
Let's get these words off the screen. Oh, it's more words. Okay, so kick-ass gameplay is more than just a great idea or a great mechanic. Really, to be pushed in the stratosphere of pure awesome takes a synthesis of the two. So today I'm going to walk you guys through a mausoleum of ideas that didn't quite make the cut, and the things we've done to give them a spark. First up is the monk. So one of the cool things that came out of our brainstorming sessions was we wanted the monk to incorporate some kind of temple aesthetic into his skills. And we prototyped something here which is pretty awesome. It's basically the monk summons a huge temple and collapses it on his enemies, which is totally sweet. I think it's sweet. But it has some gameplay issues. It's too confusing. Each pillar requires a click. It takes up a lot of visual space on the screen, so we simplified it. Here we go. I'm gonna cast it on a spider. Oh, there it is. All right, so basically it explodes automatically. It's a lot easier to play, simpler to use, easier to understand. Doesn't take up as much space, but still kind of gets through some of that temple aesthetic that we were going for. So next up is the Demon Hunter. We knew that we wanted some kind of companion for the Demon Hunter, and there's a lot of ideas about what that could be. You know, a raven, which I think is the unruined version of his skill, is definitely one of them. Maybe a wolf. But we also tried some crazier ideas, like a floating skull. I don't know. Whose skull is that? It's friggin' huge. I guess he bites enemies. It's a bit magical. It doesn't really seem to work. We also tried a floating sword. I love floating swords. They're awesome. But on a demon hunter, it doesn't really seem to work. You know, it's kind of more arcane. I could see a wizard having a floating sword that floats around and like smashes enemies. So we replaced it. We went with something a little more basic, a little bit more corporeal. We went with like a bat. I guess he bites enemies and like sucks their blood for you or something. I mean, it's pretty sweet. It's got some shadow stuff on it too, so it's a little bit more in the physical realm. It's something I would expect a demon hunter to have following him around, slaying the allies of hell. We also gave him something a little cute. I love these little guys. Oh, little ferrets. That's awesome. I'm gonna call that one Bitey. I love ferrets. So some ideas are just awesome right off the bat. They go in the game, they're totally sweet, and you don't really have to do much to them. This is called Call of the Ancients, which summons the Ancients from Diablo 2 to come in and slay enemies on the battlefield for you. You love it, right? I love it too. When I first joined the project, Julian Love described it to me, and I was so excited, just flipped my desk over. Pencils and everything were just going everywhere. So, love this skill. You know, it's not just hero skills that need to be awesome, it's also monsters. I mean, monsters have got to be awesome, so you feel more awesome for slaying them. So, first up is the Goatman Shaman. Picture here, you're going to kind of see that he has a lightning shield, which he casts on himself, and when you hit him when he has a lightning shield on, it does damage to you, it returns damage. It's a great mechanic, it's a great idea, but if a shaman could really only do one thing, what would he do? When I imagine myself as a shaman, I think, fury of the elements, savage, bestial, chaotic, smothering my enemies in an avalanche of frost, consigned to an icy grave. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, hit him with the frost. Oh, you died. It's an upgrade, it's more awesome, I don't know. All right, so another monster we have, this guy shows up in Act 2. He's a rock worm. He's definitely not inspired by a desert-themed sci-fi universe at all. So get that idea out of your heads. Don't even think about it. So this is our first implementation, which is pretty cool. He has a cool intro, but he's kind of like a lot of other monsters we have. So we wanted to spice it up. So now what he does, still bursts out of the ground, but if you're unlucky enough, he's actually gonna catch you and eat you. Yeah, spit you out. That's what I'm talking about. That gets my blood boiling. All right, GG guys, that's all I got.
Ow. All right. So we've talked about, some skills. We've talked about some items. We've talked about the auction house. Let's talk about all the stuff that's going to kill you. So there's 4 difficulty levels in Diablo 3. Normal, Nightmare, Hell, and Inferno. You progress through those in a kind of linear order. I'm going to talk a little bit about each one of these. Well, more about Normal and then more about Inferno. So Normal. This is really the beginning of the game. It's Act 1 is kind of our tutorial. One of the things that at Blizzard is our general philosophies is we don't like kind of standalone tutorials very much. We don't like, showing up and having like somebody show up and give you a wall of text that you have to read. We just want you to go kill stuff. We want you to learn how to play the game by playing it. So as a result, kind of the early part of Act 1 is pretty easy. So monsters have really low awareness. They're not very aggressive. They won't really kind of attack you very, very kind of seriously. They don't attack very fast. They have a tendency to stand around. They're a little ADD. They have really, really limited abilities, especially in Act 1. Like, it's really uncommon to see even a ranged monster in the first act. So each act is really designed to layer on more challenges. And we literally kind of bucketed all our monsters into different categories, like ranged and kind of proximity AoE and distance AoE and area denial and all these different abilities that they can do. And then we kind of gave them a rank score of what we thought was most difficult and kind of progressed those through all the difficulties. So in the later acts, you get into kind of more responsive monsters that are much more aggressive, much faster, and also have a whole bunch of new abilities that they come after you with. Oh. Who put that there? So, oh, yes, what does it mean? It wasn't a double, though. It was just a single. It doesn't mean anything. This is the feedback we get. Normal's too easy. We get this from the beta feedback. We get this internally. I have people come to me every day and say, yeah, we know, it's early in the game. It's supposed to be easy. You don't understand, dude. It's way too easy. I remember Diablo 2, and Diablo 2 was not this easy. You're wrong. This is Diablo 2. Yeah. I think she's going to get hit in a second. Oh, no, he missed. Oh, she got hit. Okay. Oh, she took some damage. I think she's going to be okay, though. So, you know, this is on purpose. Because early on, I know we're awesome. We're great at games. And because of that, if you're hardcore like we are, this stuff's too easy for you. But it doesn't really matter because, you know, those of you who are in the beta, you're kind of trapped in the really low, kind of easy content. But you're going to blow past this so quick and get into the other difficulties. And, you know, we're going to talk about that a little today. Our challenge as game developers is to try and make the game approachable for casual players, but still interesting for serious gamers, and build a game that's got depth. There's a really important point here. Hardcore games for everyone is what Blizzard does. It's what we've always done. So one of the things that people say to us is the game feels really, really easy in the early game. Are you just making the game for casual players now? And we say, no, we're making the early game for casual players because we want to turn them into hardcore players. And because we do that is why we have so many wonderful people here today. And that's what we're going to keep doing. Thank you. That being said, I'm sure some of you are going, yeah, but come on, is it really hard? Like, how hard is it? It's not really hard, is it? You know, you got soft. It's not that hard. Well, you know, you're not going to believe anything I say. I'm going to be like, yeah, it's super hard, whatever. So one of the things we asked some of the guys on the team to do, we got a whole bunch of people on the team who are playing the harder difficulties now, and we've asked them to, you know, do a little bit of a testimonial so you guys can see how hard the game really is.
So you've got normal difficulty, you've got Nightmare, Hell, and Inferno.
Normal mode was pretty casual. It was very fun, you know, you're one-clicking, you know, having laughs. Once you get into like Nightmare mode, it starts kind of turning into all business. You're like, whoa, 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 like that thing just killed me. The game really starts, for me anyway, at Nightmare.
Once you go into Hell difficulty, it starts getting really hard. And then you beat that, and you know, thought that was hard. And then you get to Inferno, and you just have a whole new set of challenges.
That first rare monster pack is basically going to own you.
You really have to watch your defensive stats. And at the same time, you're trying to build up your magic find. And it's hard because you have to, it's a fine balance.
You're going to really need to use your gems and your enchants to really boost up your defense just to survive and not get one-shotted.
Sometimes just the AoE damage will almost kill you instantly.
The whole thing is about surviving. You're not going to do any good to anybody dead.
When you just rush into a boss in Nightmare and above, they will kill you so quick.
Man, the biggest drop I want is gold. We spent so much money on repairs.
A group of us probably spent a good hour wiping on a single boss.
But you really got to play as a team in the later difficulties.
The way the game's tuned right now, people have no idea what they're getting themselves into.
People of the world, you've played this much of normal, which is this much of farming level. When you get to Nightmare and Hell and Inferno, you will get your asses kicked, we promise.
I don't know what's doing that. I'm doing it somehow. Power of my mind, I guess. So higher difficulties, what are those all about? What are we going to do there? How are they going to be different than the normal difficulty? And that's what I'm going to tell you. So Nightmare, Hell, Inferno, these are our higher difficulties. A lot of the things we focus on in these higher difficulties is things that we can do to add depth to the game. So new item affixes. So one of the things that we found is that the Diablo item system is pretty dense. It's a pretty hardcore system. And so we've actually decided to go ahead and pull a lot of the item affixes that say don't matter that much in normal difficulty and just push them to the higher difficulties and not even bother in normal. I mean, a lot of you probably remember Diablo 2 and you'd get, you know, resistance items gear in normal difficulty and you didn't even care because resistance is in normal difficulty. It's not that hard to stay alive in normal. So those are the kinds of affixes that we pushed up. And by pushing those kind of out of normal difficulty, what we do is we introduce new attributes in higher difficulties, which adds a lot of depth to how you build your character and really increases the item game. So one of the other things we do is focus a lot on rares and champions. Rares and champions are basically randomized monsters. We can take kind of any monster in the game, and then we have a bunch of different powers that we give to them that get kind of randomly assigned. So, I think I went too fast. So rares and champions early in the game, they've got kind of 2 powers in normal difficulty. In Nightmare, they can get up to 3 powers, and in Hell and Inferno, they can get up to 4 powers. And we also have a whole bunch of powers that don't even start showing up till you get past normal difficulty. And a lot of these powers really introduce new mechanics. So, and this is probably the best example when people ask us, how much have you really built the game for the higher difficulties? 70% of the items in the game don't even show up until past normal difficulty. So these are some examples of just some of the high-end gear that you can get in some of the higher difficulties. So Inferno, this is our new difficulty that we announced a few months back. It's basically a maximum level difficulty. Once you reach maximum level, you can go to Inferno, and it's meant to be content that's always challenging, that you can never truly out-level. So we get this question all the time, can I solo Inferno? And the answer is yes, you can solo Inferno. And the reason for that is that we've always viewed Diablo as a cooperative game for fun. We don't require you to do cooperative play to get into the content. And I'll get into why in a little bit. We're also doing multiple tiers of items in Inferno. So tiers is really kind of a term that's not typically used with Diablo games, but it's more of a WoW term, but it's kind of an easy kind of transfer of ideas. Essentially, there's multiple tiers of items that appear in Inferno that are increasingly more rare. So the idea is once you get into Inferno, that first tier of new items you'll start seeing more regularly, but that second and final tier are much, much harder to get. And so it really increases the depth of the item game at that level. So, and rares and champions are really going to be the best loot in the game. And one of the things that we're trying to avoid in Diablo 3 is boss runs were fun in Diablo 2, but they got monotonous after a while. So we're really trying to find ways to get you to focus on randomized content as the way to get the best loot. And this is going to be an ongoing problem, something we're going to continue to look at even after Diablo 3 ships, because we do think that there's going to be some optimal paths within the game, but those are things that we want to fix so that it's really fun to kind of go and do a broad array of content to get the best loot. So, and then your kind of excess loot and gold, it's all going to get funneled back into crafting and item enhancing, which we talked about earlier. So, and crazy builds. So this is one of the big things that we want people to do, not just throughout the game, but definitely in Inferno. I'm going to talk about that a little bit. What does crazy builds mean? Well, WoW really focuses on optimal builds, making the absolute best character that you can make. But Diablo has no guild to answer to, no raids, and no roles to perfect. And these are important facts to kind of realize about Diablo because it changes the nature of how you play the Diablo game. For us, Diablo's co-op is optional. It's something for fun. And our point here is that when people talk to us, they talk to us all the time and they'll say, I did the math, and it seems like if you take this ability with a two-hander, that's like the best combination. If you ever take that ability, you're always going to take a two-hander forever. And we say, well, yeah, probably, but if you take this other ability, you'll dual wield, and that's okay. Both builds are viable. And so a lot of the times people will talk to us about optimal builds, and we'll turn around and say, yeah, there might be some optimal builds, but we're really interested in all the viable builds that are out there. So here's an example. People ask all the time, can you make a petless witch doctor? And absolutely you can make a petless witch doctor. Here's a petless witch doctor. I think this is hell difficulty, like late. Essentially, Witch Doctor uses a series of high defense attributes as well as Grasp of the Dead and Spirit Walk. These are really defensive abilities to be able to make a build that just doesn't need to use pets. This is kind of an unusual build for a Witch Doctor, but it's completely viable. So here's my favorite, Melee Wizard. I like to hit things. It's a personal flaw or strength, depending on your view on hitting things. The wizard basically can do this by using a lot of kind of up-close AoE abilities, some really strong defensive abilities like Diamond Skin, to essentially make a character that can be up-close and personal. And that's, again, not a common build for a wizard, but a viable one. So why? Why viable over optimal? Why are we even talking about this? So Diablo has tons and tons of customization. We did the math on the new skill systems with the combination of passives and runes, and we threw a crazy number out a few years back of like 69 billion. We're really more in the area of 2.8 trillion. Yeah, trillion builds. So that's a lot of builds. And why? Why so many builds? Because customization is self-expression. And if you have to build a character to be perfectly optimized, that's not really going to allow you to customize that character. So our job is to make sure that, yeah, while there might be some best builds, there's tons and tons of viable ones. It's totally okay for there to be best builds. It's totally okay for someone to go, you know what, I made this barbarian and he's got like 0.5% more damage than any other build you can possibly make. And you know what, there's nothing wrong with that. Unless that number becomes, oh, this barbarian's like 50% more powerful. So if we can get enough builds into that range of these are all viable, they can play at the max level, it means you can play the character you want to play at max level and not be beholden to anyone. So what we say is go out, have fun, be free, and make the Diablo character you want to make. All right, so we're almost done here. A little bit of beta feedback. We really wanted to show how your feedback has directly impacted the development of Diablo 3. So there's way too many examples to kind of come up with of the ways that the feedback we've gotten from all of you has made the game better. So we just kind of picked some top 3. So the first one's a skill system. This is becoming more and more common. Watching people play basically while their skill system UI is sitting open. And why? Because we let them swap out whenever they want. And we thought that was cool because we wanted people to experiment with their builds, but what we didn't want was for people to literally actively in combat be switching skills in and out. It's just not a fun experience. We allow that in combat. It's not fun. And the other thing we don't like about it is it makes you feel less committed to your build. You don't feel like you have a character build. You just feel like you have this UI for skill swapping that you're constantly using. So our solution is we're focusing on trying to do an in-town swap. So we're going to have an item that you're going to go to in town that is required so you can swap. And you can go to that and swap it whenever you want, but once you leave town, you're restricted and your build is locked. So we've got this implemented internally right now. It's probably going to go out in the next patch of the beta. We're not sure about it. It's better in some ways. In some ways, it kind of sucks to lose the freedom of being able to swap anywhere. But we feel like if we keep iterating on it, it can probably work. But if it doesn't, our alternate solution is going to be to focus on something more like an in-out of combat kind of system. It's funny, this idea of being in and out of combat is very much a World of Warcraft idea that doesn't translate really easily to Diablo because our combat pace is much faster. But it's still something we probably could fall back on if the in-town thing doesn't work. So followers. Followers are an awesome feature that we announced a little while ago. Characters that can follow you throughout the world and help you, and you can customize. One of the things we decided was that they weren't really going to be viable past normal difficulty. And we did that because we really saw them as more of a single-player feature, more of a story feature. The thing is, we got a lot of feedback that many of you didn't like this. Matter of fact, a whole lot of you didn't like it. So we changed our minds. So followers are now going to be in-game viable, so you'll be able to use them to customize your build and bring them with you out in the world. So this is a fun one. We posted our items up on the Blizzard website a while ago, and a lot of that stuff is really temp, so take it with a grain of salt. Like, we're really still very much in itemization's one of the kind of last things you get kind of hardcore on. So a lot of that stuff is temp, but this is one of them, the Ring of the Zodiac. We posted up this data, and that's what was up there, and everyone's like, WTF, that's not a Ring of the Zodiac. We played Diablo 2, we know what a Ring of the Zodiac is, and that ain't it. So, fixed. So, thank you. We'll try and keep on anything we bring back. We'll be a little better about that. All right. So we don't have a lot of time for questions. I want to let you all know that tomorrow at 10 a.m. on the panels discussion stage, we have a lore panel. They're going to be showing some new environments and talking about a lot of new story stuff and some factions. So if you have a chance to go to it, I definitely recommend it. Also, at 11:30, we're going to be back on the main stage for a full hour of Q&A. So if you don't get your question asked today, please come back tomorrow at 11:30. Thank you.
No, where are you going? Come back here. There you go. I think we only have time for one, is what the thing in my ear is telling me. So this gentleman stepped up.
So Chad's the villain. He's the reason we can only have one question.
No. My name is Jay. Here we go.
Are the amount of free postings for cash items on the auction house going to be limited by a day-to-day basis, weekly or monthly?
It's going to be weekly. We don't know exactly how many we're going to do, but it should be enough to be able to do a good amount every week, and then it'll refresh on a day that someone who is not me will choose.
Thank you. All right, guys, I'm sorry. That's it. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you for attending the Diablo 3 Gameplay and Auction House panel. Up next, contests.
None of this makes any sense to me. What am I missing, Uncle? What am I supposed to see?
Ravaging this world and all hope of resistance. My minions will find the stone. Wherever you choose to hide it. Then, at long last, Osmodan shall reign as the prime evil.
Welcome to the Blizzard Cinematics Diablo 3 Making of the Black Soulstone panel. Please give a warm welcome to our panelists.
Hello and welcome to the Blizzcon 2011 Diablo 3 Cinematics panel discussion. My name is Chris Tunick. I was the art director on the Diablo 3 Cinematics, and what you saw here today and yesterday is what internally, well, it's part of what we internally refer to as the Black Soulstone Cinematic. I'm saying that because it's actually called something else in the game, but for simplicity's sake, we're just going to keep referring to it as the Black Soulstone Cinematic for today. And you saw about 3 minutes out of a total of around about 27 minutes of pre-rendered cutscenes. And as we tend to do, you know, around every BlizzCon, we'd like to take this opportunity to talk you through our process, how we approach storytelling in a cinematic medium, how we go through our character development process, and what it takes to bring it all up on screen. Now, our esteemed panel here today consists of Mike Kelleher. He's the effects supervisor for our Blizzard film department. There's, go ahead. There's Jim Jang, the production tech lead for the Black Soulstone Cinematic. There's James McCoy, the animation supervisor. That's right. We've got Graham Cunningham, the lead finisher for the Black Soulstone Cinematic. Then Xin Wang, the character modeling supervisor. And Stephen Chen, the look development lead. Now, we will have some time to address any questions you may have after the panel discussion. We've got about 10-15 minutes set aside for a small Q&A. So I'd ask you to hold your horses until then. With that said, I'd say let's not waste any more time and jump right in. Take it away.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. We're very excited to be here, and we are proud to show you some of our work today. Now, if you're going to take away anything from today, it's really the importance of story. And all story in cinematics starts with an idea. That idea gets pitched to a story team. And once that idea becomes strong enough, we put it down in the form of a storyboards. Now, storyboards, think of them as a very cheap way to check and see if your idea is going to work as a film. If your idea does not work, easy. You just quickly iterate with new drawings. That's really how we do it. Storyboarding is a way to establish the composition, the pacing, the cinematography, even the musical landscape. You can plan the entire production with storyboards. They're very powerful, especially if you know exactly what you're going to say with words. And what I mean by that, as an example, Leah in the cinematic is terrified of these lesser evils and Asmodan. Now that itself is what we would call like a story beat, a simple story beat. Fear. Leah has to look afraid there. So what we do is we convey that by the way Leah cowers, her body language. We do that by her wide-eyed facial expression, and we do that of what type of camera we choose to use to show her. All these things contribute. Now, every artist in cinematics, we do that by her wide-eyed facial expression, and we do that of what type of camera we choose to use to show her. All these things contribute. Now, every artist in cinematics, that's their goal. Every single artist, programmer, it doesn't matter who you are, if you're a modeler, animator, programmer, whatever, all of us, we have to do everything we can to contribute to story in whatever way possible. So, I'm going to hand it over to Graham, and he's going to talk a little bit how color choice is one of the ways that you can do to enhance story with your discipline.
All right, thanks, James. So, what's up, guys? I get to talk about some of the awesome pre-production artwork that went into the Black Soulstone. And what you can see up here, we called the color script. Now, the color script was something that the director sat down very early on in the show, sat with the concept artists, and spent quite a lot of time to develop. Now, there were two reasons that we spent all this time up front. The first one is similar to what James said with the storyboards. The director was able to very easily make changes and decide what he wanted to do with each of these color script frames. And if something wasn't working, he could very easily change it. And the second reason that we created these was to provide solid artistic reference for all of the artists working on the show. And so these frames are from the first section of the color script. And the main story point that we wanted to cover was that we wanted to create this intimate space that Leah and the Black Soulstone were in. And the background is not really important, so it's sort of a mysterious background. Now, once Leah gets into the dream sequence, what we did here was we wanted to create this really open, vast space and create a feeling for Leah that she was alone and isolated in this huge place. And we also chose a lot of low camera angles and some wide-angle lenses to really emphasize how big Azmodan was compared to Leah. Just a few more frames here. And so once Leah gets, once the cinematic steps outside here, this is pretty self-explanatory. We really wanted to paint sort of a hell on earth scene. It shows some very desaturated browns and contrasted that with the bright, fiery tones. So as I mentioned, the color script frames were pivotal for our production, and they provided reference for all of the artists working on the show. And we referred to them directly when we got into lighting. I actually think it's pretty cool to see how close some of these color script frames are to the original, to the final artwork, as you can see here. You know, some of these frames we stayed pretty close, and some of the shots, you know, we decided to go with something different, and it sort of depended on what and on how the story was unfolding as we went through the production. So overall, I would say it's been an extremely successful process for us and something that we came to rely on throughout all of the Diablo 3 cinematics productions. And to talk a little bit more about asset development and how it came about, I'll introduce Sheen.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to talk about the character development process. We had worked on D3 for a long time. Over these years, the character's look and design changed according to the game, story, and also, of course, of technology. Some of the change is very subtle, but some of the change rather drastic. So here is the first version of Azmodan concept. As you can see, it's a very strong demonic face with an interesting human mask. This is one of gray shaded preview of the model. All these lines, including the back cross, you know, it is from the idea originally from the concept artist Victor Lee and the game team, is that they tried to play the idea Mark Angel, is that try to mimic the angelic form in a demonic way. He's bold, he's strong, he's powerful, but we find along the way, we find the ideas a little bit too simplistic. So Azmodan is a Lord of Sin. He is not only a brute, he has greed, envy, you know, gluttony, greed, lust, wrath, lots of complicated personality in him. So we want a more complicated design to showing this quality. So we keep trying, and also, of course, for this version, overall, he is too insect and alien-like. So we try to get a more, you know, the demons more flashy look. So this is a second try of our design we tried to use on Azmodan. This design originally designed for the other demon boss. It's a very unique and powerful design. It's a shark-like demon boss with a huge chopping blade. This is all about the demons, right? So this is the version, fully textured version of the the model. But soon we realized, we would rather to have more fun to design something special for a lot of scene as Modern. So here you go. This is the final concept from Vic and also the game team. And, as you can see here, the bloated body shape suggests the gluttony, greed, and also the piercing, the decorative armor all indicate that his vanity, his pride, so and so on. There's lots of things actually showing up the design, as we thought we tried to be, try on the Asmodean. So after back and forth between the game team and the cinematic team, the concept department, with lots of tweaks and iterations, here, this is the locked 2D design on the paper for cinematic. It gives Leah so much contrast by his, body shape, glowing internal, ugly but strong, powerful, demonic face. Soon after, we locked the design on 2D. A 3D sculptor, a character artist, grabbed the design and visualized in 3 dimensions. By using a sculpting software like Mudbox and ZBrush that with brush by brush, stroke by stroke, tweaks millions of polygons, the design comes alive in 3D. This is one of the work in progress fully textured turntable under one of the specific lights. Of course, during the process, we have to make sure the surface, the volume interacts correctly with different light. With tweaking and painting hundreds of maps and tweaking hundreds of parameters in the shaders, we'll be able to, make him alive in 3D with colors. By this point, So on the contrary of the Asmodean very long development cycle, our Demon Army development cycle is rather short, but successful as well. We picked one of the unique approach that is not very common to us. Usually, each character got assigned by the character artist to carry through all the way to production. But for this Demon Army, since we have so many good designs as a guideline, the character team, including me, stop production work for 2 days. We just pick up our favorite design, 1 or 2, and go freely in sculpting stage. So by end of the 2 days, we end up with so many good design and interesting, powerful design for the demons. As you can see, not all of the design make it to the final cinematic, but as we emphasize, as James mentioned, we picked the right design to serve the story. At this point, the Demon Army already has strong silhouette, great detail, but how can we make the demon alive, even more angry and even more scary? I'm gonna have Steven to talk about the demon looked at process.
So after these designs were picked by the directors, the art director will sit down and create what we call a paint over based on these 3D assets. So on the left side of the slide, you're going to see the final paint over for the Elite Demon. And at Blizzard, we are always seeking opportunities to tell story. So this is an example of how we tell stories through character design. On the demon, you see there's a lot of cuts, bruises, and scars. We try to make them as intimidating as we can, and as battle tested as we can. It's LookDev's job to take these 2D design and translate them into 3D. In the center of the slide, you see a work in progress 3D model for the Elite Demon. As you can see, we're trying to capture some of the flavors from the art director's paintings. And on the far right side is the final Elite Demon model used in the cinematic. This guy is the Demon Haunt. The particular challenge for this fella is to get the skin contrast to show through, because parts of him is very matte and very dark, kind of rhino, elephant kind of dry skin. And there are these freshly cut up wounds, which is flashy and bloody. So it was pretty fun to, you know, work on this guy and have the final result to show through. Same thing here. On the left side of the slide is the final 2D paint over from the art directors, and on the right is the final 3D model you see in our cinematic. This guy's the Wing Demon. Very, very cool design. Unfortunately, the way we shot it in the end, we don't really see much of him. We only see the dominant wings, and it was actually pretty difficult to make the wings interesting and detailed. This also went through the same thing. The art director will come up with iterations and iterations of painting, and we'll settle on the final painting, and we'll go and try to translate it into 3D. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Mike to talk a little bit about effects.
Hi there. So I wanted to take a little time to talk about some of the effects that you see inside the cinematic. What you see on the screen is probably what we're doing most of the time: water, fire, atmosphere types effects. Generally throwing lots of particles around the screen. For example, here's 30,000 bunnies being exploded. Oh, there goes a little fast. But we also have a little thing called intrinsic character effects I wanted to talk about. What you see here is something of the lesser evils that are on their thrones. And these were always envisioned as weeping smoke. So this is a pretty obvious effect, something you're going to see in the cinematic, but it's easy. But we do a lot of other smaller character effects, which are not so apparent. Some things like Arthas's eyes, it's hard to imagine him without that characteristic. But it has to be subtle. It has to blend in. And most importantly, it has to add to the performance. It can't distract from the performance. It's hard to imagine Tychus without his cigar, for example, but if we make that too apparent and if it's too blatant, then it's going to distract from the story, and that's not what we want. If we're calling attention to ourselves with these types of effects, then we're doing it wrong. We're making it bigger than life, and that's not something we want to do. So to talk about pulling a little bit more from real life, Stephen, you want to talk about that?
Sure. So, reference from real life. Those of you who are familiar with the Diablo universe, you would know that it's based on a very fantasy world. However, in this cinematic, we try to draw a lot of real life references and try to make our cinematic much more believable and engaging. In this slide, you will see the look dev supervisor, Fintel, posing here for skin references. On the left, these little spheres that we wrap them in materials, for example, cloth, leather, some of the spheres are wood. And what we do with these is we try to photograph them in different lighting scenarios, and we try to study how materials actually behave under different lighting situations. This is more example of taking photograph as reference. On the left side, you see these spheres getting wrapped up by leather and suedes. We use them to study how leather, the fall of the material is, what kind of texture and detail we can put on it. And eventually, these are used for Leah's leather vest and her pants. On the right side are the wood table that inspired us for Leah's antique wood table you see in Black Soulstone. And the metallic objects are for some prop sets and Leah's accessory. Because we know that Black Soulstone is going to feature a lot of demons, the whole modeling team and look dev team actually took a field trip down to San Diego Zoo for a whole day. And we were able to study surface detail of these magnificent animals and also get some anatomy studies. Throughout the day, we took a lot of photo references and later on became very useful inspirations for the art director when they are designing the demons. This is a little turntable of some of the materials we actually used in Black Soulstone. We rendered them in different lighting scenarios to make sure that our CG material behaves similar to what real-life material would be. In here, you can see there's some wax we used for the candle. There's paper shader. There is cloth, leather, and wood. So these studies really help us to make a believable cinematic in the end. This is my, oops, too fast. Here we go. This is my favorite. In the beginning of the show, the art director wanted Asmodan to be this, very translucent, very slimy creature. So we looked at hundreds and hundreds of photographs of frogs and turtles, and this is the particular frog picture that captured the art director's attention. So we tried to recreate it in 3D, and I'm rather proud of this rather slimy, wet, and moist frog flesh meatball thingy, which is pretty cool. So, of course, not only the creature and the environment sets were using actual live references. I'm going to pass it to Xin to talk a little bit about Leah.
Same as Steven mentioned, as for character, we did an intensively study from the real life, more than ever. Since from the very beginning of the project, we know the biggest challenge for Black Soulstone is these super close-up shots. Not only about the face, eyes, we know this is going to be very challenging. The reason why is that we never done this super close-up in this distance with so many shots. And also, it's a female character's face. You want her looks pretty. On top of that, make the CG eyes looking believable. It's another layer of complexity. So the first thing we did is a photo session. We brought our producer Angela to on site, and our look-dev supervisor Fing Teo and one of the art directors Jonathan Blueby. We set up the scene, light up the candles, blow up the smoke. We try to simulate a similar lighting situation for Black Soulstone. As on the left side is the color script, on the right side actually is the high-res picture we took from the photo session. Of course, this is already color tweaked and doing light comped by Fing Teo, which tried to come up with a look that the director can sign off. Here's another example. On the left side is color script. On the right side is the super eye close-up. So these images, the purpose of this photo session is two. One is that we can study those high-res images to analyze the color, to analyze the skin shader interactivity between the skin and the light, and the DOF, all these factors. The second is that we can, from those photo sessions, we were able to capture the high-res texture maps from the real life by using a special camera rig the look-dev supervisor designed. As on the left side is the color map from the real human, Angela, which is Angela's face. Pretty face. On the right is the specularity layer, which showing how the skin will interact with the environment and the light. So from the photo sessions, we studied, and all these pictures end up with my desktop. We look at these pixels. We study those pixels throughout the Black Soulstone production. This is one of many broken work in progress render. The reason why I want to show you two guys is that I want to show how easy, you can get a fakery, bad-looking CG, feel of a render for the character once you render close-up. As we find out that the final look is set up by the lights hits on the surface, which interpreted by the surface shaders. All these three elements have to work perfectly to each other. In order to control the look, you have to control these three elements: the lights, the surface volume, and the shader. As we keep developing the skin shader from the previous one to this one, it's a big jump. Actually, this took us endless rendering, endless tweaking, endless hundreds of map painting in order to get in this stage. With a very close collaboration with one of the lighting lead, Mark Lai, we found out actually one of the processes we think we are really proud of is the lighting look dev, which is this process I'm talking about. From this lighting look dev process, we work the assets directly on with the lighters. So in order to make the lights, the shader, and the surface all working perfectly with each other. So we work close to each other in order to set up the look. Along the way, we keep trying. There's different studies, but at this point, the skin looks a lot better, but still not 100% up to our standard. The skin still looks a little bit crunchy, a little bit contrast. So from previous slide to this one is another big, fun that I think we found out really useful by introducing the soft light approach. I think the Graham is going to be going into the detail a little bit more in the later. By introducing the soft light, the skin looks much more realistic. And also, we instantly fall in love with this test render. We felt this is the look that we want. Soon, we retweaked the shader and texture maps all around just in order to work with this lighting. From then on, we established the look for the super close-up shots. Keep tweaking, lots of small tweaks, changes. Finally, we got this stage. Of course, we didn't stop at the even after the lighting look depth, as we introduced the enemy displacement in order to get a much more subtle wrinkle facial movement. We kept looking at the deformations in order to make sure the hands, eyes, the body works correct under the light. The animation team did the same thing and has their own take from the reference. James.
Cool, thanks, Gene. So I'll talk a little bit about what the animation team. Thank you, Shane. Yeah. So the animation team did their own thing in order to prepare for working on this cinematic. We started with photography. And the reason why we did that is we took a bunch of photos of all the different possible muscles of the face. We wanted to identify every muscle. And our thinking was, if we could identify and reproduce every one of those muscles on a character rig, then we'd have infinite amount of facial expressions to use when we do the animation. And it worked really well. And it also went very well with Diablo's stylized reality, the very, very realistic style. We also took specific videos. Since we had to do a super close-up of the eyes, we studied eye behavior. We even studied a specific shot video. Here's Angela again, falling asleep. Here's our director, Nick Carpenter, doing the same thing. And we learned a lot from that about how the human eye has many, many different types of half blinks and flickers and things like that. We identified all those tiny little muscles and we put them all in there into the final result, like this. And all that research really paid off. We also, in doing the animation, we take that reference, we take that research, but we also have to exaggerate it so it comes across on the screen even more clear. Now, for Leah's close-up hand shot, we took this specific video, and we learned quite a bit about the mechanics of writing. We also learned subtle details about how when you write, it even indents, the pen indents the page a little bit. We put some of that in there, too. From this research, we also learned in detail how the shape of the hand needs to be just dead on. It was a close collaboration between the modeling, between the rigging and animation teams in order to get the shape of the knuckles and all the individual wrinkles of the hand just right. And I'm actually going to hand it over to Jim now to talk a little bit more about the Leah process.
Thanks, James. So much as how animation studies anatomy, and Steve and Sheen, takes a look at how light behaves across different objects, and Steven studies his balls, we study hair and dynamic systems. So one of the things we do is simulation, and simulation we use for cloth and hair. In this example, one of Blizzard's finest, Allison, decided to help us. We went around looking for, ran through different offices looking for someone who had hair that looked kind of like Leia's, and this was, as close as we could get. And so we had Allison perform kind of what was happening in that final shot. And so, we blow wind through it. We try to simulate the environments that we're going to try to copy. And one of the important things that we noticed is that her hair actually ended up covering her face a lot. And we use reference to get the feel, but we don't actually try to copy the way it actually ends up being. So now that we've done our homework, we have our boards out, how do we actually get this to screen? Blizzard Cinematics, this is just this is just a tiny representation of our team. We have a wonderful team, and it's a pleasure working here. It's the best place I can imagine working. And you know, there's a lot of machinery, there's a lot of mechanisms that we use, and a lot of technology to get through this. And for the rest of the talk, we're going to show you some of how we do this. So in the example of Leia's hair, we actually use a cloth solver, a cloth simulation, to move it. And hair is an extremely complex system. You know, there's hundreds of thousands of hairs on a human head. And it would just be intractable to try to actually compute all that. So what we do is we do a layered approach. So this is Leia's hair rig. And you can see at the uppermost level, there are these large clumps, and then we do individual strips. And then those strips represent, you know, dozens of hairs at a time. So one of our simulation artists will take this rig and run it through the animation. They'll adjust parameters and try to get the feel that the director wants. So in this pass, you'll see that it's the larger clumps, the gross motion. And then next we'll do sort of the more detailed, higher end clumps, you know, the finer individual strays that really add to that realism. Because CG hair has that problem where you start seeing like these big clumps move as one giant group too often. And then in the end, this is our sort of the final result of how the hair moves. Another thing that production tech does is we build the rigs. And a rig is basically the digital puppet that the animators use to move the characters. Because we begin with just, you know, just geometry, and then we have to add the mechanisms in there to make it move. So in the beginning, you see the skeleton of Asmodan. He's got a lot of joints on there, and then the mesh gets added, and then the controls get layered on top of that. And the reason you have these controls is you need to move, it would be impossible for the animators to move, you know, joints one at a time. So we work very closely with them to kind of determine what kind of controls that we need for Asmodan. Asmodan's kind of a tricky character because he's so massive. You know, he's got this giant upper body, and he has this kind of like crab leg lower body. And he's also supposed to do some like more, you know, he's pretty dexterous in the end. And so here's an example of just turning one control. You know, the legs stay pinned to the ground, the abdomen moves around. And we have a pretty amazing proprietary rigging system that allows us to rebuild this rig quickly, because there's one thing we do at Blizzard is iterate like crazy. And so designs continue to change, and this allows us to basically, you know, absorb those changes as quickly as possible. There, he's sliding the leg around, and you'll notice some of the controls, you know, basically pin it to different places just to make the animators' lives a little easier. And you can see on his face, he's got, you know, numerous controls, and then those are also layered in different ways. And here you can just pull that one jaw control and you can make him talk. Okay. And to give you an example of some of the complex stuff that Asmodan does, in this shot, he's completely bent over. And, you know, a creature of this girth couldn't really do this, so we cheated in CG. So, you know, let's pull the camera back and see what Asmodan is actually doing in this shot. He's completely flipped over, and you'll notice his body is just cracked in half, you know, and his spike is going through his ass, and you can kind of see the backside of his crab butt there. And, you know, it's the advantage of CG. We're making an impossible creature. We're allowed to do impossible things. But again, you know, rigs wouldn't really be anything without amazing animators, and we have the best animators in the world. I know, because I've met all animators in the world, and we have the best ones. So here's James to talk about that process.
You're awesome, Jim. Thanks. So then the animation team comes in, and we have these awesome rigs that production tech made, and we need to design. We have to figure out how we get Asmodan to move. Looking at him, we usually, when we start any character, especially if it's a creature, we look to nature to figure out, you know, what we're going to do, how, you know, what's a good jumping off point, right? So this guy, he's kind of an abomination. There's nothing in nature like him, you know, exactly. So we just pull from the best thing we can and kind of combine different things. Like Jim had mentioned crab, and crab was an awesome reference for his lower body, just the way he carries his weight, the exoskeletal shapes and everything. It was perfect. But then for his upper body, we were sumo, perfect. You know, Asmodan is like sumo crabman or something, you know, just the upper body, the size and weight, this warrior shape, it worked out really well. So now we take that research, and then we grab the camera and we grab our director, and this is Nick Carpenter again, and we shoot some specific reference for the shot, and we start jamming, we start animating. Now, this shot in particular I wanted to show you because Nick had something very important in mind about Asmodan, and part of the story about him is we wanted to have him massive, huge, and sort of cumbersome, a little bit labored, 20% labored as he gets up. It's not so easy for this huge guy to stand up after being down there. Another note about reference in the animation team or for any artists out there is that the idea for shooting reference is not really just a copy. You're kind of doing yourself a disservice if you just like shoot and copy. That doesn't really do anything for you. The reason why we don't do that so much is because we want to make something new. We want to learn from it, and then also we have our own ideas. So we have the reference, we have our own ideas, we have multiple takes that we draw information from. We process that all in our head, our artist brains, and then it comes out as something that we've never seen before, right? And that's mainly what we do. Pretty much all the teams here kind of do that sort of thing.
One by one,
maybe you can turn the sound up on this one.
Fell into your trap, but not me.
So yeah, let me play that for you one more time.
One by one, our brethren fell into your trap, but not me.
This was our next production challenge. We had to get this guy to talk. Not only talk, but very close to the camera. So the first challenge is he doesn't have any lips. He can't, how does he speak without any lips? So the animator had to get very creative. We had to put something in there to substitute for lips, and that's where the creativity comes in. We decided to use the teeth and all these weird different mandible pieces that he has on his mouth in order to make a seal and actually make it convincing that this huge demonic guy can actually talk, and it kind of works. One other thing about this was that it also lent well for the story. It just kind of happened that when you watch this animation, it's very unsettling. And when this guy kind of gets up in your grill really close and he's scaring Leah, it just has a very uneasy feel to it because you don't really see this sort of skeletal, toothy creature talk right at you. The next challenge after that was Asmodan's army. Now, Nick kind of gave us a criteria for this. For Asmodan's army, it had to be innumerable, just countless numbers of demons. They had to be chaotic, and it just needed to be sort of a primordial mess that was coming out of this mountain. So here's an example of some of the different animations that we did to populate the scene. Here's some of the animation cycles which we use to populate the very, very far background of the scenes. Now we also do some more high-definition animations that are called hero animations that we use in the foreground, and that's the stuff that's like right near the camera. And here's another thing I wanted to show you. This is an example of one of those like high-definition animations. But I'm showing it to you because you don't really get a good look at this particular animation in the final cinematic. So you're getting a special BlizzCon treat here. This is the winged demon walking, and there's a special treatment that we did on the fingers and the wings and things like that. All right, and let's see, who's next? I'm going to give it back over to Jim and talk a little bit more about how we do the crowds.
Thanks, James. So I love Diablo. Diablo is, I remember Diablo 1 was the first game I ever played where I would just lose time. I'd wake up out of this Diablo coma and I'd realize I hadn't eaten and days had passed. And Diablo is all just about slaughtering demons. The whole game, it's just wanton murder of these things, right? And so we knew we had to have a shot where we just had, tons of demons and really show off like what Diablo is all about. And the cool thing is you get to kill these guys in the game, these actual demons. It's awesome. So this is an example. This terrain on the bottom is the entire, like what our environmental modelers built as this huge valley. And one of our concerns was that we'd actually have to fill up this entire valley full of demons. But luckily, once the camera was in place, you can see that that little red line represents the only demons we actually had to put in the scene. So we got away with a lot of that. In the upper left, you can see that as the trail kind of fades off towards the mountain, the demons themselves become smaller than individual pixels, so we just say, okay, we don't need any more demons back there. So that's how we go about and populate the scene. And one of the, we pay so much attention to silhouettes and detail at Blizzard Cinematics. And so here is an example of some of the director's notes. So you'll notice we'll go in and we'll change individual demons' weapons. We'll say, well, this guy's carrying an axe, but we want the profile to look, a little more dangerous, more threatening. So we're going to change these guys to have pole arms and just completely change. We'll go into individual detail of adjusting the demons in this army that we have, thousands of. And in the end, this is kind of how it looks. Not all of the demons are in here, but it gives you an idea. There's that wing demon James was talking about. And, animation, rigging, this is just a small part of what goes into the cinematic. There's also effects, which really tie everything together and are so important. And Mike's here to talk about that.
Thanks, James. So I wanted to take it back to some of those character effects I was talking about earlier and talked about an effect that actually didn't make it into the cinematic, which was Asmo's lava drool. So originally, Asmo was envisioned to have constant drooling lava coming out of his mouth while he was speaking. Here you can see some early tests for some of the things that we tried, just trying to get a fluid on a surface that was deforming and sort of complex, like maybe perhaps we didn't even have animation for done at this point. We just wanted to try it out. And we started working with this and going forward. Here's an early take that kind of looks like my daughter, my 2-year-old at dinner. How adorable. But as we started to pull it back into the real world, here's another early test. While Asmo was actually speaking, we were finding that the lava was starting to have a lot more questions than it was actually trying to answer. Like, for example, how fast was this lava going to move? How much farther down the chest was it going to go? And were we going to be worried about continuity of lava between shots? Because that would really take the level of difficulty way, way up. Here's another example where we took the speed and the viscosity of the lava way, way up and sort of way down so you could actually slow it down. And even this one, we were just wondering, maybe this isn't the right track. So finally, this is our final concept drool. And you can see by now we've actually pulled it way, way back. We only have 3 little rivulets of lava that are being pulled out of the corners of the mouth. And actually, we took this one all the way to completion. You can see here our final beauty pass for that particular shot, just these 3 tiny little rivulets of lava. But during the entire process while we were working on this, and the artist Bill LaBarge who was working on this, we were beginning to wonder, was this just too distracting? And it was kind of making Asmo feel sloppy, and actually even worse than that, it was starting to make him feel comical, which is not a story point. That's not something we wanted to go for. So we killed it. Here's a little breakdown of some of the more traditional effects around Asmo. Obviously, we have the glowing mouth. We have smoke and embers that are coming out, glowing eyes, and we even have a heat distortion plate on top of that. A little atmosphere on top of that, and there you have it. So I know I kind of glossed over quite a number of the lighting passes in there. Let me turn it over to Graham. He can tell you a little bit more about that.
All right, thanks, Mike. So as a lighter, I've got one of the best jobs in the whole place, and that's because I get to light everybody's awesome work upstream. But seriously, the main job of the lighter is to light in a way that supports the story. Now, Black Soulstone was calling for something that was a lot more realistic and less stylized than some of our previous work. But when I say realistic, that's not quite the same as reality, and everything is very designed, and I would say the stylized reality is what we were really going for. Now, in order to achieve that more realistic look that we were going for, we had to adopt a number of techniques and technologies that have been used by some of the major motion picture visual effects studios. And I wanted to just say a quick thanks to John Lands and Chris Rock and all of the tools and development team guys who did such an amazing job improving our RenderMan pipeline throughout this production. So, lighting Leah, nobody looks good under a harsh spotlight. And so when we got into lighting Leah, we had to make some choices regarding the type of light sources that we were using. And here I'll show you a couple of different lighting passes that we did for Leah for this particular shot. And I'll talk a little bit more about what I'm mentioning here. Light can be hard or soft. And basically what that means is a hard light gets very sharp shadows, gets a lot of crisp details. A soft light is a lot more flattering for a character. How you achieve a hard or soft light is really a matter of how big the light source is. So we took some liberties here with Leah, and what we did was we combined elements from a hard spotlight, like the specular details on her face, with the sort of softer roll-off that you see on this soft area light, and we combined them together to achieve the final result. Now, when you're lighting a shot is all about layers. And there's two kinds of layers that we deal with in lighting that I'll talk about. The first I call lighting passes. So here you can see some of the different lighting passes for Leah. We've got key light, rim light, environment, fill. Now, light is additive. And what that lets us do is we can render out each of these lighting passes completely separate. And then we just add them all together to create the final result. So here you can see them adding together, and we've got the total lighting result for Leah. Now, once we've added all of these lights together, we can turn around and tint each one of them to a different color and intensity in order to control the final lighting for the scene. So here I'll show you an example where I'm tinting the different light colors to create completely different lighting results just using the same lighting passes. So the second kind of lighting layer that we talk about, I call render elements. And these are just the various components of a shot. And sometimes you have to separate a shot into these render elements simply to get it to render. And other times you separate it so that you have control over each of the layers. And so these are, you've got a matte painting background, you've got Asmodan, Leah, etc. And each of these render elements basically just gets layered from the back to the front. And so this is sort of a simplified example of how that works. We generally have many, many more layers than this, but this gives you the idea. And so here's the final lighting for the shot. Now, to talk a little bit more about some of these render elements that you see here and some of the effects passes, I'll hand it back to Mike.
Thanks, Graham. So I wanted to talk about a more traditional effect because we've been talking about a lot of characters effects, and I want to talk about the wall destruction shot. Here you have two concepts. We had to take down the interior of the Black Soulstone and reveal this volcano and the army beyond all sort of in one shot. This is going to be very complicated. We want the shot to be as detailed as possible, and we knew it was going to be a challenge right from the start. Here's the shot as it exists in the cinematic. You can see we go from an interior environment, and then we have to have this exposure change and go through all that to see the volcano behind as Asmodan reveals his plan. So with that in mind, we wanted to cut up this entire wall, and then we knew that was going to be very, very challenging, so I'll introduce one technical term, which is called Voronoi. Voronoi is a type of noise that you can use in production, and basically you can imagine as if you scattered a whole bunch of points along a plane, and then if I drew individual lines equal distance from all those points, I'd end up with something that looks like this, sort of like a cellular texture or maybe dried up paint on the ground. If you take out the center of all these pieces and just leave the lines, you have something that sort of looks like a shattered window, and you could easily use these types of lines of force to cut up anything that you wanted. Add those things together or start combining them, some of these individual shapes, and you start to get some pretty organic looking type materials. And that's kind of what we have here. So this was partially some of the way that the wall was cut up. Here's the final animation of the wall and just a preview, and I just wanted to point out and put my hat off to James's team that this wall basically did not go through a simulation. Our director had something very specific in mind when he wanted to have this wall fall, and so most of these pieces were animated by hand, so crazy. Thank you. So once we had our animated wall, we decided we would take it a little further and gave it back to the modeling team. Here are some of the hero sculpts that the modeling did for some of those pieces, and started to put in pieces of the wall, the interior, almost like bricks and mortar, and even cement, you can imagine, in some of these. And once they were done with that, we handed that back, and we had our initial wall. So let's get to some of those effects passes that Graham was talking about. Here's our shot again, and we'll go a little bit into it, and then we'll freeze the frame for a second. So we start off with the initial one, which is just sort of little particle points and dust that's coming through that wall. Added that, we start adding rocks. The artist Hosuk Chang developed an enormous amount of rocks for this. I think there were over 40,000 little tiny rocks that are being generated as the pieces, combine and hit each other. And then on the top of that, we put on a whole bunch of smoke and dust that's being in on either side of the wall. Let's add it back into the shot. So here's our rocks, here's our background, here's all of our effects passes on top of that. Once we have those, we'll put the characters back in. And finally, we'll start adding some more sort of volumetric atmosphere, a little bit more haze and dust, and there you have it. That's our final shot. So it falls to me to say thank you very much. I wanted to say, thank you. This is a very small representative of the Blizzard Cinematics team. We're all super excited that you got to see that at BlizzCon. Thank you very much to the entire Cinematics team for their hard work. And I cannot wait for you guys to see the rest of the cinematics in Diablo 3. They are epic. Thanks again for coming. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask them.
Hey guys. So recently when major studios like Pixar and DreamWorks have started releasing their CG films, they'll also include a short, something that maybe ties up the story, like an epilogue or something. When Blizzard decides to release their cinematic collection on Blu-ray, do you think you might throw in an extra like that? And if I can suggest it, the Battle of Arthas and Illidan at the base of Icecrown Citadel. I know the history of this cinematic with Blizzard. I know they always wanted to do it, and it was just cut because of time. This would be the perfect excuse for you guys to be able to get your hands on it and really just make it shine.
Okay, well, what really takes up most of our time when we go about the production of our cinematics is the cinematics, right? I mean, we spend a lot of time figuring out what goes up on screen, and I think altogether we worked on it for like several years, all the cinematics in their entirety. So that leaves little time at this point to do extra work. Though, I mean, we're constantly working on it. We've been making quick strides with our department in the last couple of years. Big adjustments were made. The department grew quite a bit, and that'll enable us in the future to definitely be thinking about these sort of things. So,
yeah,
I mean, all of us are, certainly keen on exploring these.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah, our number one priority, though, is always to support the games. That's what we try to do the most.
Yes, Blizzard has a really rich history with cinematics dating back since Warcraft 2 and beyond. But would you, I know it takes a lot of work, a lot of time, but has discussions ever been brought up about maybe remaking some of the really older stuff? Like, not George Lucas's up, but just like really remaking it. I know it's a lot of work, I know it's infeasible, but like it would just be really cool to just see some of that older stuff that really hasn't dated well. Like maybe some of the StarCraft 2 intros or something like that. I think it would just be a really cool treat.
I think that's a great idea, but we have not actually talked about remaking anything, but I think it's an excellent, excellent idea. It's cool.
I love the StarCraft cinematics. That kind of got me into doing this. So yeah, they're fantastic, but we have a whole lot of work to do. So.
Well, more so than maybe redoing old stuff, we're just keen on doing new stuff, and I mean, we won't rule it out, but there's bigger and better things ahead. So we'll see.
Yeah, like what he was saying, it would make a really good treat on like a Blu-ray disc.
It would, yeah.
We'll think about it.
How you guys doing? This is an environment question. As an environment artist in the film industry, the name of the game most of the time is speed and efficiency. So a company like Blizzard that's enthralled with detail, how often do you make the call to model? Just model and texture light something, even if it's far away, or just say, put it on a card system and nuke?
Well, you know what? That's actually something we've learned through the production of the Diablo 3 cinematics, just to become a little more efficient. We used to come from a place where we went ahead and modeled everything, you know, from the closest object to the furthest polygon. And just in order, I mean, we kind of realized as we went through the production that it's just not feasible to do this every time, and it's just smarter to go ahead and identify where you need to have the high-res detail and be able to use a little bit more smoke and mirrors for the things that don't matter. It's also part of our storytelling approach, focusing on the things that matter and trying to apply and let things fall into dark in areas that don't matter so much. For instance, the study area here for Leah, we actually had part of the background modeled out to the smallest book out there, but you actually don't end up seeing anything. It's smoky, it's blurry, it's dark. So we decided for a lot of the things we could just get away with matte paintings with simple backgrounds, and so we did go through that process.
We have time for one last question.
Hi, that was like one of the best cinematics I've ever seen for a game, so that's pretty awesome.
Thank you.
So my question is...
Thank you. Thank you.
Seriously, it was awesome. So my question is, the scene with all of the creatures running, is that influenced by Lord of the Rings at all? Because the first thing I see in that scene is with the fiery. Is that... Just wondering.
Well, I mean, in the job we do, which has to do with a lot of fantasy worlds and whatnot. I mean, it's kind of hard to get around nowadays. The Lord of the Rings book and the movies in particular. I mean, we looked at a number of things. Movies are a big inspiration for us. I wouldn't say it was the sole inspiration for this sort of scene, and this is something that probably the people who create the story can answer more precisely than I can. Certainly, we take a lot of inspiration from everywhere. Lord of the Rings was one of them. There's nature that we look at. There's art that we look at. We went and did trips to museums to look at classic paintings and that sort of thing. Their approach to skin color and whatnot. So we look at all these things, and if that reminds you a little bit of a lot of things, then I'll take that as a compliment.
How about one last round of applause for our panelists?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. And Diablo 3's fucking awesome, in case you don't know that. We've been playing it at work. It's so good. Team 3's awesome. Okay.
Thank you for attending the Blizzard Cinematics Diablo 3 Making of the Black Soulstone panel.
Welcome to the Diablo 3 Open Q&A panel. Here to answer your questions are Jay Wilson, Kevin Martins, Christian Leitner, Jason Regier, and Robert Breidenbecker.
Hello, everyone. How's Blizzcon going? Awesome. All right, so this is just an hour of asking us any questions that you want to. My name's Jay, and I work on Diablo. This is Kevin Martins. He's our lead content designer and more the lore and story guy, so I don't have to answer those. Jason Regier is our lead programmer. Robert Breidenbecker. Rob, what's your title? He's the VP of Online Tech. And Christian Leitner, who's our art director. So I think we can cover almost anything. So whenever you guys are ready.
All right, you guys are ready?
We're ready, Chad.
Let's do it. Good to
Chad,
see you guys.
One request, Chad. We've been doing a lot of press. No more of the why are you guys so sexy questions. We're tired of answering them.
I'll try to hold off for now.
Okay, thanks, Chad.
Maybe later, though. All right, come on up.
So yesterday during the panel, you guys were talking about difficulty level, how a normal mode is going to be really, really easy. But what about veteran players? Are we really going to have to beat the game once before we get any kind of challenge? Are you guys going to add a way to make the game harder before progressing?
No, we're not planning on any kind of shortcut through normal difficulty. Just like Diablo 2, normal difficulty will be fairly quick path. We're not too worried about people getting bored. It does get more challenging kind of later in even the first act and progressively throughout. So I wouldn't say that the entire of normal difficulty is not nearly as easy as the first hour or so. The first hour is really a tutorial. So what we really feel internally, what we've noticed with a lot of people playing, especially more serious players, is once they get through that first part really quick, and then they get into the rest of the normal difficulty, and they don't have any problems with getting bored or things like that, because it is challenging enough.
I should also say that, the normal difficulty level, if you're a veteran, awesome Diablo player, this is your chance to enjoy the story, get familiar with the skills, so that you can really kick ass with them in the next difficulty level. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
How you doing? To me, there's three type of players in Blizzard games. There's hardcore, and then there's casual gamers, and then there's farmers. And with farmer being such a big industry, thanks to WoW, how do you guys plan on combating this? Because I know the farming industry is already looking at Diablo and going, how can we make some more money?
Well, we don't really see that it's as big an issue for Diablo as it is for WoW. The most important thing to remember about Diablo is it's not a persistent world. So the reason that farming feels so bad in World of Warcraft is because the farmers are in your world, they're taking your quest mobs, they're taking your drops, they're interfering with your experience. But in Diablo, they can go off into their own server, into their own world, in their own instance, and farm to their heart's content, and it doesn't affect you at all. So that's really the big issue in terms of, the downside of farmers is really their impact on the world more than anything else. So we don't feel it's going to be a big problem in Diablo.
Thank you. Come on up.
With the release of Diablo 3, I was wondering what the chat gem's going to do.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Please? What's the chat gem do?
What is the chat? Kevin, you want to take that?
I still didn't understand the question. What?
What's the chat gem do?
It fulfills all your dreams. It
Nice
fulfills
beard,
all
by the
your
way.
dreams.
All right.
Thank you. All right.
All right. You guys made the followers more viable for endgame content, because the feedback wanted it. Is there any benefit, or is it even possible to get to the end of the game in Inferno without a follower?
Yeah, it should be totally possible to. The way we're trying to tune them is to make them viable, not required. So they do give some nice bonuses that any kind of, if you're super min-maxer, you're really going to want them there. But if you just care about, if you really don't like followers, and there are definitely people out there, is one of the reasons we originally considered not making them viable, then you should be able to play without them. Also, this won't be for ship, but we still kind of want to figure out a way that you can get a benefit of a follower without having a follower, but we're not sure we never figured out exactly how we want to do that. But that's something we're going to explore in the future.
Thank you.
All right. Straight up question: is Diablo a girl?
The question is, Diablo a girl? Diablo's not constrained by our human gender stereotypes.
She's a demon.
So no, the fact is, Diablo can take multiple forms, and we have never seen the true form of Diablo yet. So Diablo has many surprises in store for us.
That was good. All right.
That's kind of a shifty answer. Just answer the dude's question, Kevin.
All my answers are shifty.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Hey guys, I was hoping you could elaborate on hardcore mode. For example,
when it's unlocked, are there going to be real money transactions, and are there any differences between Diablo 2 hardcore mode and Diablo 3? Anything we should expect?
Yeah, so hardcore mode, where to start? So for those of you who don't know, once if you make a hardcore character and that character ever dies, the character's gone forever. So the big things about hardcore is completely separated from the regular games, so they do have their own auction house, but it's a gold-only auction house. They don't have a real money auction house, and they can't trade in any way with regular characters. So they're isolated within, they can trade with other hardcore characters, but not with normal characters. They also can't trade items between, you can't trade items between your hardcore characters and your regular characters. And then the other big difference is when you die, your body doesn't drop. So your items are gone when you die in D3. So it's not like you can have somebody with you who can collect your body and pull your stuff up. So it's a little bit harsher on that front. And then PvP is something we're still kind of internally debating. I think the PvP strike team is really concerned that if we have you die permanently in an arena, then hardcore players will never play arena. And I think that's probably a good point. I still feel like there needs to be some kind of way to do hardcore dueling. So we're thinking about how we could allow that.
No fault. That's it. I'm sorry. Get back in line, though.
Wow, Chad. Cracking the whip.
It's not my fault.
Hey guys, I got a couple questions about Inferno mode. First one, do you expect fresh 60s to be able to succeed in Inferno? And two, do you ever plan on nerfing Inferno to make it more accessible to the casual players?
So I didn't get the first part of the question.
Do you guys expect fresh 60 characters to be able to succeed in Inferno?
Okay. No. We expect you will have to farm hell. So, and will we nerf it for all the noobs out there? Probably not. Hey, calm down. We said it was going to be hard. We had a video and everything. Jeez. Probably not. I wouldn't promise that we'd never nerf it, because certainly we've seen, like, in the development of World of Warcraft, we've seen like super hard bosses show up, and even the most hardcore of the hardcore go, okay, he's a little too hard. So I don't want to say that we never nerf something, because it could be too hard even for the super hardcore. But we won't nerf it to make it casual.
Thank you.
Hi. This might be a stupid question, but I was in Diablo 1 and 2. There was a considerable amount of fog of war. I was wondering in Diablo 3 if why that wasn't there.
Oh, I guess there's not as much. There is fog of war in Diablo 3. Yeah.
We did take Fog of War out of your hub town, so like New Tristram has no Fog of War, so you can easily find all the stores and stuff, but unless we're misunderstanding you, there is Fog of War everywhere else.
I mean, we changed the reveal distances. They may not be consistent with Diablo 2.
Yeah.
Or do you mean the light radius?
Yeah.
Around the light radius. Okay.
Yeah, I guess.
You know, a lot of that that was a long, kind of hard process, and there are some dungeons in the game that really do emphasize the light rate, because it is there. It was more a thing of that going to a 3D engine and trying to get the world to look really good and, you know, be moody and feel the way we want when you only have one light. Like, it's easier with a 2D engine where kind of every sprite is kind of hand-drawn with its light already in it. But with a 3D engine, if you have one light around the character, it actually makes for a really kind of bland and bad-looking world. You need to fill the world with a little bit more light to make it interesting. And so it made it really difficult for us to do the light radius exactly the way we did D2. But we did try to do it in some of the dungeons.
Yeah, it is still in there. There are various areas in the game that are brighter than others, and some are darker than others, and maybe what you're seeing in the content that's out on the show floor is a little bit brighter than some of our darkest areas. So,
Great question.
Hi. With respect to randomization in dungeons, there are some areas in Diablo 2 that can be frustratingly convoluted. And I was wondering, like, why would you make a jail like that, or the catacombs? Are you guys toning that down a little in Diablo 3?
So Kevin, I think the question is, are we going to not do crappy design? To you.
I'd love to know exactly what you're referring to. So most dungeons are very random. A change from Diablo 2 to Diablo 3 is there's quite a bit more story moments in the dungeons themselves. So in a completely random dungeon, as in one that rolls randomly out in the world, very often you've got a unique entry point. Say the Idol of Ragnar, there's a guy named Poltar who's a treasure hunter, and he gets into these old ruins and he can't get through in his own. So it's an escort mission, and it concludes at the end. So there's random dungeon in between, but he's got a set starting point and a set final room, and the quest concludes. In other cases, like you'll see in the beta, we have some levels that have very little randomness, like the Templar level. So you acquire the Templar in that level. He's got his little story moments, his open room. But even in there's some randomness in between the first room and the end room. He's got a much bigger set spot because he's got to get his armor and have his rescue scene, and then have his final confrontation with Jondar and ultimately kill him. Spoiler! So I'm not sure if I answered your question. There's still a ton of randomness, especially in the dungeons.
All right, thank you.
Hi. With there being a monetary aspect tied to the game via the auction hall now, my question is around the botting. So Diablo 2 was pretty much ruined by botting in its later years, and I'd like to know what you guys are doing to increase the warden protection for botting.
That's all you, baby.
Okay, so the question is basically, what are we going to do about bots? So number one, I mean, as Jay was talking about a little bit earlier, yeah, there's no question from a warden standpoint, that's an investment that we've spent the past 10 years on. We're going to continue to do that. We've actually been sort of insidiously, trying to figure out how it is that people are going through and re-engineering some of our systems or better understanding them. We have some inherent protections given the nature of Diablo's gameplay, in that it does render the bots a little less effective, but it still makes it where an individual can go through and they can just grind for 24 hours at a time. So we're going to be monitoring that. We're going to be policing it really well and making sure that we maintain the consistency of the gameplay.
So I want to follow up on that too, because one of the things that I know is really annoying in Diablo 2 is the people who would jump into games and broadcast and jump out, and that's something we'll be looking at as well. It's actually a little tougher to do in our setup than it would be than it was in Diablo 2, just inherently in how we kind of designed how you jump in and out of games. But we're definitely going to look to any kind of like spamming or things like that. We'll look to try and stop as well.
Awesome, thank you.
Hey, here from New Zealand. I was trying the monk out, and I was just wondering, are all his strikes single click, single attack, or are there some like the old Barbarians D2 Frenzy where you can just hold and go forever?
Well, a lot of the abilities, yeah, you can hold down, and some you can't. But most of the time, you can just kind of right-click drive with a particular ability if you want. We've tried to design the combat so that there's really the most optimal way to play is never with just one ability, just held. That it's always, you're going to be better if you can swap in at least a follow-up, like a big hit that's controlled by either cooldown or resource or something like that. Because we find it's a little bit more fun when you're using a couple of abilities together. But yeah, you can do the same control scheme as Diablo 2.
Great question. Thanks for coming.
Hi, have you guys thought about adding WSAD movement controls so that players don't have to spam the mouse so much when kiting?
We've played around with, and mostly played a lot with games that used that in kind of an isometric view, and the general feeling we had was two things. One, you don't really want to support two control schemes. It's really hard to make one control scheme feel great. Having to make two feel great just makes the challenge that much bigger. And we found just kind of the non-analog nature of the WASD doesn't work very well with isometric play. Like, we felt it didn't feel good, so we decided to stick completely with the mouse.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hey guys, I just want to ask you, in Diablo 2 you used to have rune words. Right now you in Diablo 3 has rune stones. So I'm asking that, are you planning to put the rune stones, the rune words again? Like Nigma, Phoenix, Treachery, and a bunch of other words?
No, sir. We're not. We have a lot of new systems that sort of do everything that RuneWords needed to do. The Rune Stones, of course, you have your vanilla skill and 5 variations on that times 7 levels. So this is like a ludicrously rich system. We also, gems are coming back, and they have more things that they do as well. We've moved a ton of the attribute or the stat points into the itemization game. So, the item game is a huge, broad characterization. It's just awesome, yeah. Crafting, you make your own items which have some set abilities and always random affixes as well. You can break those things down. That's replaced gambling, for example, if you have something you don't like, and so on and so on. So we have a ton of new systems. We don't actually need RuneWords at all anymore. We have it all covered.
Thank you.
Hey, I wanted to ask, let me look at it. All right, you guys keep teasing us about console version of the game. Is it coming out on console or not?
Okay, we haven't officially announced anything. So there's my dodgy part of the answer. So I don't think we've been actually very shy about that. We've hired people. We have a console team working internally. So we want to make a console version. I think that's pretty obvious. And, we're hiring right now to try and fill out that team. But we haven't announced it because we don't want to announce something until we're sure. Until we have a game that we can show to people, we don't like to announce things. And we've really only kind of been as upfront as we have because we've been trying to hire people. And it's really hard to hire people when they don't know what they're going to work on. But yeah, we'd really like it to be on console. We think it can work there. We've done a lot of experimentation with the controls. But the most important thing for us is if it goes onto console, it does not compromise the PC game in any way, and it feels like it was built for the console. It doesn't feel like a compromised product on either platform. It was like we built it from scratch for that platform. And if we can't do that, we won't do it.
Yeah. He's happy. Thank you.
Hey, this question is about runes. There's 5 runes, 7 ranks. And one way of doing it was you have a Crimson rune and say, I want to throw it in a Blizzard. And say, I changed my mind, I don't want to use Meteor. I take that Crimson rune out, put it in Meteor instead. And then you changed your minds to where it was locked into one skill. And that created a situation where now you have up to like 5,000 different runes that could be traded or found on the auction house, whatever, because now you have a rank 1 for each class for each rune type. And you said a couple months ago in a press interview that creates a huge inventory problem. And I was just curious what you were finalizing on that.
So the short answer is we don't know. We're still playing with that system. I talked about that a few months ago just because, I thought it'd be fun to kind of throw out there, hey, here's a system in flux and here's what we're trying to do to fix it. And the system we put in has some good things about it. The new ones with all the attunement and things like that. And it has some bad things, the inventory being one of them. And it's definitely a problem we feel we need to fix. But I don't want to speculate on what we're going to do to fix it because we don't exactly know yet. But a lot of the times you got to play with these systems for a while and really understand what all the good about the change you made is so you can figure out how to make it even better. So we are still working on it. It's actually probably the only system that we have that is still in flux in terms of design. Everything else is really pretty solid and just being tuned and polished. But that one we still feel like it needs something.
No, back in line though. We'll get you. Be gentle.
Nice hammer.
Thanks. So back in D2, I pretty much perfected the Teeth Necromancer build, in which I just spammed every point in the teeth. I felt it synergized really well with my character. I was wondering if D3 is going to have any kind of spell equivalent to teeth.
A spell equivalent to teeth?
Like a similar spell does the same thing, just a radius of some kind of.
Yeah, we've got several spells. I would say I don't know that we have one that I can think of off the top of my head that's exactly like teeth, but we definitely have some skills that are multiple splitting projectiles with a little bit of kind of randomization. There's like with rune variations, there's like 700 skills per class. So my guess is we actually probably do have one that's exactly like teeth, and that's not the class that I'm playing right now. So. But yeah, definitely. You should see something that's similar enough.
Thank you.
Hello, as a designer / programmer, I was wondering what kind of challenges you had for the design / implementation for the console of Diablo 3, and what lessons you could learn from them, and I'd like to know about it.
I'm sorry, for the what?
Any design / implementation challenges you had for the console version of Diablo 3.
Got it.
And what lessons you learned from it, I'd like to know.
Well, I mean, we haven't built it yet, so lessons learned are not very many because we've only experimented with like kind of control schemes and things like that. Jason could probably talk to any kind of technical stuff. The biggest challenge is really targeting. Movement actually feels better on a controller. Like having direct control over your character feels really good, but how you target, like, and certain skills like Magic Missile feels great because it's just shooting in a direction. But a skill like Blizzard, and trying to figure out exactly where that's going to go without putting some kind of targeting reticle in the world, which we really don't want to do, that's actually probably one of the biggest challenges. And then there's a lot of little subtle things. Monster distribution and AI feels a little bit different than it does on the PC version when we've played around with just again how the controller feels and how it feels to get surrounded. So, but those are very subtle things. Any technical stuff you want to comment on?
No, I think it's mostly that control is king. Like everybody wants a game where you feel like you have great direct control of your character, and that's what we've probably spent most of our time experimenting with, and trying to make sure that that gets right on the console version that we're playing around with.
Thank you.
Oh, hey guys. So I think I speak for everyone here when I ask, can we get some beta keys?
Yeah, I have some in my back pocket right now. We're going to be releasing more beta keys very shortly. So if you've signed up, you have a chance to get them. So we're trying to keep the beta running as long as we can, and we're going to keep sending out waves of beta keys. Right now, we're just waiting. We have a big patch coming, and we're just waiting for that patch to hit before we release some more.
And for those of you that have been participating in the beta that are here in the audience, thank you so much for playing and testing the heck out of the game. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Hi, I went to the sound panel yesterday, and they told me to come to you guys and ask you if you could make a level that would incorporate the sound effect of a pig playing a guitar.
I got this one.
And I was also wondering how many other secret areas you guys might have planned for the game.
Okay, the pig playing a guitar. This is the third time someone has asked me this question now, and I'd love to know what the sound guys were thinking when they came up with that one. So, hey Christian, can we get the animation of a pig playing a guitar?
We'll get right on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna think of a super grim storyline to how the pig came to the point in his life where he's got to play a guitar. That's gonna be really dark.
I've seen the technical problems with it.
It won't be in at all. We'll see.
What kind of guitar does a pig play? Like bluesy, maybe, or?
Yeah, Delta
Okay,
blues for sure.
cool. Yeah.
Banjo.
Oh, what was the other question? Oh, about other secret areas?
Secret areas.
Why do you guys always want to know things that spoil the game for you? Why do you always ask those questions? Do we have secret areas? Yes. What are they?
They're secret.
It's a secret.
Thank you.
Hi. Thank you for making followers endgame viable.
And there were some builds in D2 where the mercenary was your main source of damage, like a Singer Barbarian. Will those be viable, builds be viable in D3 as well?
Where I'm sorry, that the hireling was the
Your
main?
follower is the main source of your
Okay.
damage.
I wish Wyatt was here. He would probably be able to answer that. My guess is, I don't know. I honestly don't know whether that's the case. We haven't really done enough. Like we changed over to make followers viable very recently, so we haven't played with them in the higher difficulties that much. So how they feel in there and how much damage output they truly have and how much we're willing to give them is going to come through playing it. So I don't want to say yes or no to that at this time.
Thank you.
Hey guys. So I know how you said in an Inferno the level cap for the characters is at 60, but the monsters is going to be 61 and higher, so that the monsters are always tough. It's always a challenge. But eventually we are going to beat it. I was just wondering if there's like plans or groundwork for like a super dungeon or like a new Uber Tristram type thing, maybe.
Well, I'm sure if you guys get really bored and don't want to play the game anymore, we'll try to do something. But right now we're more focused on getting D3 done. So we haven't really thought what we do beyond that. But I can promise you, if you guys destroy Inferno and you're just sitting around on your giant mounds of totally not ill-gotten loot, then we'll do something about it.
Thank you.
Hello. Sorry. Yesterday you said that you revealed the cast speed for wizards are going to be related to weapon speed, and arcane power regenerates at a static rate. So let's say when you run out of arcane power, you only can cast one meteor every 4.8 seconds. What are you doing to incentivize having faster weapons for spells like that?
For spells, well, the faster weapons really affect the academic, I think they call them academic now, basically the academic skills. So we have, for every class, one of the things that we've learned about the combat model is you have to have something to do at all times. We can't really have a scenario where you completely run out of resource and you just stand around waiting for it to come back. You need some kind of response. In Diablo 2, you had mana potions. We didn't want to do mana potions, so we needed to make sure every class had their own kind of unique response. For the wizard, it's you almost always want an academic spell because they're free. So you can cast those as much as you want, and the attack speed is very much affected by your weapon. But some skills like Meteor, where you don't cast them very often, they do benefit from a higher damage weapon, and that's okay, because that's the kind of build that you would want with that particular skill. Whereas another skill that uses a lot of arcane power, like Disintegrate, has a much more kind of straight, constant beam they got. It's not like one blast every few seconds. It's constant. So it's affected a lot by weapon speed. So it really just depends upon your build. So if you've got a lot of abilities that have more of a constant or faster attack rate, then you want faster weapons. If you've got kind of big bomb abilities, you want bigger weapons.
Makes sense?
Thank you.
All right.
Yes, I had a question about the authentication system. Being that Diablo 3 is doing the actual bank accounts, per se, if the authenticator is going to be linked to Diablo 3 like they have been for StarCraft 2 and WoW?
Yes.
Good answer.
Great answer, yeah.
A little wordy.
I was clear.
A little wordy. Yeah.
Oh, okay. He wants to give it a little bit more wording. So, I mean, I'll give the line.
No, I was joking.
Oh, one word. Oh, okay.
A little wordy. Oh. I was making fun of you. He's a VP. He'll have me fired later.
Hey guys.
So in the panel yesterday, it was mentioned that people played with the skill menu open so they could swap between active skills and then it may be locked during combat in some way. Has any thought been given to opening more skill slots or letting players set loadouts in town and then switch between that on the fly so the skill menu isn't used or needed?
So, more skill slots? No, absolutely not. One of the things that reasons why we have limited the skill slots is it creates more build diversity. It forces people to make hard decisions. That, you know, a lot of the things, you know, we made a lot of changes to the skill system and fairly radical changes from Diablo 2. And so one of the examples is the removal of skill points, which used to be a hard decision that the player made. So we didn't want the player to not have hard decisions. So, you know, we changed those hard decisions from being skill point committal, which did force a tiny small number of skills already, to just capping the number of skills that you have. On the loadout idea, we get that suggestion a lot. It's not something we do for core release, but we can see maybe there might be use for it. We're happy to kind of let the game go out without that feature and see how much need there really is for it. And if there is, we'll consider it for the future.
Thank you.
Hey guys. All right. During the character design process, were there any characters you might have taken out of the game or rolled into any currently existing characters in D3?
Yeah, so there's a lot of iteration that we do when we do the character designs and even the class design. So there's definitely a lot of versions or a lot of sort of small ideas we had that we really loved. And we're sort of saving those for later. It's a very collaborative process, so the entire team gets involved, you know, and we really sort of shoot ideas back and forth. So there's definitely a lot of stuff that we sort of get out of that. And some of it is too awesome not to use at some point, so we definitely have that, yeah.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. With the implementation of using PayPal to buy items, I am curious what effects you think that might have, if any, on the PvP side. Say I'm going to a team deathmatch and I'm matched up against somebody that spent like $100 on his character. Is there any system in place to affect that or help that kind of imbalance?
Well, the funny thing about it is one of the things we're avoiding with the PvP system is creating like a ranked ladder that lets you show, like, I'm the best, you know, I'm in the top 5 PvPers in all of, you know, Diablo land. Without that, all you're doing when you buy better equipment is just changing your hidden ranking, which is changing the quality of the players that you're fighting against or the quality of the items that they're fighting against. So it really doesn't give you a ton of benefit that you're going to see. Our system is going to be much more of a progression-based development system where the more you play PvP, the more progression you get. So it doesn't really matter if you're playing it at level 30 with crappy gear or you're playing it at level 60 with ridiculous awesome gear. Your win rate will speed things up primarily, but having better gear just makes you feel more awesome, but it doesn't actually truly affect the outcomes of the games because of the hidden ranking.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, guys. My question is about a pretty hot topic on the forums. In D2, you had the hostile system for PvP and during the open world, and you're going more towards a arena-style PvP right now. Can you elaborate on your thought process behind that, or are we going to see some other kinds of PvP systems later on besides just the matchmaking arena?
So our thought process was that there was this fantasy in Diablo 2 of I'm out in the world, I'm excited, I'm fighting, and then all of a sudden another player shows up, and it's this tense moment of who knows whether they're going to attack me or not, or you know whether my teammate's going to suddenly turn against me or not. And the truth is that those things happen in isolated incidents when Diablo 2 first came out. And then pretty much the vast majority of PvP encounters either were I got ganked by somebody who town portaled back to town and went hostile while a frozen orb was still in the air. Not awesome. Or I just put a password on my game because I never want to be ganked. So the fantasy of that hostile encounter, it never happened. And all it did was really make people not want to play together. And so we took a stance on Diablo 3 that we will never do harm to the co-op game. We'll never do anything that will make people not want to play together. And also, we kind of looked at it too as that really wasn't a great PvP system. It was kind of turning on a bit, but not really truly supporting PvP. So we wanted to focus a lot more on a dedicated mode that would allow those players who really want to play PvP to do it with some actual support, with a progression system and arenas built for it, and UI and all the great things that you'll get from PvP modes. So, and in the future, we will consider doing more PvP modes as well. And like I mentioned earlier today, I would love to have. Right now, we don't have like a way to duel, and so that's something I think we'd really like to add.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Andrew from Australia. On behalf of all the Australian players, I just wanted to know if you guys were planning to introduce either an offline or a LAN play option, or alternatively actually bring some proper oceanic servers up so the rest of the world doesn't hate playing with us because of our latency?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's difficult for us because basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to consolidate the number of different data centers and servers around the world so that there's actually more people that are able to play against one another. But we are trying to address some of the inherent challenges with the oceanic realms. We introduced the ability to play in Southeast Asia or in North America so that you have that capability with StarCraft 2. Jason, if you want to talk a little bit about any tech you guys are investing to try and reduce the dependency on latency. I know that D3 is a little less latency sensitive than Star 2 was.
Yeah, we've done a lot of work to try to make latency better in the game for those people who have higher latency connections. But yeah, I don't have any more than that.
Yeah, the other thing we've done is in the ISPs down there, we've actually been working with them to try to find better routes back to where our data centers are at, because we know that our Australia, New Zealand player base is huge, and one of these days we may decide to put a data center down there. Right now, we're not planning to, though.
Thank you.
Hi there. In D2, there were roughly 6 set quests you can do per act. In D3, are you going to have kind of that same feel, or because in D2 you can just kind of skip a lot of the side quests and go to the end? Is there going to be any more incentive to maybe do some side quests in D3?
I can answer the first part there, that we don't have a set number of quests per act. It's more of a natural flow for each act and story according to what makes sense for the story. It's not as it doesn't have as much of a pattern as D2 did. To encourage people to do subquests, a lot of the rewards, the good item drops or the rares, etc., are out there in the world on the random events or random dungeons. Likewise, the way that we've designed many of the quest objectives, some of them are fairly linear and have a strong story moment, but a lot of them have a strong exploration component. And as you're out there, looking for, let's say, a staff to, make something up randomly, you're going to find a bunch of other events and quests on there. And we try to develop that in such a way that there's no reason for you to not go ahead and do those. And in fact, it's going to be good for you on your way to finding that staff.
Thank you.
Hi, I wanted to ask if there will be any guild or clan implementation, because while it's good that you don't need a big bunch of people to play in Diablo 3, but still it would be good to interact with friends, or at least a permanent chat room where we can hang out, maybe link loots to each other. And I think this social aspect is very important for the game.
Yeah, you can applaud for guilds. Guilds are awesome. So the answer, guilds are awesome, but no, we're not supporting them. Sorry. Not at least for initial release, but we do see the value in them. We realize that Diablo's not a game where you're going to need a guild to do raids and things like that, but people still like to collect together and they still like to be social. It's one of those things where when we do it, I'd really like us to do it right. I'd like us to do more than just say a glorified chat channel. And there's been, some ideas in the past that were being floated for Diablo 2 that were really awesome ideas that we've definitely have on our wish list of things to add to Diablo 3 someday. So not right now, but maybe someday.
Thank you.
Hi. So in Diablo 2, well, my question. All I played was hardcore, and the most horrible feeling was seeing your connection has been interrupted, and then logging back in and your character's dead. Is there going to be a thing to combat this technicality, or is that just another risk we take?
That's all you, dude.
That's a risk you take playing hardcore.
Jason, why are you killing everyone's hardcore characters?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, that is part of the risk. I mean, the funny thing about hardcore is that it's one of those things where, when you play D2, you really wanted to play your hardcore character online so that you can show that it was real. So it's not even a thing where, people back then played it offline. It's one of those risks of, our goal is to make sure that our connection is as fluid as possible, that that our server, if anything goes down, we'll do everything we can to make sure it's not our fault, at least. We can't guarantee the rest of the internet, but we can try and guarantee ourselves.
Well, I know one of those experiences that was really bad for everybody was when you'd portal in to, say, Duriel's lair with a hardcore character, and before you'd even loaded, you'd be dead. We don't want that. We don't want that scenario to come up for you, so we are actually designing around that. So.
Thank you.
Hey, my question is about the real money auction house. You said in Diablo 2 that you said there were shady dealer of third-party red sites, but you didn't really say if you were for or against them. I'm thinking about if you have the real money auction house and you have like a firm, like someone making a company just specializing in farming items and selling them on the real money auction house and thus like earning their actual keep, if you're for it or against that, and what's your stance on it?
Well, I think by calling them shady, we did take a stance on that, and how we feel about it. For us, it's all about the player experience and how good an experience the player is going to have. Going up to a website, you had to leave the game already. That's a bad experience. You might not get the item you want. That's a bad experience. You might get ripped off. That's a bad experience. It's cumbersome to do. That's a bad experience. It's not accessible to everyone, so some people have more riches than others. That's a bad experience. All of these things are things we wanted to fix. So we look at it and say, we want to give people a good experience. We don't have an expectation that people are going to be able to make a living off of this, but they might be able to make a little bit of extra money, and okay, cool. We have no real problem with that as long as they're having a good and fun game experience.
Thank you.
So my question was about the scaling of AI and mechanics on bosses throughout the difficulties. So the Skeleton King does some sweeping strikes, but it's in one direction. He summons some skeletons. Maybe in Hell, he summons skeletons that summon more skeletons, and you have to kill the hive. Or he does even more mechanics that make the whole fight extremely difficult. And also, can I have a hug, Jay Wilson?
Can you have a hug?
Yeah.
Meet me after the panel. Not right now. Like right out? No, I'm not doing that.
I tried, man.
To your first question, we have a couple things that we've done, but it's not as much as we'd like to. We actually, we're in the process of tuning the higher difficulties right now, and that's one of the things that is on our list of let's look at the higher level bosses and see if there's tweaks and things that we can make to their AIs and their scripts to make them a little different throughout. Probably only focus on the real major bosses to do that, but yeah, we have kicked it around. I'm not going to promise we're going to do it, but we would like to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, how you doing?
I was just wondering, I've heard a lot of talk about the lesser evils playing a large role in Diablo 3. Will Mephisto, Diablo, and Baal come back to play a large role as well?
So we don't want to, let's see. The primary villains of the game we've essentially announced, and we want to stay vague about exactly when you fight them and exactly what they're after. We talked earlier at the lore panel. I'm not sure if you caught that, just like an hour and a half ago. Leonard explained that there is an object called the Black Soulstone. This is the key to defeating evil forever. And Azmodan knows about it before you do, and so does Belial, and they're ahead of you, so you're already paying catch-up at this point. The first mystery of the game, which is in the beta, is what is this thing that fell from the sky? And the beta ends very shortly before you answer that question, which is why that's how much content you have to play in there, because we don't want to spoil that. So suffice to say that there is a major shift in the structure of the world that happens during Diablo 3. Like, some big things are coming, but not in a way that I can be specific as you want me to be to explain it, because it's going to be major stories. But certainly we answer a lot of questions about the primevals, we answer a lot of questions about the angels, and I think I can say that this game is sort of about the ascent of man. This is the moment where, more than any time in history, human beings come into their own and sort of find their place in the eternal conflict, and you, the hero, are going to decide what that means for humanity. So it's a pretty cool story. I wish I could tell you guys more, but I really don't want you. I want you to experience it, in the flow of the game that we have.
Thank you.
Hello. Where am I? There I am. First of all, the pig plays classic rock. Okay.
Of course.
And suggestion for the hardcore PvP. Basically, you could have a choice to play for your character, like if he loses, he won't die, or you could have them play for each other's gear. And my question is, what are you doing for the individuality of the characters? Like, there was a lot of Paladins with Shaco and Enigma and D2, and is that going to happen again?
Yeah, absolutely. We're doing a ton of stuff for individuality. One of the big ones that we're really excited about is we've put in a whole dye system. I think we have 16 different colors, and pretty much almost everything you can wear can be dyed. Every class has at least 3 class-specific items they can wear. 2 of which actually affect the visual look, and then there's hundreds of, on top of just the normal kind of weapon and item art, there's hundreds of unique items that are each have kind of their own unique art, and many of which are designed to be very memorable, kind of legendary and unique items, like your Wind Forces and your Ring of the Zodiac and Enigmas and things like that, although nothing as game-breaking as Enigma.
And not to mention the banner system, which also is a great way for you to show off all of your progress through the game and your achievements to your friends, and you can customize that with different dyes and different banner emblems as well.
All right. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
I actually have a question and a follow-up question. The first question is the PvP system in Diablo 3. I started Diablo 2 back in around 2000. The last 3 years, or the last 6-7 years of my Diablo 2 career were leading a major PvP clan on East. And the arena is just, it's kind of similar to the 09 PvP without the Enigmas and the 16, 17, 18 different viable PvP builds for characters. Are you planning on releasing anything like Enigma or the synergy system that actually allowed the many different PvP balances that Diablo 2 had?
Well, I guess I'm not sure I completely understand the question, but I guess my answer would be, if you're looking at the PvP here and thinking, going into PvP, I go in with these pre-made locked builds, that's not how it works. Like, we have to put builds into the game here so that people don't spend, 30 minutes. They're 30 minutes basically just building a character. So we just kind of give you a pre-built build. but every when you take a character into PvP in Diablo 3, it's your single player character. So it has all the build options, and we have calculated it somewhere in the area of 2.8 trillion different builds. So there's definitely a massive number of potential ways you can build characters. And then you take on top of that, since it's team-based game, the combination of different characters and then the combinations of their abilities with one another create an enormous number of variations. So I think that is an answer to your question.
The second question was, the PvP arena is I know where you do the PvP, but are you going to allow any kind of dueling outside of the arena where there's big open fields?
Well, like I said earlier, we don't have a way to do that now, and we're not going to allow people to go hostile within the core game, but I would like people to be able to do kind of free-form dueling, and whether we can get that in for ship or not, we're not sure at this time, but it's definitely something we want to do.
Thank you.
I spent a lot of money on my computer. I'm just curious for the lighting effects. I know other games are having that in there with Diablo 3.
I'm sorry, I missed the last.
Can you repeat the question?
Such as alien effects for lighting for computers. Is there going to be a type of support for that?
Yeah.
Kind of like having the case itself light up, like natural mod
Right,
for
kind of
the
like
case.
Dungeon Siege, where the lighting would change according to your life, mana, etc.
Oh, I wouldn't rule it out, but we have not done any work on something like that.
Thank you.
As we move through normal through Inferno, will the randomized dungeons be getting larger in size?
We don't currently have plans to do something like that, so I don't think that'll be shipping with the base version of the game. That's an interesting idea, and we have talked about it, so possibly in the future, but not for the initial game.
Thank you.
Hi, I just wanted to say that I came out from Guam, and this is my first Blizzcon, and it's awesome. So thank you for all of this.
Awesome. Thanks for coming, brother.
And
Thank you.
My question is, what are your guys' thoughts on class skills that combo off of each other, like aiming a disintegrate at a monk while he's using impenetrable defense to make it bounce off in a different direction?
So we've talked about ideas like that in the past, and what we find is that people latch on to one or two that they really love, like, oh, the wizard freezes somebody, and then the demon hunter smashes it with a particular skill, or the barbarian does, and that does more damage, or the rebound one has come up a couple times. And then when you sit down and go, okay, let's do this across all the classes and all the skills, such that in a way that it won't force people to have to take certain builds. We don't ever want a case where a barbarian enters and goes, oh, you're a wizard and you don't have Frost Nova? Okay, I don't want to play with you because I won't be able to do more damage. So when we try to come up with just ways to do that across the whole game, we find that there's not a lot of meat there for systems like that. And that at the end, we think it would actually have more negative connotations than positive ones. It's a great kind of fantasy, but we've never figured out a way to do it in a way that we didn't think would actually hurt the game.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, is there going to be a web front end or API for the auction hall or your character at launch?
We talked about it, but not. We don't have plans to do it at launch, but we have talked about adding functionality on the website.
Thank you. We're coming down to 5 minutes, so just enough time to get a few more of you in.
All right. Well, my question is, if you beat Diablo 2 on normal or hardcore, will you get a bonus item? And my second question is, do you guys have any idea if you guys are going to implement a PC controller into Diablo 3?
No, we don't have any plans to do any kind of bonus items for having completed the previous games, although it's not a bad idea. The other one was like using a console-style controller with the PC game.
No, just a normal PC controller that you can buy at Walmart, not like the Xbox or the PS3 controller.
Yeah, like a gamepad, you mean? Not at release. We might, as the console version continues, I'm sure we'll at least consider it and look into it. But there's a lot of controls problems to fix. And as I mentioned earlier, doing multiple control schemes is a pretty big challenge. So I think we'd only do it if we could pull learning over from our console development. But initially, no, we don't plan to support that.
Thank you.
Hey, my question is actually a fairly simple one, but one that kind of worries me because I haven't heard any official word on it, and it could be particularly detrimental to the new experimental builds, or the more experimental builds that you guys want to take with classes. So are you actually able to switch around runes after you apply them to a certain ability? And if you can, what happens to the runes afterwards? Does said rune just go back in your inventory, or is it destroyed and you'll have to trek around for a new one?
Every system we've done, you can remove runes kind of freely. We may put the same kind of restrictions on switching that we're currently experimenting with on the skill system to, again, give more build commitment. It's really important to us that when people go out into the world, they feel like they're committed to a very specific build because that's where a lot of the interest in creating your character comes from. But once you go back to town, we don't really see any need to put this big cost in, like, you pull a rune out and you destroy it, or we don't let you switch things out. Like, experimentation is part of the fun of Diablo, so we've taken a philosophy of let people do it as much as we can possibly allow.
Thank you. Hi, I was wondering if for the players who are buying the 12 months of WoW and they get the D3 for free, is there going to be an option for them to get the collector's edition as well, or have you discussed this?
Awesome. That's a great question. We totally talked about it, and we know that there's a lot of people that they're basically going to want the collector's edition specifically, so absolutely. In fact, what's going to happen is if you buy the collector's edition, it's going to count as a credit towards that 12 months purchase.
Wow, great question. We okay for one more?
Well done, Rob.
Thank you. That's a good one to end it on.
I think I'm being told we can do one more. So
yeah. Hi, in WoW, there's always like a top tier of gear. In Diablo, how many options are people going to have once they reach like the very end game content as far as gear goes?
Well, it's hard to give a specific number because our gear is randomly generated. So in Inferno, there's 3 kind of tiers of gear, and there definitely is like a best-in-class tier. But even a tier down, if you get the right rolls, can be as good or better than the tier up. So it kind of depends upon how the item rolls and what kind of, and what specifically you're looking for. And while a lot of the times, if you're a particular class, there's usually not a lot of variation in the kind of stats that you're looking for. It only really varies by the kind of activities you're doing. Whereas in Diablo, depending on how you build your character and what skills you choose and what your playstyle is, there's a really much broader array of items that you can possibly be interested in. So you could pick up an item that for somebody else is one of the best items in the game, but for you is, even though it's something you could wear and has good stats, you're not interested because maybe you're not interested in a crit gear or whatever particular affixes are there.
Okay, thank you. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Everybody give them a round of applause.
Welcome to the Blizzard Sound Panel. Please join us in welcoming to the stage Russell Brower, Director of Audio and Composer at Blizzard Entertainment.
Panel. It's always the sound panel that has the sound problem. Welcome to
Blizzcon 2011 Sound Panel, thank you so much for being here. We've talked about Warcraft the last few years and played a lot of that music and stuff, but I wonder, Lawrence, what should we feature today? Lawrence Juber, ladies and gentlemen, and one of the composers on Diablo 3. The first Blizzard game I ever played was Diablo 1, long before I ever knew I might have a chance of working here. So this has been quite an honor to work on this really special project. And to show you the various elements that go into making the soundscape of this project, we want to roll a little video for you. This is a reduced version of what you're going to see in the collector's edition very soon. So please roll the video.
When you go into a Diablo game, you need to feel it, and the sound is a huge part of how you perceive the game.
Diablo 3 is really exciting because we know that we're going to have the time to draw you in and take you on a journey.
Mood of the game is very important from an audio standpoint. It's everything. It has to be in an environment that just feels lush and cool and dark and dirty and dank and smelly. It's got to stink. The audio has to smell bad. I like every game that I work on to have its own signature sound, and really the only way to do that is to go out and create the material for that specific title. Unfortunately, Blizzard allows us to go out into the desert and light stuff on fire.
Pickle hot? All right, here we go.
Heroes like fire, so do the people who work on the heroes. Make sounds for them. That's an interesting method that we've used over the years, and I'm still perfecting it, and occasionally it goes wrong and doesn't work out. But we're always rolling tape when it does happen.
Are you okay, dude?
I'm fine.
Let's go get some beer.
It is nothing compared to the Grand Maesters. It is named Akonesh, the Herald of Righteousness. A sharper blade was never forged.
This is perhaps the biggest voice undertaking we've done at Blizzard so far. I think that StarCraft 2 had about 3,000 lines, but currently our estimate for Diablo 3 is anywhere from 13,000 to 16,000 lines. The easy part is identifying the voice. The hardest, more challenging part is identifying who the character is. Because for us, once we're in the recording studio, they do come to life and they are very real.
This is about as exciting as the time Uncle Deckard and I spent the summer in Bramwell. You're not very good at lifting the spirits of others, are you? Does the Soulstone shatter? Do the demon lords break free?
Diablo's essence was finally trapped in a Soulstone and banished to the unfathomable abyss.
And I really think that voiceover is like kids playing in a room together, because suddenly you're just there, you're having fun, you're letting your imaginations go, so nothing has to match anything. And I think what I love most about voiceover is suddenly after all this work, all this talk, after all this searching for this actor, this voice, right in front of your eyes, boom, all of it comes together. You don't see that actor anymore. When you get it right, you really are tapping into something bigger, whereby you are channeling your male demon hunter, for example, and it's pretty exciting.
That is not a demon's way. They prefer to torture, to taste their victims' terror. Poison is far too civilized for them.
In recording the orchestral music for Diablo 3, one of the basic tenets we had was we want this game to sound completely different than World of Warcraft and StarCraft. What we're doing with Diablo is we're recording in an old-fashioned concert hall. This is a hall that was designed for live performance and not for studio recording. So it's a vast space. There's a lot of volume of air. It's our responsibility as musicians to move as much as possible to make this sound, epic and bold. If the most ancient form of music is for other people to hear in a live situation, then maybe it follows that the concert hall is the best environment to hear music that's supposed to be as timeless can be.
I want to introduce you to the best audio team on the planet, starting with the lead sound designer of Diablo 3, Joseph Lawrence. And composer, Derek Duke. Sound designer extraordinaire, Chris Giampa. Composer and founder of the sound department, Mr. Glenn Stafford. Sound designer, Mike Johnson. And casting and voiceover director of Blizzard Entertainment, Andrea Toyas. Staging, plotting. Sound people are terrible at that. Well, this is the team, and Joseph, I'd love for you to speak about how you've provided the continuity because you worked on Diablo 2. So we have an original Diablo audio team member here. How did you bridge this gap into Diablo 3?
Well, first of all, I just wanted to let everyone know how psyched we are to have you all here because this has been a really, really long trip for many of us to get here today, and we're really happy to be sharing this with you today and a little bit about the story of how we made the audio for Diablo 3. I'm joined up here by some extremely talented people who it's a privilege to work with every day, and they've just done some amazing work that we're really, really happy and excited to get you guys playing it as soon as possible. And we really think we've created an awesome sound design environment for you guys to run around and kill monsters in. And before I go on, I just wanted to share with you, or actually send some thank yous out to some people who really never ever get to come on stage and do anything like this. And that's our awesome production staff, and especially Keith Landis and Dennis Crabtree and the entire guys back at the office. Thanks, guys. So, as you can see from the video, we really like to get out and get our hands dirty and burn our arms. And we like to really record a lot of the material that we put in the game as much as possible. It's really what makes the game special, we think. And so I'm just going to relate a couple of incidents that occurred, not all good, out in the field while we were grabbing sounds. We'll start with a bread and butter one. We drove a bulldozer over a car. That was pretty fun. Actually, if you're a doctor, I think you have to go to school for 7 years, and you still don't get to drive a bulldozer over a car, unless you pay extra, I guess. Another time, we use a lot of pig sounds for monsters. They're really, really great for doing that. And I found this awesome pig rescue farm up in Solvang, and they have about 150 pigs up there, and so we were grabbing a bunch of pig sounds and sorry. And so the pig lady, sorry pig lady, I can't remember your name, she was awesome. She goes, you want to record this pig that plays the guitar? I said, yeah, I want to record that. So she brings the guitar out and she sets it on the ground, puts her foot on, and the pig walks right over. That's how pigs walk. And he just starts strumming the guitar. So I got that, but I haven't found a place to put it in the game yet. So maybe some of you who are going to the other D3 panels today could talk Jay Wilson into maybe creating a secret guitar-playing pig level or something. Help me out. I want to use that. You know, the arm on fire, other things that have caught on fire in a microphone, that kind of ended the day. The last thing I'm going to tell you about, really it's more like therapy than relating a story for me. It scarred me, for good. I was recording a llama chewing, and I had the microphone right up in his face, and he was making this really awesome chewing sounds, and it was golden. I knew it. I knew we were going to be able to use it for something. And suddenly, out of nowhere, without warning or provocation, this llama hawked up the biggest, greenest, giant llama Satan loogie all over me and my mic and my face and my hands. It was disgusting. I was in shock. Has anybody ever seen the first Jurassic Park movie where the little kids get sneezed on by the big dinosaur? Yeah, well, that happened to me. Have you used it in the game? Yeah, that's in the game. I'm not saying where. So, I hate llamas. Part of the reason I'm telling you all this is because that kind of stuff, even when things go wrong, is really what makes the game super special, and it plays a huge role in everything we do, and I think you're really going to hear all that extra work that we've done over the years to put all that kind of stuff in the game. So now I'm gonna turn it over to the panelists, and we're gonna just ask them all questions and find out a little bit about what everybody does, and hopefully you guys can learn a bit more about the sound in Diablo. So let's see. I told everyone I'd surprise them. Who should I pick? Let's pick the pretty one on the end. So this is Andrea. She's our awesome voice director. She kicks a serious amount of buttocks. And so Andrea, you work on all of our games. And how does the voice in Diablo differ from the work that you have to do in say, WoW and StarCraft?
Is this on? Thank you for asking, Joseph. That's a great question. First of all, I'd much rather be on the other side of the mic. This is very uncomfortable for me. There's a reason I direct and don't act is because a microphone intimidates me. So be kind. Before I answer that question, I want to give a huge thank you to all of you because I know that all of us tremendously love and enjoy what we do. And I know that we're all pretty geeked out to be here. So for me personally, voiceover is epic and fantastic, and I can't believe I have this job and I get to do it. So to think that those of you here are here to find out about what we do is really exciting. So I know there's other cool things going on. So I just want to give a huge thank you to each of you for being here because I'm ridiculously geeked out to be here right now. I love talking about voiceover, so I'm going to warn you, you're going to have to pull this microphone out of my hand because I can talk about it for hours. So D3. The VO, as I think I alluded to in the video there, we had about 16,000 plus lines to record. And that is tremendously different than, say, WoW or Star 2, because each of those had about 3,000 lines or so. So for me, to really have that opportunity to dive into the lore, the characters, their arc, their emotions was phenomenal. Each of the hero characters had about 1,200 lines, I think, which meant versus, let's say, in WoW, where the player characters have maybe 300, I can't carry that, I can't do that yet. Our heroes in Diablo had a whole range of emotional lines to read. So to have the opportunity to work with a team of writers to figure out how each of our player class is going to respond, how they feel, and to really dive into the character was really a unique opportunity to bring the emotional landscape of the game to life in a way that we've not done before. And it was really moving. You know, this game is heavy. I think we all know that. There's some pretty heavy storylines and epic character arcs that happen. So to work with the characters on that and the actors was great. You know, for example, the demon hunters, they had a lot of tragedy in their life. So they're kind of walking around Tristram all pissed off. Whereas the witch doctor is a bit more zen and has empathy for the zombies, if you can believe it. So to be able to play with characters like that and create their emotional response to the game was really amazing. And it really got to the point where the player characters, we had about 20 sessions with them. And so by the end of it, they were dreaming as the demon hunter and the monks and so forth. And they would come into the studio and have their own opinions on what the character thought, who they are, and how they would react. So to build these, I call the characters people, because by the end of it, they became people. And they had thoughts and concerns and emotions and reactions that any of us would. So to have 16,000 lines to work with was amazing. The other thing I want to point out, and I'll stop talking, is that we worked really hard to really populate the land of D3 with a lot of what we call incidental roles, meaning female villager 2, soldier 3, barkeep, etc. So we spend a lot of time finding just the right voice so that every person you interact with is really going to have a personality. They're not random voice in the background. Each little background role could have a story. They each have their emotions. So my point is to really work and have this many lines to work with and this much time and opportunity to create such an epic game so that you can really immerse yourself in the game and experience it and be there with them was really critical for us. So for me, that was the biggest benefit for D3 and how it varied from the other games, is to have that much content to play with.
Thanks, Andrea. So, Mike, I hear there's monsters in Diablo 3.
Hi. Yes. Hello.
Do you work on those by any chance?
I am one of the lucky few that is creating content for creatures on Diablo 3, yes.
So why don't you tell us a little bit about your process for creating monster sounds?
Okay. Can I start with a survey first?
Yes, you may.
Okay. So how many people in the audience like monsters? Okay, that's pretty good. How many people in the audience like killing monsters? There you go. Okay, so do I. Well, you're going to get plenty of opportunity to do just that in Diablo 3 because we have 60 unique creature types in the game so far. So I just have to say, like with Andrea, I'm just a big geek when it comes to Diablo as well. I played Diablo 1 and Diablo 2, and when I was playing it 10 years ago, I actually applied to Blizzard North and didn't get the job. So, you know, perseverance pays off, and now here I am. It's kind of like a dream come true, actually working for Blizzard and working on the creatures that I liked so much in Diablo 1 and Diablo 2. So we had big shoes to fill. There were some great sounds in those games, and we had to not only meet the caliber of those games, but also in Blizzard fashion to also raise the bar as well. So talk about some of the things that we do. One of the things that we do work as a team. So besides Joseph and Chris and I that are on stage, we also have a couple guys as well, Dave Roven and Evan Chen, working on creatures as well. I didn't want to leave them out. So one of the other things that we do, kind of like 3 different ways we kind of create monsters. It all depends whether they're kind of like humanoid based or whether or not they were humans at one time and transform into something else, or things that aren't based on human physiology at all, or any combination of the above. But one of the big things to have is to have a really good anchor sound that you can have as form as the basis of any creature. And the first thing that we did was actually work with Andrea to actually get a short list of actual specialized voice actors that really work on making creature vocalizations. So Andrea gave us a list of all these people that she knew from her Rolodex that actually do make really good creature sounds. And one by one, we called them, we worked together, looked at the animations of what the monsters were coming down the pipe, and decided who would have to be the best vocal fit for each of the monsters. And that was a process, because sometimes you'd like something and then you find out that person's already doing something else, in the game on the same levels. So you're probably like, well, I can't have this whole level having this guy doing every monster because then they're all going to sound the same. So we kind of work together to kind of divide up who we're going to use for which monster. But getting the vocalization from actors is really good. The second thing, which Joseph had talked about, was basically going out and collecting source material for monsters, for the monsters like pigs and elephants, horses, goats, llamas, llama spit, llama.
I hate llamas.
Llama, everything. Everything. Dogs, cats, pretty much everything. And then using that as a basis for a monster. So, and then the third thing we basically do is take a really good human character vocalization, and mix that with some element of an animal, and put those two elements together, and that would be a really good source for a creature. And then the other thing we could do from that is, let's say, well, we have a really good monster that really works great, but you really can't stick the microphone into in a VO booth and record a demon because they really don't exist. So you try to get that person who does a really good demon vocalization, and then they have to be really big, so maybe you might put an elephant on there, but then you finally get the final artwork and all of a sudden it's on fire. So it's like, oh, great. So we'll go out and record some fire, and then we'll layer all three of those things together, and we'll have a fire-breathing demon, for one of Diablo's minions that's coming to kill you. But anyway, I just want to say I really feel blessed to be here, and I'm like yourselves. Like, I work on the game, and I can't wait for this game to come out. So I think I'm done.
All right, way to go, Mike. Thanks. All right, Chris with a K.
That's me.
Chris has been doing some amazing work on the skills, and so Chris, I'd like to ask you, when you're creating sounds for the skills, how do you consider the player when you're doing your design on those?
Well, being a gamer at heart, I play a lot of games myself, and I can sit down and play long sessions of gaming, and audio can get kind of repetitive at times. So, being a gamer, I try to instill replayability and randomization as a sound designer. So to go about that, I will go into my digital audio workstation and I will create a sound, and usually skills have anywhere from 3 types of sounds, like a cast, a projectile loop, and an impact. And within those 3 different categories, I'll then create variations upon each of those, anywhere from 5 to 10 or so. And then I will distill it down into distinct layers. I will organize it like that. And then at that point, half of my fun as a sound designer is implementation as well. So I get to spend a lot of time taking my own sounds, putting them in the game, and that's where I get into the randomization type of area. And within this, I can, when I go into setting the sound, say there's a cast sound or something like that, that sound can have anywhere from 1 to 3 layers, possibly. And within those 3 layers, I can then go in and set slight volume differences, pitch shifting, and I can set a small min and max range within this. So every time you play a sound, it'll play slightly different. And along with that, we can also add effects, like real-time effects, like low-pass filtering, EQs, distortion, and within those settings as well, I can then randomize those. So with all these things combined and a lot of time spent implementing my own sounds, I can make it sound so it's not quite as repetitive all the time. And hopefully, within each sitting of you guys playing, that you won't hear the same sound twice. It'll always sound a little different, and hopefully you guys will just keep playing longer and longer, because I expect you guys to be playing this game over and over and over. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to Russell now so he can have a little chat with the guys who make the music for our games.
The music of Diablo 3. Someone mentioned earlier about having big shoes to fill, and one of the things that struck me when I played Diablo 1, though so many years ago, was that Matt Ullman, who wrote the original music, he did something that's very hard to do in this day and age. He created something original. He created something kind of unexpected, and it became iconic and just perfect. So in keeping with eclectic nature of the music that he created for the earlier games, we picked up that thread. We studied where he was going as he went into Diablo 2 and Diablo 2 expansion, and we started hearing orchestral instruments, live orchestras. In fact, it was probably one of the earliest uses of live orchestra in a video game was in the Diablo series. And so, as I talked about in the video, we handled the recording of the orchestral portions in a completely different way than we have on the other projects. So even though it's a lot of the same composer faces you're used to up here, we tried to write differently, but we also recorded differently. And I went overseas and recorded this Irish choir called Anuna. And I got this Gaelic accent, a seductive, beautiful sound for the sounds of hell, because I thought hell should be pretty in a very strange way, seductive. With that, I wanted to ask my fellow composers here. I work mainly on the cinematics, but we have Lawrence, we have Derek, and we have Glenn. And Glenn, I wanted to ask, because the sounds of the music of Diablo are so eclectic, it wasn't all orchestra, right? You used other things, you used other means. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about that. Yeah, obviously orchestra was a big element of what we did, live orchestral instruments as well as synthesized and sampled instruments. I guess to touch a little bit on each phase of the composing process might be a good thing to outline where those interesting and unique sounds come from, because sometimes it's in the concepting and composing phase, sometimes it's later on. So maybe I'll touch a little bit on each one of those phases. The concepting phase is usually just mentally or listening to other people's music, listening to past music that we've done, identifying those unique textures. And one of my best music teachers told me, music is about setting a set of limitations. It's choosing a sound palette. The possibilities are endless, so you have to limit yourself or you'll never get anything done. So choosing the sound palette for Diablo is sometimes obvious, sometimes not. I think obviously guitar has been a huge part of it, and I had to embrace that in some of the stuff I wrote. Not necessarily in the same way as it was done for the past games, because I wanted to try to evolve it, and sometimes it's hard to write exactly like somebody else, obviously. That being said, yeah, in the concepting phase, I knew orchestra was a big element. I knew guitar would be there, and we also brought in some newer instruments. We had an a cellist named Tina Guo, she played here at Blizzcon last year. She's a fantastic classical cellist and electric cellist. She brought some really interesting textures and very heartfelt melodies and exotic melodies that just fit perfect in this universe, if you ask me. Lawrence played some fantastic guitar parts for some of the things I wrote that you'll hear in the later acts, which I can't talk about the acts so much, but the music itself. I wanted to say, so in the concepting phase, you have to know what you want, and moving on to the composing phase, choosing instruments that blend well together. Even in the orchestra, taking instruments that don't sometimes blend well together or that aren't the typical thing can be really interesting, especially the darker and lower strings and brass, and maybe do something interesting with a low woodwind that plays a high note mixed with something else that you wouldn't do typically. for me, that type of texture, it doesn't sound like the standard orchestra, and it lends itself to the Diablo universe. Moving on into the recording phase, obviously you get the best musicians you can. We got fantastic orchestra playing the stuff. The choir, both choirs are amazing. All that blended together in specific ways, and for me, I had to reach a little bit and stretch to try to do it in more unusual ways than I would do it for Warcraft, for example. I think in the mixing and post-production or production phase is where I would do a lot of the magic that didn't happen in the writing phase by taking and manipulating live recordings, adding. I even got in there and used some guitar and other instruments to play some weird effects and things to just add to that texture. I took live recordings, maybe slowed them down to half speed or reversed them and slowed them down, blended them with other parts, and also tried to keep the whole thing more modular. A linear approach to music is one approach, and we would use that for a cinematic, for example. For the game, we wanted to be able to do more variation. So we have a layering system, and we have the ability to take the same content and implement it in any number of different ways and add a lot of variation that way. So, and I wanted to echo the sentiment of, thanking you all for coming out here. It's a great honor to be here and talk to our fans. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the show, and I'll hand you back to Russell now. Thank you.
Thanks, Glenn. Well, you mentioned implementation. Chris mentioned implementation. There's this whole step of creating the sounds and then getting them into the game and triggering them and things like that. And for a composer, such as my colleague Derek Duke over here, do you find yourself composing for the machine, or do you find yourself focused on the gameplay, the story? I mean, what motivates you to create this music?
Well, it's always the gameplay, and the gameplay and the story are very, very much intertwined. Just to carry on what Glenn was talking about, one of the interesting aspects of Diablo is there's basically nothing that gets in music-wise that hasn't been processed in some way or another and gotten dirty or stinky, as Joseph likes to put it. So whether we're granularizing and stretching things and processing them, distorting them, pushing the orchestra so far back that you only hear the echo or the reverberation of it, or taking Joseph playing a trombone and slowing that down, or bowing a kalimba, or just collecting all sorts of waterphone sounds and transferring those and translating those into musical textures and musical design that, sort of, if you hear an instrument that there's something a little bit off and something different. It's not quite the same as you would encounter it in a normal world, because Diablo, while you've got a lot of things that we have in real life, like trees and grass, and like the whole universe, there's it's a different place. So by paying attention to the treatment of all the instruments that make up the music, that sort of, I think that really helps embed you into the world and is going to make your experience and the time that you live in the Diablo universe all the more special.
The music again in thank you, Derek. The music again in Diablo 1, 2, and 2 expansion was so iconic and special. So I want you all to know that we paid great homage to that, especially in Act 1, because you start just outside New Tristram, and you're going to hear, you've probably heard some of it in the beta. I wish I had a lot of beta keys to throw out at you here. We studied what had come before. We also had about 90 minutes of recordings of Matt Ullman playing guitar and riffing on the original Diablo guitars and calling out what different things were in his mind, you know, for different sections. And so that's one of the things that I got to do in addition to the cinematic music was to take that guitar work plus some stuff that Lawrence had done and kind of make this pastiche, this tapestry to take you through New Tristram. So now I want to talk a little bit about Lawrence. So Lawrence, I did call Paul McCartney and told him to leave you alone so that we could have full-time use of you. From Wings to Diablo 3, we have Lawrence Juber. Welcome, Lawrence.
Thank you. Thanks. You know, I saw myself as kind of the bridge from Matt's guitaristic stuff into the new version of it. And what was important for me was to maintain the continuity of that 12-string guitar-driven texture. And the voice of the 12-string is just so important. So, because I use a lot of altered tunings on my guitar work, what I did was, in places, I would, instead of playing it in a regular standard tuning, I would retune the guitar. Let's say here I got C, G, D, G, A, D, which gives me a very dark, kind of orchestrated texture to it. And then I would further layer and create texture by using other double-strung plucked instruments like mandolin, octave mandolin, Renaissance lute, also the hammer dulcimer, which is a very spooky and characteristic sound, and just try and build a lot of texture and make it as much as I could unpredictable so that repetition wouldn't become kind of boring, but would keep like unearthing new things through the different layers. So, and I also took, I mean, we have the original kind of those chords, but there's also melodic elements like there's that element, so bringing that into the texture. And just going in odd harmonic places and just kind of creating this ambience. It was really, it was just a pleasure to get so immersed into something.
Super awesome.
Thank you.
Lawrence Juber, everyone. So you got to get the collector's edition. You got to get the soundtrack. And you saw on the video there that big giant stage. Yes, we played the pipe organ. The heavens did tremble. It's good stuff. I want to thank this incredible panel, this best sound department on the planet in the industry. Do you guys have any thoughts you want to add before we open it up to Q&A? Anyone? Andrea? Joseph?
Russell, I had one thing I wanted to say, and that is, I'm in awe of the team I work with, but even when I approach voiceover, hearing all of them talk about their sound assets and the sound design and the music, even when I do voiceover, I think about how are my voices going to fit into this landscape? What's the tone of, I have D3 music and samples and so forth on my iPod that I play in the car because I really am cognizant of the sound sphere of the game. So I think all of our units, everything that we do really comes together beautifully because we all kind of work in harmony to create that kind of gestalt and vibe and energy that we're after.
We also took the music as we completed various sections over the last few years since the announcement in Paris and fed that music to the team so that the actual development team would get all geeked up on it too. So that was a lot of fun. One last thing I want to mention that I think is a really proud moment for music in video games is that when we announced Diablo 3 at the Worldwide Invitational in Paris, we didn't do it with video or a speech or anything. Mike Morheim just came up on stage and said, we'd like to present Blizzard's newest game. And the lights went down to black, and then they came up red with Lawrence was on the stage, and he played those opening chords. That was the first clue anyone had was the music, and it was unmistakable. Everyone knew exactly what game it was, and there was something like 11,000, 12,000 people in that room, and they just blew the roof off of it. So for a game to be able to be identified by a chord of music is really, really cool.
That was a scary moment for me.
Well, I think we have just the perfect time here to take some questions. So are we set up for that?
Yes, indeed we are.
Okay, fire away.
Step right up.
Hello. I'd first of all like to say that the orchestral theme for Diablo 3 has been my ringtone on my phone since it first came out. So thank you for that. And also, I'm in the beta, so I've been able to hear the sound and hear the music and hear the wonderful voice acting. And I really appreciate the fact that all the lore is audible. I don't have to stop gameplay to read the text or to hear what quest I'm on next. It's so nice to have everything just from an audio standpoint. It makes having really good headphones an awesome part of the game. So
That's
thank
excellent.
you guys very much for the effort and the you know, just the
Thank you.
beautiful
Great
quality
comment.
of work you all put into it. So thank you guys. I'm looking
You are
forward to
welcome.
the finished
Thank
game
you.
like
Thank
no
you.
business.
We worked pretty hard, actually, working with the designers to actually get the lore to be something that just wasn't getting in the way of the game. If you wanted to stop and listen to it, you could. If you wanted to keep killing stuff, which most people do, you can. And you can still come back to it later if you need to. So thanks for noticing.
I just got a job with making sounds and music for a game, and one of the things that had come up in the development...
Congratulations.
What? Thanks.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm really happy about it. But one of the things that came up in the development was open source sounds, and I know that World of Warcraft has a lot of these open source familiar sounds. When is it appropriate to use them? When is it not appropriate to use them? And does it ever get to a point where you're taking these sounds and changing them?
Well, the reality of it is that we create as much material as we can. We really like everything to be completely original, but there always isn't time to make everything from scratch. But if we do use something, we always tweak it beyond recognition. You'll never hear a stock sound just thrown in the game, and it's been layered with 10 billion other things, and it's just part of the mix. So you'll never hear something right off a disc, never. I mean, that's a point of pride. I couldn't do it.
My rule of thumb for that is if you do use anything like that, take it and mangle it and just reuse it. Make it something different than what it was originally.
On a technical level, I've noticed that you're using a combination of a SND file, OGG, and a couple other formats within the game. How do these different formats relate to each other within the game environment in terms of playback?
I believe this man has violated his terms of use.
Yeah, are we allowed to answer that question? Well, basically, we use OGG files because we actually like the way they sound on music better than any other type of compression. They are more expensive in the decompression phase, so we don't use that for everything because it's just too hard on the engine. So we just basically use that for the music, and I think the ambience as well. It just sounds better. We like the sound better on music. Everything else, the sound effects are typically 80 PCM, so.
There are elements of the music in the gameplay music where we have a layering system where there might be several tracks of music, and then there'll be related musical elements that come in according to random rules structured. So quite often, if you were to find some music in the Mopac, you may not be hearing the whole thing because some of the music is intended to be heard with overlays on top. So we do have a layering system in place for the music.
So I was going to ask, in the previous two games, especially the first Diablo, a lot of the soundtrack included a lot of, I'd say, ambient sounds like moaning, groaning, sighing. There's that great squishy sound when you kill Hidden. Were you able to include some things like that in this game, or?
Well, actually, there is a ton of that kind of stuff. We went out of our way, and we're not actually done doing it, so there's some in the beta, but there will be more in the first act when we ship. We created a lot of spots all over the game. You'll find this everywhere, where you could go stand for 20 minutes and not hear anything. And then maybe the next time you stand there, you'll hear a bunch of creature noises off in the distance. And we've got that kind of randomization all over the game so that maybe by the time you play the game through the third time, which somebody might do that.
Yeah, there's lots of goodies hidden in, I know for sure, in the music tracks that, did I hear that? And there's no way for you when you're playing to actually rewind the soundtrack. So you're going to have to keep playing for, another couple days before you can ever verify that what you really heard wasn't a hallucination,
Was that a jaw harp I heard?
Was that a machine gun?
No.
Hi, my name is Rob. I'm an aspiring sound designer for video games. This question's for Russell and Chris. You guys were talking about implementation of sound effects in the video game. I just got finished making a Flash game with a 4-person team, and I had to do a lot of my sound work over and over again by their request, by the artist's request, because my sound effects did not match the length of the little animatic of when an enemy died or when they shot something. I was wondering what the relationship is between a sound designer and an artist, because you talked about making like different 5 to 10 variations of a certain sound effect as far as length. Like, did artists ever tell you to go back and do something again because something didn't match as far as length or intensity?
Usually that would be QA who comes out and says that it's off sync or something like that. We do work very closely with the artists at times. And basically, we just kind of, just mess around and get things going. So, you want to fill in for that?
Well, I think Blizzard has a culture of iteration, so it's no different for the sound department. So, I think when you're working in this field, you need to be ready to tweak and tweak again, and then again, sometimes QA is what catches it, because after the sound and everything is left our desk, if you will, the artist might go back and tweak something. And I think another dimension to what you might be talking about too is, I think a lot of really effective sound design happens when the mass, the weight feels right. It's really easy when you're recording source material, especially in a quiet studio, to actually have it either not sound big enough or maybe sound too thumpy or something that just the human brain's pretty powerful computer, and it can tell you subconsciously that it isn't quite hooking up. There's something often wrong with that sense of weight or mass, and so that's always really tricky. And there is an analogy to that in the visual arts. You talk to special effects people, and they say, they make fake rocks for the movies because real rocks look fake and fake rocks look real on films. Well, it's often the same kind of thing that happens with sound.
One last thing I'd like to say is to keep it more granular and more individual sounds. And if it's a flash game or something like that, you'll probably have individual timings of when these things fire off. Instead of doing a full soundtrack, that's how things kind of get out of sync a lot of the time. So the more granular it is, or if you know if something is going to loop, keep it looping until it needs to be turned off. And usually that's all handled in the data side. So try and keep it as minute as possible, as granular as possible. And that helps a lot in the end, because then they can just move those timings around too, and it doesn't become your job to do that all the time as well.
Cool. Get a few more in here.
Hi, I'm also a sound engineer. I have a compression limiting question. I've always found in the Blizzard games, you guys run like 3 tracks, and they're all gorgeously compressed. And I've always wondered how you deal with final limiting and get it where you can blend all these tracks, yet I can still hear every whisper in every track, and then there's a loud track, and the limiting never peaks or is clipped. It's always gorgeous. So any advice about compression and limiting, I would love.
I just want to say that is a master compliment, and we appreciate that with all our hearts. Thank you. I'll let the guys speak to the compression and limiting, but I know one thing that I do in mixing the music is I work at very low volumes when I'm mixing, because at a low playback level, if you can hear the bass and the treble and the mid-range and the melody and it's all there, even at a level that you can easily speak over and have a conversation over, chances are it'll sound good when you turn it up to face melting levels, which eventually we do, but there's all that. I think that reference listening level is really important to be consistent. As far as compression, maybe, I don't know, anything else anyone want to add?
Well, I should say, in the form of the game, it's good to leave plenty of headroom back at runtime. So you don't necessarily have to compress everything a lot. I like to compress things when I want to make it really aggressive and big and in your face. And when we go into the game and implement this stuff, nothing is at 0 dB. Not a lot of it's at 0 dB. We leave a lot of headroom in there so you have high dynamics and things can really jump out at you. So that's what I try and go for.
The audio world is weird. 0 is loudest.
Awesome, thank you.
Hello, and thank you very much. I am a student who's getting ready to graduate in 5 weeks with music business sound engineering emphasis. And I'm also an opera singer and do voiceover, so I'm curious how much there is a crossover with you guys as an entire team for the artists who do the speaking voiceovers with pig sounds and as well as the music making. How much crossover is there?
It's Andrea's question.
I'll start off. As I kind of alluded to earlier, way before we even get into the studio, when we're in the casting process, actually before casting, when I'm working with the dev teams and we're talking about voices, I do pull up the kind of music work in progress. Again, before we even find our actors and start working on that, I want to hear what they're doing. I want to hear, because I'm really into music, I love sound, and so when I hear their work in progress, it really sets the tone. It sounds kind of goofy, but I really do get into my headspace, even when if I'm going to go through auditions, let's say I get in hundreds for each character that we do, before I even review the auditions, I will sit at my desk with headphones on and really listen to what they're working on musically, because it really, anybody who loves music knows you just get those sounds in your head and you're in a different place. So for me, for my part of it, I really do, and it's especially hard for me, not hard, but because I work on Star 2 and WoW, it's important that I do listen to their assets, because I need to clear my head of WoW, clear my head of Star 2, and really readjust and get into the D3 world. So hence I really rely on their music a lot to get me there so I can find the perfect voices for our characters. So in that way, that's how I collaborate.
You also worked with a really, actually we all worked with a really incredible voice actor named D. Baker, who can make the most unhuman sounds. And actually, I believe the sound designers were directing those sessions, yes?
Well, D. Baker did some work prior to me working at Blizzard for the Fallen family that Joseph can probably talk about a little bit.
Well, D is an amazing talent. He can stand in front of you and make noises with his mouth that don't sound like they're coming from a human, and it's kind of scary. He'll put objects in his mouth. He'll put his fingers in his mouth. He will do whatever it takes to make a really strange noise. And it's just amazing working with him because he's game for anything, and he can just about pull anything off. It's really quite stunning.
So that's that crossover between you know, found sounds for creatures, and then using the power of the human voice. And I suggest you maybe hunt his name down on YouTube, because if you can find some footage of him doing his thing, it's mind-blowing. I think, is he in the collector's edition DVD
Yes, he
video?
is. You'll see him in the collector's edition.
Excellent.
I love your shirt, by the way. Very cool.
Next.
We have time for just a few more questions.
First of all, thank you guys all so much for making sounds an experience unto itself in the games. I really appreciate it. This question is for the composers. How much do you balance collaboration between each other on your own individual pieces in the game, starting through the conceptual phase through all the way to the finished product?
Well, I think we all have complementary talents. There's some overlap of our areas of speciality, but there are so we do some internal casting that you know, maybe one person's tends to do the more heavy stuff, or maybe someone does the more humorous stuff. But we also have to contend with the fact that Blizzard's a real busy studio, so sometimes it comes down to which one of us is available. So some magic formula of the right person for the right job based on our individual strengths and our availability, because there's always a WoW patch to work on, and of course, Heart of the Swarm's coming. So
we talk a bit amongst ourselves quite often. We try and get together, whether it's in the hallway or structured meetings, but whether it's a year before the next WoW expansion, you know, we might have some conversations about that. Whether it's for, you know, the next StarCraft 2, we're always talking about things like that, or even in a team meeting where, you know, we're talking about all sound-related things. Musical ideas come up, so we just try and keep the conversation open.
it was also clear on this one that it made great sense to bring Lawrence in, because we wanted to explore things that we didn't know guitars or related instruments could do. And I think Lawrence spent half his income on this game on crazy new instruments.
Yeah, I got into some really interesting things, just to, you know, especially like the hammer dulcimer and stuff like that, to get all that extra dimension in the texture. But I gather my next job is to give guitar lessons to a pig. Is that the is that the plan?
And I was kidding. You don't have to ever twist a guitar player's arm to buy more gear. Next.
This is going to be our last question.
So to start off, when you when you were doing the Wrath of the Lich King, there is one sound in the Nexus. It's for the soundtrack. It was pulled straight out of Age of Empires 3, and I love that because I heard this iconic sound. I think it was like spawning some unit, and it perfectly matched with the music, and it just gave me kind of nostalgia for other old games that are also just fantastic. You guys, you know, we're right in the same level of, if not better. And my question is, when you're doing layering, especially the music layering for battles versus just ambient, how do you structure that? Like, what's your theory behind it so that it's not going to be too jarring and not too impossible for them to work through and keep going on the level?
Well, I guess there's different approaches in the different IPs to, in Diablo 3, since we're talking about that, there's one boss fight right now in the beta, and that's a Skeleton King. What you'll find in the approach to a lot of the boss music is it's more of a game component, where it's meant to increase the tension and increase the anxiety of fighting the boss, rather than like, you better hit, you know, we're gonna get the boss, it's more like, you know, oh no, the boss is coming, here it is, you know, it's more like, oh man, can't somebody turn the music off, it's confusing me, I gotta kill the Skeleton King. So it's just the context that the game places for us calls for a certain approach, a certain kind of music, that makes any sort of sense in my crazy way.
Everyone, we have to close. I wanted to say again, thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate it. And keep playing Blizzard games. Enjoy Diablo 3.
2 Heart of the Swarm Art and Technology panel. Please put your hands together and welcome to the stage members of the StarCraft 2 team.
All right, everybody, welcome to the 2011 StarCraft 2 Art and Tech panel. Thanks for coming. My name is Alan Dilling. I'm the lead artist on StarCraft 2, and today we're going to show you some cool stuff we've been working on over the last year for Heart of the Swarm. First, I'll introduce you to our cool panel. We have Steve Provost, one of the next generation of younger artists at Blizzard. He's already made his mark. Basically, all the crazy, gooey, bloody deaths you've seen in the game, it's all his handiwork. Next, we have Dominic Filion, our lead graphics engineer. He's the smart one out of the group. He's the one to make sure the engine can handle all the cool art we put into it. And lastly, we have Phil Gonzalez.
Hello, Blizzard Convention.
Phil's a veteran on the team. He's been here for quite a while, and basically every unit, multiplayer campaign goes through his sweet, lovely hands. All right, so first we're going to talk a little bit about the art style of Blizzard, just to kind of catch you up on our philosophy. We work really hard, we're very passionate about everything, and we want to play in these worlds as much as you guys do. So we work really hard trying to come up with epic ideas. This is really the start of it, like the core concept of what makes a unit cool, what makes the universe cool, what adds to the game itself besides just the gameplay mechanics. The next one is bold shapes. You really need to have a unique silhouette, especially in an RTS. When you have a top-down view, it's really hard to see the units. You know, there's 300 Zerglings on screen all over the place. You got to be able to pick out the infester. So having a unique, bold shape that really shows off the unit well is really important. And of course, crisp and colorful textures. You know, we're known for not doing realistic stuff. It's a little more on the flavorful side. You know, lots of color. And again, with the crispness, you can't get too much detail since the units are smaller. Because when you zoom out again to the RTS view, it gets kind of busy. So you really need to kind of complement the bold shapes with details, but you can't get too much small stuff in there. And of course, to bring it to life, dynamic animations. Again, you're not going to see like uber realistic motion capture stuff with our animations. We like to do it by hand, keep it kind of stylized, a little bit over the top, and just basically have fun with it. So now on to the multiplayer units. I don't know if you guys have seen them on the floor out there, but we have a bunch of new units for both or all three sides. Now with 5,000% more super badassedness. And some of these units are still a work in progress, but I'm really proud of what we have so far on the art and design side. We've been playing The Office. We've had a lot of fun. The art looks amazing. These guys have done a great job. And it's kind of a fun thing, too, because we work hand in hand with the designers. Sometimes we get certain things from them that say, hey, we need a small unit, and it's got a grappling hook, and it flies. We're like, okay, cool. And we'll kind of go off and we'll start pushing it more. Like, what if it has 2 grappling hooks, or it's got laser grappling hooks, or, you know, instead of flying, it's got, you know, giant legs. And we kind of try and push it back and forth a little bit. Other times, we actually get stuff in that just seems cool to us, and we're like, hey, like, we want a giant robot in the game. Like, the Thor is a great example. We went to the designers, and they said, hey, you know, giant robot, it's got huge guns. Like, they're like, what does it do? I don't know. You guys figure it out. It's just cool. Like, who doesn't like giant robots? So that's a good unit. That's a good example of basically them putting in cool stuff on our side and making it work in the game really well on the mechanics side. And actually, some of the stuff you're seeing here today, the design came in recently, so some of the stuff we made literally like 3 weeks ago. In fact, last week we were still doing some tweaks, so it's really fresh. All right, first we'll start off with the Zerg. Heart of the Swarm is a Zerg-centric expansion, and one of the new units is actually called the Viper. Now this is about 3 years old actually. It's a development video we have internally. We really wanted to have a cool snake-like motion for one of the characters. And again, we didn't know what for. We decided, hey, that's a cool concept for Zerg. And so we animated this guy, we put him in, we were playing around with it, and it came down to, we just didn't have the tech to really pull it off so it'd be dynamic when it moved around in the level. And so we said, okay, we put it on the shelf and we'll come back to it, and you know, luckily a couple years later, we get to put it back in. And so we started reconcepting the overall look of it. And you can see Sammy, our art director, drew this, and at the beginning it was a little more of a kind of a scorpion look, kind of a muta tail in there. More concepting, kind of flesh out the colors and some of the details. You see the changes in the head and the arms. And then you have the final model, which looks amazing, I think. And you're not going to see it animated here. I'll show you in a minute because it's dynamically animated, but this guy is the epitome of a cool, creepy Zerg. Like, you don't even want to click on it. It's so disgusting. And that's what we strive for, basically. Here's a couple of them in motion. You can see how their tails work, and when you click around and do 360s with them, it actually follows you perfectly. And of course, a lovely environment from part of the campaign. Little sneak peek. Next, we have the Swarm Host. This guy's really cool. Again, an older concept here. At the beginning, we weren't sure if he was going to be a flyer or if he was going to be on the ground, so we kind of just, went with either concept. He ended up being a ground-based unit. And you can see here he's got a very distinct silhouette. Again, really strong shapes. He stands out against everything else in the game with that huge pad on his back and the egg sacs. A very structured, thick kind of dinosaur build for his motion, because as you'll see here, he's kind of a slow mover. And you see they come in, basically they burrow and they unleash these little critters called locusts, and they just tear up your bases. So Terran players are going to hate them. Next, we have the Terran. Any Terran fans in the audience? See, they're just OP. You guys are just cheesy. Come on. All right, the first unit actually is a revisit of an older unit, the Hellion. So you can see we changed it up a little bit. It's got a new paint job on it, got some flames. And then, I don't know, by the way, it turns into a robot, which is super cool. Again, we can tell we like robots. This guy, again, strong shape. He's got the turret on top. When he transforms in this mode, it's almost like a siege mode. He's a little bit slower. He's tougher, though, and he's got a shorter range on his flamethrowers. And he's got those awesome shields on his arms that help deflect the damage. Here's some in the base transforming. And basically, this is the last thing a Zerg player sees before they GG. Here we have the Warhound. Again, more robots. Some of the themes of the new Terran units are a little more high-tech than some of the older, kind of more junky stuff. Here's a great picture of everything you love about Terrans. It's got fire, it's got a huge cannon, rocket missiles, laser explosions, and of course, a pig decal on the shield. Gotta have that. Here's the actual model, looking amazing. And again, we try to get a unique silhouette. We have sharp angles that try and get all the specular highlights on the model. The guys did a great job texturing this one. Here's a group of them, totally decimating some Protoss. And again, these units are all playable on the floor, so I encourage you guys later on to stand in the hopefully short line and test them out yourself. And last, for the Terrans, we have the Shredder. This guy, again, this is another kind of like a napkin concept. Sometimes we have high detailed concepts like you saw in the Warhound. Sometimes we just need a very simple, quick idea, and then we kind of hand it off to the modeler and the texture, and they kind of run with it, kind of add their own flavor to it, and we kind of let everybody contribute a little bit so they have some ownership. This guy looks a little bit like an old spider mine. He's got 4 legs, he's robotic, he walks around. Here's his mobile mode right here, where he walks around. He's kind of a cute little guy. But what he does, basically, he burrows into the ground, and then he pops up his pad on top, and a huge energy shield comes out, or energy shockwave, basically, and just decimates anything. So Zerg players are going to hate this guy. And again, all this animations and everything are very in flux. My favorite race, the Protoss. There you go. So we did a couple interesting things. For right now, we're actually taking out the carrier and the mothership on the multiplayer side, and it's going to replace him with this guy. So he's going to be the new capital ship. Really large, huge, and you can see here another kind of rough concept, really trying to capture the sleek shapes, almost organic shapes of the Protoss. And you can see on the top, it kind of shows a little bit of the weapon system, which is important because, as you see here in the final model, like that energy ball is huge. It really becomes part of the ship itself with the silhouette. It basically launches that thing out and takes out, massive mutas. This guy has an interesting history too, because he started off as a Dark Templar theme, so he had more of the silver and green colors, and we're trying to balance out the armies just visually. And then, we decided, hey, screw it, he's going back to typical Protoss, traditional gold colors. And often that happens during development. We'll switch back and forth, test different things out. Here you can see him totally decimate a whole bunch of mutas. Yeah, I love this guy. Now here's another old development video. This guy back in the day was called the Star Relic, and it's probably about 3 or 4 years ago. And we just wanted something cool. We didn't know exactly what it did. Just, hey, awesome, robotic, techno-magical looking Protoss thing. And there was no role for it basically in the Army. So every time the designers would be like, hey, we're going to put in this flyer or this caster, I'd be like, oh, dude, come on, use this. And I'd pull it back out every time. It was almost like a joke. And so finally, there is a role for it as a caster in the Heart of the Swarm expansion. And so here's the final model, again, looking much better. And it's interesting, this guy actually started off with the gold colors at first, and once we switched the Tempest over back to gold, we said, well, we got to have one Dark Templar new unit in there, so we switched this guy over to silver. I would like to say we spent a lot of time thinking about it, and it was this huge deliberation, and we're very smart about it, but it took about 5 minutes, and we're like, yeah, that looks cool, ship it. So this guy's really fun. He's actually kind of a harassment unit with these cool spells. Like, he can put shields on your minerals so you can't mine, so that's going to be pretty evil. Here we go, the Replicant. This guy's awesome. Again, talking about very unique silhouette and structure. He goes around the battlefield. He just, it's a robotic unit, so we don't have to worry too much about the cockpit or seating in it or like how it all works. I mean, we try and be somewhat, form follows function, but this guy just looks cool. Like, screw it, he looks cool, put him in there. Basically, his role is he'll take any other unit he sees on the battlefield and turn into it. So like right here, you can see him stealing the identity of the siege tanks, and he's a permanent siege tank now. So that means the Protoss players can now have any other unit that's on any other race, which is very crazy. But I love that. Cool, well now I'm going to turn you over to Steve Provost to talk about environments.
Hi, I'm Steve Provost, a 3D artist on StarCraft 2. I'm going to show you a few videos of some of the new tile sets that we're working on, and then talk about some of the philosophies that we had going into this project. So here's a new installation in Heart of the Swarm. We really wanted them to feel unique from those in Wings of Liberty. So most of the environments in Wings of Liberty have a lot of dirt and a lot of grit in them. So what we wanted to try to do with this one was make a cleaner environment. But you lose a lot of detail on the surface when you take away that dirt. So what we decided to do was add reflective environment mapping to add that missing detail. And it really makes the surfaces shine. Here's a new lava tile set. We really wanted the Terran elements in this tile set to feel rooted to the ground in such a way that it could survive this hostile environment with all the flames and the lava. And you can see some smaller frequency details and small models around the edges. It makes it look a little more alive and occupied by the Terran. There's also a new set of custom walls there with ramps as well. And those are pathable by some of the smaller units of the game. So those are completely modular, and modders are going to have a good time making interesting mods with those. This is another man-made tile set. It's floating in the thick atmosphere of this alien planet. We added a lot of environment animations, a lot of construction equipment and stuff to make this feel like a functional base for the Terran. We also added some really massive cannons there in the background. It makes it look a little more defended and kind of shows off the scale of this massive base. And all of the art in Heart of the Swarm is brand new. We really use very few assets from Wings of Liberty. So I think the overall quality of the art has increased dramatically. Okay, here's a new ice tile set for Heart of the Swarm. Sammy, our art director, really wanted to add a cool ice tile set for the fans. And so we spent a lot of time doing different iteration on ice and different styles and shapes and different shaders. And one of our artists came up with a really cool model, which was blue, cyan, and purple. And we really liked it, so we applied it to all the assets on the stage. But it was a little too saturated, so we decided to dial it back and add some environment mapping on it. And it really brought it into the StarCraft universe and gave it that crisp look that you see today. Okay, so one of the most notable improvements to the art in Heart of the Swarm is our distinct color palettes per tile set. In Wings of Liberty, we would make a lot of assets that would be used across different tile sets. And so if you saw pipes on Braxis Alpha, you would see the same exact pipes on Valhalla. But in Heart of the Swarm, we made every asset handcrafted for that tile set. So it really gives that crisp color scheme. It makes it unique for each environment. So every single world feels like a new experience, and it really gives a specific mood to the player. So while we're working on these assets, our technical artists and our graphics programmers are working hard at giving us new tools and new technology to make more versatile shaders. And so when we need a new material like clean Terran paneling or Protoss glass or Protoss pipes, we'll do a bunch of tests and decide what looks really good and apply that to all the assets on the stage. And it makes these stages look more unique and feel more original to the user. So one of the biggest hurdles we have in doing environment art for RTS games is the procedural generation of cliffs and terrain. So we don't want the terrain, the cliffs, and the environment assets to look like different elements. We want them to feel less modular and feel more like one solid piece of artwork. So we made a conscious effort to create these custom cliff models to sort of make the world look a lot more natural and feel like one piece of art. So here's one of the more larger assets that you're going to encounter in the campaign. This was actually modeled as a high poly model and then baked down to a low poly mesh that you're going to see in game. It's got a bunch of really cool shapes and some fun effects on it. So here's the rock towers, the collapsible rock towers that you're going to encounter in multiplayer. We made all of our rocks in Heart of the Swarm as high poly meshes. We sculpted them and then baked them down to the low poly mesh that you see in game. And this gave a bunch of advantages. Number one, we can make these rocks look much more rigid, and since they have unique UVs, we can actually bake in the highlights and the shadows into each rock, so you don't lose any detail when it goes into the shadow, like you do with some of the rocks in Wings of Liberty. Here's a large Protoss structure that you're going to encounter in the campaign, and the effects in this asset actually would not have been possible without the new tech that we got for Heart of the Swarm. So on that note, I'm going to pass it over to Dominic, and he's going to talk about some of the new improvements to the engine.
Hello, Blizzcon. I'm Dominic Filion. I'm a lead software engineer for the graphics team on StarCraft 2. And what I want to share with you today is how the graphics in StarCraft 2 has actually evolved over time. Now, does anybody in the audience remember seeing screenshots of the first StarCraft in the alpha version? Anyone? Yeah. So if you remember, we got some of those here. Back in those days, everybody hated that. That was the left side picture, right? So everybody hated the picture. And we had to go back and actually change the look of it and actually make it look much better. So you might be wondering, did we go through the same process with StarCraft 2? And yes, we did indeed. So what I've been doing is for the past 6 years, I've been secretly stashing old builds of the game on my personal computer just for this day. And today, for the first time, I'm going to show you very old footage of how StarCraft 2 came about and how it looked in the early beginnings. So let's go back to the archives and see what that looks like. So we're going to go back a few months after I started working at Blizzard, and that was June 2005. This was build 385. This was the intro screen. And what you'll see is actually a little bit embarrassing because it's pretty primitive. So we started with the StarCraft 1 units. We didn't have any new units. This was the early versions of the models. The UI obviously needed a bit of alignment work to actually get it properly working. And we didn't have a sound engine yet, so no sound in the video. So all we did at that point was just getting the old StarCraft 1 stuff actually working. And the explosions were absolutely awesome. So if we move a bit further off, that was a year later, 2006. So now we actually put in something that would look more like a genuine model of the game. We had a cliff system that was put in, some basic lighting. We were kind of experimenting with the Terrans at this point. I think, let's see, what did we have? We were putting in some new units, if we're going to see in a few minutes. Yeah, it's not there, but we put in the particle systems, which would allow us to show actual blood coming out of Marines and all that kind of stuff. So that was our first version of that. And then this was a couple months later. So this is when we actually started putting in new units. And some of the units you'll see today have actually been either heavily modified or they're actually gone from the game. So there's the Guardian in there, there's the Cobra that has changed, the Thor was much bigger back then. So we put in some special effects and some beams at that point, and the explosions were actually a little bit improved. At that point, where were we? I think, oh yeah, we started working on the Protoss, the early version of the pylon energy grid we put in. We had our first experiments. You can see some Dragoons that were still in the game back then. The Purifier, which is one of the units that we subsequently killed. And this is what Creep looks like when you put a bunch of programmers in a room without an artist to actually give them direction. But we had our first version of the Creep at a prototype stage at this point. Moving on, 2006 in October, this is when we put in the glow tech in the game and the high dynamic range colors. So we started putting beams as well and all sorts of cool effects and actually getting something that looks a lot closer to what we have today. What you see here is actually the old Archon, which was much bigger, and you could actually spawn it by just merging 3 Templars together. This is the mechanic we subsequently changed. So this is an actual much closer version of the Creep that we actually put in later. If you look in the video, you'll see it was actually reflective. This is something we changed afterwards because it was kind of slow. The Creep was pretty slow, and it was kind of distracting to actually see twice the same unit on the same screen. But at that point, we had really started to dial down the look of the Zerg and the Theron and the Protoss, and actually getting something that looks a lot closer to what we have today. Does anybody remember seeing the announcement of StarCraft II in Korea, like the early videos? This is the build that we use, and this was the first time we showed it to public. Blizzard actually shipped the whole team to Korea, and we had this huge stadium to actually see how the people would receive the game. It was the most exciting moment of my life, really. This is July 2007. We put in foliage on the terrain, as you can see, so we were starting to really polish up the maps and actually give them a more finished look. This is when we put in the line of sight blockers, the first time we experimented with that mechanic. And then a few months later, October 2007, we put in scorch marks underneath buildings, kind of little polished items to really kind of anchor buildings to the terrain and actually give the final look for buildings. So at that point, we were actually quite close to the look of the game that we have today. But this was 2007, so you're probably wondering what the hell have these guys been doing in just 3 years between shipping. Well, we optimized the game, and we fixed some bugs, and we worked on the single-player campaign. That was 2008. And then in 2009, we optimized the game some more, and we fixed more bugs, and we worked on the campaign some more, until 12,000 builds later, we shipped version 1 of StarCraft that we have today. So let's move on to Swarm. Anyone here play on the lowest quality setting for graphics in StarCraft 2? Yeah, I hate you guys. So we're going to improve that. It looks terrible. It looks terrible on low, but we're actually going to improve that and not make it any slower than it is. We're actually trying to make that, and pro players love playing on low, so we're going to actually focus on that. How many Zerg players do we have here today? So for you Creep lovers, we're going to actually improve the look of the creep quite a bit. So as you can see, the creep is actually growing on the buildings of your enemy, so you can actually infest his buildings and really show him you're really corrupting the heart of his base. Another thing we're going to be working on, there's a lot of units in the Zerg race that have snake-like movements. So we've built this animation system that will automatically generate all these snake movements. This is something the modders could use if you want to make your own train of Marines or whatever that looks like a snake. We also have rebuilt the physics engine from scratch. So now you can humiliate your enemy in a lot of various ways. In slow-mo, nice. So modders could also use the physics to do whatever they need. If, for example, you want to make a marine rain spell. It's raining men. So these are just some of the new features we're going to put in Swarm for you guys, and I really hope you enjoy them. Thanks.
Just give it all to me. Hi guys, I'm Phil Gonzalez, and I'm going to talk to you guys about what we've been doing on StarCraft Dota, or Blizzard Dota, I should say. Fired. Blizzard Dota is a lot of Blizzard Dota is a lot of fun for us because we focused on the military campaigns of StarCraft 2, and we were really focused on having large armies, massive amounts of units, and we weren't focused on heroes. So Blizzard Dota gives us the opportunity to shift that focus and actually play around on the other end of the spectrum where we have really cool polished hero characters, among other things. One of the things we're trying out, and you'll know there's a difference between the map from last year and this year, is that we're playing around with the cyber world idea. And the main idea is that this world is a gaming planet, and all the heroes are being abducted or incorporated to provide entertainment. The world we're trying to experiment with will also have a replication of terrain in areas we're familiar with, so maybe we'll see Sanctuary and other worlds from Blizzard universes. Another thing we changed from last year was the creeps. These guys are the numerous minions you'll be fighting as your heroes. We really wanted to imply a simplicity in their design. They're mass-produced, they're pieces of junk. You're going to kill them by the thousands, so who cares how intricate they are? Basically, we use really simple shapes, circles, pipes, stuff like that. We carried this theme on through some of the Mega Minions. This is going to replace the minion that we currently have, which I think is an Ultralisk in the Blizzcon build. But this will be there in that place, and it shares some of the same elements. It still looks like it's mass-produced, it's a simple thing to build, but it's also been kind of overbuilt in some areas to imply that this thing is going to wreck house. Take it out. Basically, the main goal with the minions is that they're kind of unremarkable. We want the heroes to be the focus of the game. We want the minions to be completely expendable. So going through with the cyber world theme, our main focus of Blizzard Dota is making the heroes shine and everything else just complement their goal in what you're doing in the game. Another interesting aspect of the cyber world is that we're going to be blending Blizzard worlds into it. For this build, we decided to bring in the ogres from the World of Warcraft universe. And so we have the mercenaries who have taken very quickly to the technology of the future, and they've equipped themselves with guns, armor, and the concept on the right, you'll see, is the Ogre King. It's not ready for BlizzCon yet, but he essentially is a gold piñata. If you find him on the map, kick the crap out of him, he's going to drop a ton of gold, and it's all going to go to your entire team. It's a cool new guy. These are the models we use for the Ogre minions. The cool thing about them is they're really economic models. We essentially made one ogre, and by switching out the weapons between ranged or melee weapons, we can get a lot more variety and utility out of these models. Another benefit is we have custom textures for each of these, and the textures make distinct differences on the models, such as tattoo patterns or even the completely different skin tone on the Ogre Mage. This is just a quick example movie, and if you're in the last panel you saw, the way the ogres work is they have camps around the map, and when you defeat them, they'll swear allegiance to your team, essentially replacing some of the mass-produced minions with sturdier, more honed fighters that will actually fight for you. It's pretty cool. And it takes a while. Just keep watching.
It's hammer time.
Man. This is the Goblin Shop. We knew that we were going to be redoing the item shop, and we decided what would be a good fit for an item merchant. Naturally, the goblins came to mind once again. They're prolific, they'll pop up anywhere. They're like cockroaches or whatever. So basically, they've taken over the cyber world's merchant needs, and they haven't really adapted that much. It's still the same shoddy goblin construction we know and love. It's a fun piece, and it really adds a lot of flavor to the serious tone of the cyber world. This is a concept for Lord Order. When we showed Blizzard Dota last year, instead of Lord Order, we had a King Tower as the final objective. We decided we could add a lot more character to the game by adding Lord Order, implying he's more of a galactic overlord and that he's part of the acclamation of the heroes that are fighting. We wanted to give him really powerful, sweeping kingly gestures to imply that this guy is badass until he gets beaten up by 5 heroes. When we started developing Blizzard Dota, we started with things we already had. Kerrigan was an ideal candidate. She appeared in Wings of Liberty, and she essentially already had every function we needed to start making heroes. We just simply adapted her by giving her more team color so she had a better read from the game view camera. We also started experimenting. The Dwarven Marauder is an ideal situation where we decided we could blend the Warcraft and StarCraft universe into this character. The Marauder proportions are really close to Dwarven proportions, and by adding weapons, the spears on the back and the helmet, we got a really interesting character that we blended up. And we're definitely going to try experimenting in appropriate places with this more often. Nova is a key example of something the designers were really interested in because they wanted to see a ghost character. They had a lot of ghost abilities already implemented, and they said, we're going to use a ghost. And as artists, we asked if we could implement something a bit more visually pleasing than the standard ghost we have in the Terran army. And you'll see in some other slides, we would like to use iconic characters whenever possible, even if we're defining a hero by a basic role. Tassadar is kind of an ideal example of this. The initial build of Tassadar, he was a sentry, just a regular old robotic sentry. Not that cool to look at, and we definitely liked the Protoss vibe. We thought, it feels Protoss-like, so let's pick a better Protoss character to represent it. Luckily, we had Tassadar from Wings of Liberty, and all we had to do really was make a new crest on his back to kind of make him look more epic. So now we have a new hero, Uther. Uther was another hero that design had established early on that they wanted a healing class. They really wanted a healing-centric character, and through discussions, it seemed like the Paladin kit would be fitting best for him, and it's kind of appropriate that the first Paladin character in the Warcraft lore is also the first Paladin in StarCraft Dota, representing the healing classes. Arthas, on the other hand, was a different story. Arthas is awesome. Like, let's just put him in the game. That's what we said, and they had no idea what they were going to do. There was no design agenda for a Death Knight, but the art was there, and the art had a lot of potential. So, in a kind of backwards fashion, the art came first, and then design decided to make some really cool Death Knight-centric abilities to make Arthas work. Thrall, once again, shifts over where they had a shaman character type. They said, we want to use Bloodlust, we want to use Totems, we want to use Lightning Shield. Naturally, we decided, let's use our most well-known shaman character, and we picked Thrall. When we picked Thrall, though, we already had a character that was an orc, the Blade Master. And so we decided to make Thrall a bit more distinct and change his silhouette by mounting him on a Cyberwolf. The Cyberwolf and Thrall initially were the same thing. Thrall was just mounted on a wolf. He didn't move faster. There was no gameplay functionality behind him being on a wolf. This was interesting. It's a different physical read. It's a different silhouette. It's unique. Unfortunately, what we discovered, and we learned this lesson a long time ago as well, and it came back, is that when you create a character on a mount, you have to scale it down. It says the character on the mount has to have the same pathing footprint and take up the same area as a character on foot. The bummer is Thrall becomes very small. He doesn't look epic anymore. He doesn't look like a war chief. It doesn't feel like Thrall. Why should we use Thrall? We had this problem in Warcraft 3 as well. It essentially came back to haunt us, and we really had concerns about this. We wanted to look epic. So we discussed with the designers and voiced these concerns. We asked if the mount system could be better integrated into the game. They had already had things they were talking about with the boots, and they decided, well, maybe we can take boots out of the game, and we can make the mount an actual part of the game design. And that's kind of how it came around, is we wanted to see Arthas looking, or excuse me, Thrall looking his best mounted, and we wanted the mount to have more significance. And this is kind of the best of both worlds, because now we have Thrall mounted up. The mount actually signifies the fact that he'll be moving faster and has a role. And plus, we can dismount Thrall, and he looks just as cool stomping around, smashing heads. Finally, we have the D3 Witch Doctor. I was really, really excited to see this character get put in the game because this is the first time we've incorporated Diablo universe characters into Blizzard Dota. And this guy has a bit more of a subtle blending of universes. You can see he has a Troll Witch Doctor head as his familiar totem, as well as a Zergling skull on the back of his hip. We're really looking forward to mixing these universes more. There's a lot of potential here. It's going to be a lot of fun. This is a character that we have in the works right now. It's a Goblin Tinker. The Goblin Tinker is going to be a construction-based hero. He's going to build all sorts of turrets and launch pads, stuff like that. His ultimate ability is his armor. He jumps inside of it and it becomes a Goblin-style marine suit. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're basically making a Goblin SCV, and we'll see how it plays out. We're also looking into hero skins, hero variations. All the heroes we had last year, they're coming back. We just wanted a smaller amount of heroes for BlizzCon. But you can guarantee that we're going to explore things like alternate costumes, putting Stitches in a marine armor instead of a Zerg carapace suit. Things like that. We're still deciding what we're going to do, but there's a lot of potential here. For example, we can make any of these characters. Or any of these characters. The sky's really the limit. I mean, I don't know what we're going to end up doing, but there's a ton of really cool universe characters that we can pick and really make Blizzard Dota unique. Finally, sadly, this model was not prepared for BlizzCon. Stupid, I know. But Illidan is really, really cool, and he's on deck right now. They're concepting out his hero kit, and you can see from the animations coming up, he's going to be a really, really fun hero, and it's going to be cool seeing him and Arthas square off. So thank you for your time, Blizzard Convention. I guess we're going to Q&A.
Hi guys. In the art we've seen so far of Kerrigan as a human, we've seen her in her suit that glows blue and glows orange. Is there a significance to those colors? And in the Blizzard manual here for BlizzCon, it shows her arm transforming back into Sarah Kerrigan as the Queen of Blades. Can you talk about that at all?
We can't really talk about that stuff without giving away any kind of story hits. So we just have to say stay tuned, and yeah, I mean, obviously the whole expansion is focused on Kerrigan, so we try to do as much as possible to make her stand out and be unique and add even more depth to her character, but we can't really tell any details.
Your observations are not in vain. You're onto something.
Hi, question about the engine. You talked about making low quality looking better than before. Are you doing anything to make higher quality for people on high-end graphics cards look better? And in a related question, what are you guys looking for in DX11, and what do you think of using that?
Yeah, we're always looking to expand on every quality level. So there's certainly things that we're going to improve. So the cinematic scenes in particular would use these special effects on Extreme that we add in a patch. So we're kind of looking if we can actually transport some of these advanced features from the cinematics to the in-game stuff. So we're kind of still deciding that out, but there's definitely going to be improvements there. And then as far as DX11, we've been kind of looking into it. I've worked on DX11 porting the game. It takes a while, and we can still achieve a lot with DX9 still, and that everybody has access to this. But yes, we're definitely looking into this, though I couldn't give you exactly when that would happen, that we would move over to DX11.
I saw that there were going to be a lot of new mechanical units. Can you go into some detail about the drivers of those vehicles?
Phil, you want to handle this?
Are you referring to the Hellion and the Merc Commander and stuff like that?
Yeah.
The Merc Commander, the Warhound, sorry, we've changed the name a couple times. The Warhound is more of a seasoned, kind of surly-looking, higher-up military figure, so he'll have a bit of the battlecruiser captain flavor, but light. And I believe the new Hellion is going to kind of be a bit more of the same, but a little sexed up and stuff like that. And the Shredder is essentially just a drone robot, so I'm sure we're going to get something very similar to the Mule portrait. I don't know yet.
And for the Protoss units, like the ships?
The Protoss ships, we definitely have a couple new Protoss portraits we've made that have Protoss pilots. One of them, we're looking to put another female character in the cockpit of one of the ships to get more female Protoss presence. And the replicant is essentially a robot, so we're probably going to have something similar to the phase prism portrait for that.
I just want to thank you guys for showing us the tech behind some of this and how long it takes for a game to come. I actually don't have a question. I just want to say thank you for everything that you've done and put into this game so we can play it.
What's your name?
Craig.
Thanks, Craig.
Thanks, Craig.
Thanks. All right, I actually have two questions. The first question is if anybody here has been following the development of Wings of Liberty before that was released, the carrier was replaced by another unit called the Tempest. You know, exactly somewhat like the one that you have here, except it's now a carrier, or it was back then a Dark Templar carrier. My question is, or my first question is, what exactly inspired you to shift away from the recolored carrier Tempest that you were going to use back then versus the half Corsair, half Star Relic model that you're using now?
That's a great question. I'm glad you actually noticed the old Tempest. It's a kind of funny story. We were first putting everything together. We had the press come out, and we said, hey, cool, here's our new units, and the Tempest was one of them, where we said, okay, you know, we like the carrier. He's a great classic unit. It's one of my favorite ones. But like, we need to put a new spin on him for, you know, for the sequel, obviously. So we made the DT version. He had like little shurikens instead of interceptors. And it was in the build for about 3 weeks. And by the time the magazine came out with all the new previews, he wasn't even in the game anymore. So I think one of the reasons was that unit was still a carrier in a lot of ways, where you could build specific units, and it kind of, I mean, it looked the same. It was just the whole DT spin on it. In this case, we're like, okay, let's get a totally different mechanic, and it really replace them, you know, wholeheartedly instead of just a little cosmetic twist.
Yeah. And my second question is, how big of a backlash do you think you're going to get from taking out the carrier again, because it didn't work out so well the first time, so maybe a second time will be the charm?
You know, I have a lot of faith in our designers, and we play a lot of games internally, you know, testing this stuff out, and it's a blast. I mean, I've heard repeatedly, like, this is the best StarCraft has ever been, so I just have a lot of faith that we'll continue testing it. We'll go through the whole beta phase, of course, get all your guys' feedback, and again, please check it out on the floor yourselves, and give us as much feedback as possible.
Hi, do you guys know if map makers are going to have access to that physics engine when we're making custom abilities?
Yeah, you're going to get access to all that. And the previous panel had the Star Tools thing, so you'll be able to make your own models, rig them up, and even like take different models and actually build, like the Terratron, right? The Terratron was kind of a building different models. You could probably mesh a whole ragdoll kind of setup with that kind of thing.
Hi. So I know that StarCraft 2 is optimized for dual core, and I think that's because the game's kind of old. Like, the design's been going on for a long time. I was wondering if Heart of the Storm's going to be optimized for tri-core, dual core, or quad core.
Yeah, we actually didn't specifically target dual core. It's just that happened to be how it kind of balanced out, right? And there's actually more than 2 cores, but yeah, the third and the fourth one is actually very low. So this is a constant process. It's not necessarily just going to be swarm. Wings of Liberty, we're going to patch it up, and as we make performance upgrades, Wings of Liberty will get the same thing. So the answer is yes, we're going to target more cores. As we just need to kind of recode some of the engine to take advantage of that.
Thanks.
Yeah, one of the cool things I like about the Protoss is the Dark Templar unit, and he has 2 separate models. And I was wondering, in the future, do you think that could be something a little bit more common, spread throughout all of the other different races?
When we built the Dark Templar, we realized that the potential to do duplicate units like that was partially because he's cloaked, and he's a rather vague unit. So your first visual read, you're like, oh, okay, I'm seeing something cloaked, so it's Dark Templar-like. A lot of our other units, we can't take those advantages because if we change the physique too much, it doesn't look like what it was a variation of. If we change the Marine too much and change the shoulder pad shapes and the other proportions, people start going like, well, is it a Marine or a Marauder? And we have to be really careful in doing that. The benefit of the Dark Templar being cloaked basically gave us free reign to say, well, you only see him at 50% or opacity anyways, so if he's slightly different shaped and has a different look, we can kind of get away with it because the cloak will tie it all together. It's really tricky, and believe us, we want to do that stuff. We don't get too many opportunities to do that without breaking the game. You can even see it with mercenary units and Wings of Liberty. If we use mercenaries and mix them in with the regular units, it'd start getting really muddy really fast.
What about something a little bit more simple, like separate textures, where like there'd be, like on a Terran Marine, he'd have battle damaged armor, or maybe some different writing or something on there?
On that front as well, we've done texture variations like that. If you open up the Goliath in Wings of Liberty, he has a few different variations. The main factor is, though, our game has to have a readability in multiplayer because it's so competitive, and design is really leery of us making those alterations because the pros have to see the exact same Marine they always see. And even slight variations, they said, let's not even risk that. And yeah, there's a lot of potential there. I'd love to see it, but unfortunately, we have to make a really tight game for the pros and for a design sensibility that art-wise we have to compromise.
So I haven't had a chance to play Blizzard Dota yet, so if this has been addressed, I apologize. But when you click on the heroes, will they have any speech, or when they attack, say have some kind of vocal charge?
No music, no, I'm just kidding. Actually, we're spending a lot of time right now with the sound department making some really cool dialogue for them. So they'll have all the so-called piss lines where you click on them a bunch of times to get funny things. They'll have all their typical unit acknowledgments. It's probably hard to hear on the floor right now. They have the headphones, but we have some of that stuff in. There's a whole list I just saw the other day of really cool interactions. So like when you're running down the lane, the witch doctor might look over, or not look, he might say over to Nova, hey, when's your game coming out? You know, things like that, and make fun of it. So we can actually have fun within the universe as well. And I think just the fact that we have all 3 universes and all our past ones to work from just gives us that more ammunition for having cool dialogue. So it's definitely coming.
Why are the wow, that's weird. Why is the Tempest and the Carrier mutually exclusive from a gameplay point of view? It seems like they have very different. It seems like they have different roles.
You know, that's a good question. We needed a designer. Yeah, you know, I can't answer that too much. I mean, I just know that they put a lot of thought into it because we wouldn't just, you know, offhandedly, you know, take out anything from the game, especially one that's been in there since the old original StarCraft. So we're still testing a lot of things out. So it's not to say this is final, but as of right now, they felt that was the best way to utilize it. And it could be, I'm speculating a little bit here, but it could be because some of those things don't get used as much in tournaments, and so they want to try and make things that are more practical and actually get used more often.
Yeah, we need a designer to answer that. I could tell you how to program them.
I figured you would need a designer. I just thought I might as well ask.
I just want to ask a question elaborating on what you said about the voices. Would the units also be casting jives over to the opposite team? Like say Illidan and the Lich King were fighting in the same lane. Would they talk to each other and, you know, throw jabs?
I'm not sure exactly what the plan is, but it's definitely possible from a tech point of view, and so I'll definitely bring that up with them. I think it's easily doable, so we'll see.
Yeah, they actually are, from what I saw last, is they're planning on doing that where Arthas and Illidan would be like, I thought I killed you. And so the flavor is definitely there. There's a lot of cool stuff coming up with interaction.
We still have time for more questions if anyone wants to jump in line.
I just wanted to see if there's any plans to change some of the burrow movement animations. I saw the Baneling burrow move, and it's kind of...
What are you saying, dude? Come on. You're calling us out?
Yeah, it's just the Baneling.
Don't be a hater.
Yeah, it's a work in progress. I mean, we're always refining the look of the game. I mean, we actually go through so much iteration. For every animation we do, we probably throw out 2 or 3. So, you know, it's not final. We'll keep working on it.
I like the ultra.
Thanks.
I'm wondering if anyone on the team has put special focus into optimizing either Wings of Liberty in Patchwork or Heart of the Swarm for OS X so that it doesn't melt my computer.
That's a feature.
So we have a separate Mac team actually handling those, and they're currently mourning Mr. Jobs. But I don't know, I'd have to ask them. I can definitely pass the message that, what's your name again?
Dan.
I'll tell them Dan is suffering, and hopefully they'll be able to do something about that.
So we noticed that in WoW, the dances, they're inspired by something, but is some people's art, like, you know, a certain Kerrigan or anybody, referred to a certain face in Blizzard or something like that, where it's funny, or do you have any funny stories about that or things like that?
I don't know. You got any? I think there's a few slash dances in Dota, or Blizzard Dota, where we reference like the rerun dance for the Abomination, a few things like that. We have an animator who really likes to look at funny reference for things like that.
Hello, my name is AJ. I'm just wondering, were you guys thinking about adding in, let's say, Archon for a tank unit in Dota? I know there wasn't a, per se, hero for the Archon since, I think, 1, but I was wondering if that crossed your mind at all.
The hero agenda is going to be really interesting, and like I said, we're still developing it in a sense, and we do not know where we're going to draw the line between giving a character a unique hero or making a hero have a variation. For example, taking the Abomination and making him maybe look like the Butcher from Diablo. So we're still deciding where all those boundaries are going to be, and we definitely recognize there's a lot of really key characters, and yeah, an Archon hero would be awesome, and maybe it'll get its own unique hero. Maybe it'll be a skin and be like, check out my siege tank, it looks like an Archon. What? So we don't know yet. I mean, we're definitely experimenting, and it could be really cool. We'll see what happens.
Hey guys, I didn't have a question until you were talking about like the specific key like things that they say to each other in the lane or like when they're fighting and stuff. Just like a light suggestion, you could do like death ones too, because like the funniest part of like League of Legends is when they die and they do something all crazy. Maybe like if Arthas killed Illidan, he says something like "I still hate you" or I don't know, like
That's
death
totally
voices.
cool. Yeah, I can see that. That's a good idea.
Hey, I was playing Zerg in StarCraft 2 Heart of Swarm, and I noticed that the icons for roach speed and burrow movement were swapped. When do you guys plan on changing that?
Oh man, that one came back. I will personally take it up with Samwise again.
Oh, okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
I haven't had a chance to play Blizzard Dota, but I was wondering if some of the original voice actors are on tap to get the voices back for some of the characters you have planned.
Glenn Stafford and I were talking about it outside yesterday, and they definitely want to try and get the actors for Arthas and Illidan, and they're going to make the effort to try and get all those guys back. It's the plan.
Something that always kind of blew my mind with the original game is how the replay files was basically a list of commands and how the engine would kind of parse through that and display the replay. I'm wondering that if during development and all that, if you had any issues or any struggles with getting that all to match up with each consistent replay. Does that make sense?
Do you mean with replays of the older games, or?
No, with replays, like the replay files for multiplayer matches.
Right, I'm not sure I understand, like...
Making sure that the replay syncs up with the actual what happened the first time, right? Just making sure the simulation is the same.
Yeah, how the AI kind of parses through the replay file and kind of just shows you what the game was without actually having, a video of the game.
Right, well, StarCraft is entirely deterministic, right? There's no random factor, so as long as we have all the commands at the proper time, there's really... I wouldn't say it's easy, but it's pretty straightforward to rebuild the sequence of everything that happened if you know every single click and every single thing that happened.
I'm just wondering, was there any challenge with producing that AI to be able to, do that? And it seems kind of awesome to me, so.
Yeah, Dave, the AI guy, was hidden in his office for months working on that. So it wasn't, I can imagine it wasn't straightforward, but as far as the specific challenges, you would have to be the one to answer that.
Thank you very much. The game is awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I was wondering with StarCraft Dota how far you're willing to take some of the jokes with like the heroes. Like if you would get permission from say Day 9 to make a Day 9 hero unit, if that proves popular, since they, are part of StarCraft, so many people think of them like an Artosis, tasteless Archon.
I could totally see it. We have one aspect of it that you might not notice on the floor right now is there's stands, like stadium stands. There's lots of fans. There's even like a little TV with a video of the game they're watching. So it kind of feels like a sport. And so I could actually see us making at some point some announcers that are, tasteless and Artosis up there doing that aspect. And then the other part, I'm sure we could probably make that happen.
Yeah, the sessions for references and jokes that I've been in, they get pretty out of hand, and we are definitely looking into Scotty references for the Witch Doctor and the Blade Master saying, I don't think the last samurai would be a Scientologist. I mean, those are just light ones too. Like, it gets really out there and the stuff is coming. We have some pretty good guys putting their heads together on that.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I had a question about unit models. I always thought that one of the things that made Warcraft 3, the custom map editor, such a fertile creativity tool was that there were not only the 4 playable races, but a few dozen creep races. You had an endless menu of unit models you could use. Pretty much anything you wanted to make, there was a model that looked kind of like it. Whereas StarCraft 2, it's a bit more focused menu, even with the campaign-only unit models like the Zerg Leviathan, that kind of thing. I was wondering if any time in the future we could see a little bit broader menu of models in the StarCraft 2 editor.
I definitely agree the palette of StarCraft 2's characters and stuff are a bit more limited than Warcraft, but we're also driving a completely different direction with the story. And essentially we're meeting the needs of the story, and when the story doesn't go to places where we need that diversity, we're simply not going to make it. And the turnaround time for the art we're producing is tremendously longer compared to what we did in Warcraft 3. So we have a lot of limiting factors that unfortunately can't let us appease the need for more variety, but we definitely do like stepping out of those boxes. I mean, half the reason Blizzard Dota is so much fun for us is because we get to switch from a future army game to an iconic hero game. And so when we get more opportunities like that, more art will be produced, and time will tell.
Hey guys, you're doing a really great job. I just want to say that from seeing what you guys have produced. I had some simple questions. When the game launches, do we have to pay for it like DLC, or is it going to be free? And will you continuously release characters that we have to pay for?
Currently the plan right now is to, it's very up in the air. We want to release some form of free version though. And it will be downloadable. It won't be, I don't think we're talking about boxes yet. We might put in the starter edition for one thing, but we're still kind of talking about that stuff. But there are definite plans to make it, free to play in some form. And then we're definitely, it's up to the community how popular it is and how much we support it. So if it takes off, absolutely we're going to support it.
Additionally, when people buy the full version of Wings of Liberty or Heart of the Swarm, there'll be benefits to that. So you can start playing for free, and then, just like Alan said, and then when you buy full versions of the game, we'll be doing exclusive Dota stuff for people who actually want to buy the game and get on the ladders and stuff like that.
And does that mean there's going to be a ladder to Dota, Blizzard Dota?
Yeah, we have all the BattleNet features you're used to, or I'd say most of them. We're going to be on there with rankings and matchmaking, ladders, all that stuff.
We have time for one more question.
So first of all, I'd like to thank you for making such an awesome game. I can't stop playing this game even at work, and sometimes my boss just hates it when I keep playing this game.
He doesn't know what's good for you.
Yeah, I know. I tell him I'm a programmer, and I tell him this is good for me because this is really good. It shows there's a lot of polish in what they do. So
you're getting your actions per minute up. That helps you with the programming.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know if this question relates to you exactly, but if you bought the collector's edition, you would get a custom skin on the Tor. Was wondering if you knew there was going to be a custom skin for this edition of the game, and which unit it might be.
Yeah, I don't think we've talked about that yet internally. I mean, we definitely want to do that. We love giving the fans even more just fun and some just geeky love there, but I'm not sure what details are yet. You guys talked about it?
We've thrown ideas around, but that stuff happens so last minute that I can't give you an answer until we're ready to ship. That Thor pet for WoW probably happened in like 2 days. Last minute, trust me. Super last minute.
How about one last round of applause for our panelists?
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you for attending the StarCraft II Heart of the Swarm Art and Technology panel.
Hey,
One more little thing to show you guys.
Please.
Awesome.
We had something, but there.
Oh, here we go. Woo! So here's a little sneak peek from one of the campaign missions.
Nothing's playing on the main screen.
This is Kerrigan before she has her coffee in the morning. I think it's awesome. They did a great job on that. And we can't tell anything about it, though, so you have to wait till the game comes out. But anyway, thanks again, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the panel for StarCraft II Multiplayer, put your hands together for the StarCraft II Balance Team.
Hey everybody, my name is Dustin Browder. I'm the game director on StarCraft II. Thank you, thank you. And it's my pleasure to share the stage with some of the smartest guys I've ever worked with. This is David Kim. Give it up for David. David is the balance designer, currently working really hard for us on StarCraft II and Heart of the Swarm. And this is Josh Mankey, PhD and local genius. Mankey is responsible for a lot of the stats that we use in BattleNet. He's also responsible for the ladder system that we all play in every day. So here's what we're going to do here today. We're going to talk a little bit about where we're at in balance in Wings of Liberty, what we have just seen recently, what we're hoping to see for the future, give you guys a look into the numbers and into the process that we use inside Blizzard Entertainment, and then we're going to give you a look at what's going on in Heart of the Swarm, what our current plans are for Heart of the Swarm, and I think if we do our job right here, we'll have a ton of time for questions for you guys, so please get ready, and we'll hopefully have a long Q&A session where you guys can ask us anything you want to ask us about Wings of Liberty or about Heart of the Swarm. All right, let's take a quick look at global balance and where we're at right now in Wings of Liberty. So Terran versus Zerg right now, and this is across everyone in the world, all leagues, all divisions, is pretty even, within 1 or 2 percentage points in any given area of the world on any given day. Protoss versus Zerg, all over the world is very, very even for us. So we're seeing good results in these. And then the very contentious Terran versus Protoss, strangely, is actually very even. Looking at all leagues and all ladders. I know, I'll get to it. Don't worry. It's fine. But again, remember, this is bronze all the way through Grandmaster. So some of the bronze guys are getting in there, and if they're having a better experience, that's diluting the rest of the pool. So let's take a look at the Masters balance. This is another way we like to look at the game. Obviously, we want the game to be balanced at all levels if possible. That's our ultimate goal. All the way from the bronze guy who just bought the game, all the way up to the guy who's playing here today in a tournament. We want to do the best we can. But Masters level often tells us, Masters and Grandmasters, often tells us things that we don't see when we look at that big a pool like we just showed you. So Terran versus Zerg, once again, is pretty even. This one seems to be working out for us, and this seems to be historically fairly true for us for many months now. Protoss versus Zerg does have one problem. Zerg dominance, but only if you're European. If you're anywhere else, you're fine. But if you're in Europe and you're playing, against the Zerg as Protoss, you're behind statistically by about 10% on any given day. So that's a little bit of a concern to us. Again, it's hard to know. Masters and Grandmasters is ultimately a pretty small pool, and we see big swings in these numbers depending, honestly, on who logged in on a given day or any changes that happen in the metagame in this matchup. Now, here's the scary one. You ready? Terran versus Protoss. Terran, definitely, but only if you're Korean. If you live in North America or Europe, you're doing okay. But if you live in Korea, you're behind by, again, about 10 to 12 percentage points on any given day. So these would be our two concerns going forward.
So before we get into the tournament data, I just want to point out that we do try to look at every single major tournament out there, and we do take every single major tournament very seriously. We don't just look at one tournament when making a move. So let's take a look at some of the most recent tournaments that happened. All 6 of these tournaments happened, I think, either this month or very close to this month. So it's as recent of a data that you can get as possible. So in GSL Code S, as everyone already knows, Terran is very overpowered. We're seeing a heavy Terran dominance in this tournament specifically. GSL Code A, however, we're not seeing this. We're seeing even matchups for all 3 races. IEM Guangzhou, we're also seeing even numbers, but one thing to know about IEM is while it's a very major tournament, the scale of the tournament is not as big as some of these other tournaments that we're mentioning. So it may be a little biased than some of the other tournaments. IEM New York, we saw that Zerg was dominating. IPL, even though it was a ZVZ finals, we felt like Terrans were competing fairly well against the both races, but Protoss weakness definitely stood out in this tournament. And in MLG Orlando, one of our favorite tournaments out of all the tournaments out there, we were seeing even numbers here as well. So now let's take a look at our balance process by taking Protoss versus Terran as an example. So before 1.4, as we pointed out before that, on the adjusted rating side, we weren't seeing too many problems except in Europe and Korea at the highest levels. But it's not the only thing we take into consideration when making balanced decisions. We do try to look at community feedback as well as pro feedback very heavily. On the community side, we were getting a lot of feedback saying Protoss is a little too weak against Terrans overall. Pros, however, were going a little stronger in this feedback, and a lot of pros were actually saying Protoss almost has no chance against Terrans, especially versus the 1-1-1 all-in strategy. So what this strategy is it's a strategy of going 1 barracks, 1 factory, 1 starport, opening up that way, and then saving up a lot of Marines, siege tanks, as well as Banshees, and pushing with almost half of your workers also, going for an all-in attack. So after doing some more analysis, we realized 1-1-1 is a little too strong and that we should deal with it. We would... And we were also noticing that EMP might be a little too strong as well, but because of the 1-1-1 all-in strategy being too powerful, we noticed it's difficult to really gauge the strength of EMP in the late game because most Protoss players were going into the late game at a bit of a disadvantage because they have to prep against the 1-1-1 strategy every single game by really overbuilding the tier 1 or tier 2 units. So the buff that we chose was a range buff for the Immortal. We went from 5 attack range to 6 in 1.4 patch. And the reason we chose this change was because the Immortal wasn't used heavily outside of the PvP matchup before 1.4. And when choosing changes in general, we do try to go for the smallest change possible. Because we believe the current state of the game is very solid, so we don't really want to make drastic steps that would really flip the matchup in favor of the other race. So after 1.4 came out, after the Immortal change came out, we were noticing a lot of improved feedback from both community and pros. There were still some negative feedback, but for the most part, everything has improved quite a bit. And especially on the pro side, a lot of Protoss pros were saying 1-1-1 isn't a problem anymore, and any equal skill Protoss player should be able to deal with this all-in rush as long as they can prepare for it. We also saw some improved tournament results as well. For example, just last weekend at MOG Orlando, we saw Huck pull off the crazy win. I don't think he even dropped down to the lower brackets, and he just won the whole tournament. And we also saw that in second place was MC, who was also a Protoss player. And while one tournament is not really enough evidence to really show that Protoss is okay now, we believed this small example actually helps us. So on the rating side, we're still unsure, and the reason is because every time we release a patch, the ratings tend to fluctuate a little bit, so it takes time for it to settle down. So after a couple weeks or so, we'll be able to know for sure how the ratings have changed. So currently, we're looking at a lot of these other factors. So just to summarize what we talked about before, on the rating side, we saw that Zerg was a little too strong against Protoss in Europe at the highest levels. We also saw that Terran was a little strong against Protoss in Korea alone. On the tournament side, we saw both Zerg and Terran strengths in some tournaments, but we also saw that Protoss was kind of weak in another tournament. So one of the things that we're trying to do for Protoss versus Terran is we want to reduce the radius of EMP because we believe the pure raw damage caused by EMP against Protoss is a little too strong. So for example, if you hit like 10 units with a single EMP right now, you do 1,000 damage, which is pretty much the strongest burst damage spell you have in the game. We're also looking at a more general Protoss buff so that Protoss in general can be more competitive against the two other races. So on this side, we want to try to decrease the upgrade costs, the Forge upgrade costs for the level 2, level 3, and shield upgrades in general, so that Protoss just gets this just general upgrade.
All right, so that's where we think we're at right now, kind of, with Wings of Liberty. We're obviously exploring a lot of different options of things we can do going forward, and we're really watching this very closely. We have to be very, very careful. These guys that are playing here in the tournament today, the guys that are playing in tournaments all over the world, are giving us feedback that we're close to a happy place for most of these matchups, but at the same time, we're definitely seeing some stuff we want to change, so we're sort of inching up on changes as we go. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about Wings of Liberty design in general, what we're seeing when we're playing Wings of Liberty, when we're watching you guys play Wings of Liberty, and sort of the things that we want to do for Heart of the Swarm based on what we learned from Wings. So there are some core race weaknesses in Wings of Liberty that we're not all that happy with. For example, Zerg really have a problem pushing an advantage in Tier 2. If the Zerg get kind of ahead, their really one solution is to expand. That's really all they've got. And that can go badly for them very quickly if the enemy out-techs them or if they fail to gain enough board control. We have some matchups that are a little bit stale. Zerg versus Zerg is one that's commonly cited to me. I've had other people say it's not the case, but I've also had people say Protoss versus Protoss. So anything we can do to sort of shake up these matchups and try to make them feel a little bit more diverse is something we're going to try to target. And of course, we have some missed opportunities in Wings of Liberty. Some units that we were hopeful for that would do something for us, and right now we just kind of want them to do a little bit more. They're not quite carrying their weight in the game. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to fix the weaknesses, we're going to fix the matchups, and we're going to fix and or replace some units. All right, so one thing I want to remind you guys, this is absolutely work in progress stuff that we're talking about here today. It's work in progress stuff you are seeing out there on the show floor. Nothing is final here today. And as proof of this, I'm going to show you some units that didn't make the cut in Wings of Liberty. This is a Protoss Soul Hunter or Purifier. His name changed a couple of times. It's a full piece of concept art that Sammy did for us. He had a full model in game. He had about a month worth of balance go into him. He didn't make it. He wasn't good enough. We had a Protoss Spore Beast. Again, tons of art, tons of effort, tons of balance, months of work, chopped. Didn't really work out for us in the end. It was kind of a fun unit, not fun enough. And we had a Protoss Adept. He could actually throw that shield there. It was an early tier unit for the Protoss that could engage at range. Too similar to the Marine. Never found mechanics we really wanted to work for it. Despite months of work, it was absolutely cut. So one of the things that we love about coming to BlizzCon is we can get your feedback here. We can get it from you when you come talk to us. We can get it at the stations out there. We can get it on the forums afterwards. This is one of the great things about this convention for us, is we can come to a place where we can put our stuff out there before it's quite ready for beta, but we can learn from you what you think is working and not working. I got some good feedback from Day 9 last night, actually. It was pretty cool. And beta, of course, will tell us a ton more. Just like every other game we've ever done, we will have a full beta for Heart of the Swarm, which will give us the real deal on how these units are actually going to function in really sort of live competitive play.
So now we'll talk about each race's weaknesses in Wings of Liberty and go into some detail about how we decided to fix these issues in Heart of the Swarm. So let's first start off with Terrans, what issues they're facing in Wings of Liberty, and the new units that can hopefully solve those problems. So Thor is supposed to be the best counter to mass mutalisks, but it suffers from two problems. One is the size of the unit is so big that it's easy to get the Thor stuck in between your own buildings and or your units. The second problem is due to the high cost of the unit, you can't reasonably bring out more than one or two Thors in general against the mass mutalisks, which means if you're ever caught off position, the mutalisks can easily spread out and magic box the Thor to kill them one by one. The second issue that Terrans are facing is the late game mass charge zealot problem. Currently in Wings, the Terran players get around to this problem by using Marines, Marauders, Stimpack, and Kiting heavily in the late game. And while we think this sort of micro is very fun to have for the game, especially in the earlier mid games, we kind of wish in Heart of the Swarm, if the Terrans had an option to switch out into something different that they can deal with just straight up against the Zealots, that might introduce more choices to the Terran players and create more interesting gameplay. Terrans have a lot of options, whether it's harassing enemy bases, defending your own expansions, just spreading out your army into different choke points, or even just having a very solid 200 pop army that can really deal with pretty much anything, any threat out there. So when creating these units, we wanted to make sure that we don't really add to their strengths, but try to find their weaknesses as well as new potential strategies that they can utilize.
All right, so I want to talk about what we're showing here today for the Hellion. So we got a new transformation for the Hellion that lets it go into this battle mode where he's a lot slower and he's a lot tougher. And what this does is it allows the Hellion to withstand a lot of this late game Zealot Archon attacks that right now they have to kite like crazy to deal with. And maybe more importantly, it really allows them to be an end-game fighter in those scenarios where there's just a lot of splash on the battlefield. If there's a lot of Colossus in play, if there's any number of siege tanks in play, you can bet that your Hellions aren't going to survive that first blast as they close to engage. So the Hellion right now is relegated absolutely to that sort of early to mid-game Raider and Harasser, and only in very special players can get the ability to make this a really massable unit for end-game battles. So I'm going to show you what this transformation looks like. I think our artist did a pretty good job on it. And now I'm going to show you a little video of these guys in action. Now this video was made just for clarity. This is not how it would look in a real sort of esports encounter, but you'll get the idea. Here you can see the Terran players trying to sort of get away. He's kiting, not real well, but reasonably well against these Zealots. He just can't stand up to this kind of firepower. So we go back up into the base. We're going to get some Hellions in play here. We're cheating a little bit with the choke, but you get the idea. And they'll deploy into their battle form. And now with all this overlapping splash and their additional toughness, these Hellions will be able to withstand this charge and really deal with this kind of Zealot Archon threat. Hellions ordinarily be very unhappy with all the splash damage coming down on their heads from their own siege tanks, let alone from the Archons and the attacks from the Zealots in front of them. But the Battle Hellion, being a lot tougher, can stand up to this kind of firepower and can remain a relevant unit in these kinds of late-game battles. All right, I'll let David talk about the Warhound.
So the Warhound is the new factory unit. It's a mechanical unit. Its main role is the anti-air mass mutalist role like the Thor used to have. And it's a medium cost, fairly fast-moving mechanical unit. So it's pretty much just a smaller, faster version of the Thor. So it won't suffer from the two Thor problems that we mentioned before. But the main difference of the Warhound compared to the Thor is that it's got an anti-mechanical ground attack, which means if you're fighting against another Terran player who's using mostly factory-based units, this is a very powerful unit to use against that. And also against Protoss, because most of the Protoss ground units are mechanical units. In a straight-up mass situation, I think the only non-mechanical unit Protoss has is the Zealot. So this really allows us to move the Thor up into a different role. And the role that we chose for the Thor was the Limit 1, super high health, high burst damage, really easy to use, attack move friendly unit. So this really allows us to fulfill the fantasy of the Uber unit that the Mothership really couldn't fulfill back in Wings of Liberty. The Mothership had a lot of problems. It was slow moving. It was always the first target to kill because of the cloak ability. And it had a bunch of powerful spells, so if you didn't use those spells, the Mothership was not as powerful as it could be. So we're hoping that this new Thor really caters to that group of players that really want that Uber sort of unit. Yeah. And I'd just like to point out that this unit is definitely under construction, and in our internal playtests, this unit felt pretty strong, especially against Terran and Protoss, and against Mutalisks as well. But we just want to always look for more feedback on this guy. So if you get a chance to go out to the playtest stations and just check it out and give us feedback, that would be greatly appreciated. So in this first video, you'll see the Hellions and Warhounds going up against the more traditional Marine tank army. So the Marines and tanks are spread out pretty well. So the Hellions will go into the new battle mode, which would allow them to withstand the siege tank fire a lot easier, while the Warhounds are picking off the siege tanks using focus fire. They actually have 7 range, so they're pretty good at picking off siege tanks like this. So obviously, if all these siege tanks and Marines were packed up tightly into a choke point, there's no way this Hellion and Warhound army could push that line. But that's exactly what we wanted to go for. We wanted the more traditional Marine and siege tank army to be stronger at tighter chokes with heavily defended chokes, whereas the Hellions and Warhounds have the mobility advantage to fight against that in a different way.
All right, the Shredder. So the Shredder is a new Terran radiation robot. This is kind of a weird unit for us. We're trying some new stuff we've never really tried in the game before with this guy. He's very, very cheap board control. The Terrans have some pretty decent board control with their siege tanks, but it's not very cheap. And if you leave a siege tank off by himself to try to control some part of the map, I'm guessing that's what's going to happen to him pretty quick. And we want something that is not added to the ball of death. This is a term our fans have coined for just a big blob of Marines, Marauders, Medevacs, really almost any group of units in the game. It's got a ton of stuff in it, and you sort of put it in one control group, and you attack move with it, and you kind of hope. And it's very difficult. Yeah, I've done that many times. So it's very difficult to really know how to control that, and it's kind of a pain for the enemy to figure out how to counter it because he's looking at this big ball of stuff coming at him. So we don't want to add any more to that. And this guy is fundamentally not allowed to be added to the ball of death, and I'll show you why. So these guys can move out, and they can take a little bit of time to set up, and they can create a powerful radiation death field, which gives the Terrans some ferocious board control. That's too bad. Sorry, Nesty. All right. But he has a fundamental weakness. He can't keep his radiation field on near other units that aren't shredders. If other units move into the radius, he'll shut it off so he doesn't hurt them. So in this case, these Marines stim and rush forward. You see the field just shut off. No shredder fire at all. Now, when the Marines get out of the radius, the shredder turns back on. Now, in this case, the shredders got lucky. In reality, most of the time, these shredders get wiped out in these types of scenarios. You need to keep this unit away from the rest of your army, or it is absolutely useless. And so it's very important to manage this guy carefully. So we're hoping this is a way for the Terrans to get that kind of cheaper board control you would see in things like spider mines, but see it in a way that's kind of unique and really forces the Terrans to spread out their army and not clump up on top of these things. So this is where we're at today with the Terrans. We've got the new Battle Hellion, we've got the new Warhound, and we've got this crazy new unit called the Shredder. We're hoping this creates a lot more diversity in play between the Terrans and their opponents, and at the same time gives the Terrans a few more strategic options, hopefully not giving the Terrans too many more options. I know a lot of players feel like they have too many already, but anything we can do to give them a little something without fundamentally destabilizing the game.
So there's a common misconception out there that because this is a Zerg expansion, the name of the expansion is Heart of the Swarm, and we're all wearing Zerg t-shirts, that Zerg will get the strongest units out of all 3 races. But while this is not necessarily true, they do get some powerful options. So before we get into the actual units, let's talk about some of the weaknesses that they have in Wings of Liberty. So Zerg suffers a little bit from siege challenges, especially in the early and mid-game stages. It's very common for a Terran or a Protoss player to take his natural expansion and really defend that location very heavily. And the only response for the Zerg player is to go for an econ battle by making another hatchery. So we were hoping that in Heart of the Swarm, if there was another option to this, if the Zerg players were able to invest heavily in an army instead of the expansion and just push that line, that might create more potential for Zerg gameplay. Zerg units also suffer from some missed opportunities. The Overseer is a good example of this. You don't really see neither of the spells that the caster has being utilized too often. And this is sort of intentional because the Overseer costs 0 supply, which means you can build as many as you want in any given game, which means if the abilities were kind of powerful, then the Zerg at the 200 pop case would be way too overpowered compared to the other races. The Corruptor, on the other hand, is really effective at what it's supposed to counter. So for example, if you're fighting against a Protoss player, against Colossi, you build, say, like 10 or more Corruptors out, and you kill the 2 Colossus that he has, and the Protoss player, if he decides not to build the Colossus anymore, there's really nothing for the Corruptors to do until the very late game when you can morph into Broodlords.
All right, so I want to talk a little bit about our new ability for the Ultralisk. The Ultralisk has a little bit of a size problem. He needs to go on a little bit of a diet. He's had this problem for many, many years, and it makes it very difficult for your Ultralisk to get into battle. He gets stuck on your own Zerg units. He gets stuck, of course, on enemy units, and you often lose these guys, or you certainly don't maximize their ability because they're so big. And the Ultra, of course, in Wings of Liberty has been a powerful end-of-game splash unit. We want to kind of buff this a little bit in Heart of the Swarm. Banelings are, of course, mighty enough, and you can use Fungal as well, but both these units have some pretty harsh counters, and we want to find a way, if you really just need to clean up a lot of Marines, you have a way to really do that with a lot of siege tanks already on the battlefield. So we're adding this burrow charge ability on the Ultralisk that allows him to bring the battle right to the heart of the enemy. You're welcome, Nesty.
So the Viper is the new full spellcaster unit. It's got 3 full spells, just like any other spellcaster in the game. So this means that the Overseer is cut, and the Viper will be taking its spot. The main role of the Viper is to break choke points. So in this screenshot here, you'll see Blinding Cloud being cast against a bunch of range units. And what this ability does is it makes it so that every unit underneath the cloud gets their attack range reduced to 1. So other than that spell, we also have other spells that will potentially create new strategies. So in this screenshot, you're seeing Immortals get pulled into the Zerg army so that the Zerg army can easily focus fire and kill them before engaging the Protoss force. So in this video, you'll see Blinding Cloud in action, and the Marines aren't able to kill a single Baneling before they approach and kill everything. Of course, you can micro against this by moving the Marines out of the cloud. So in this second video, you'll see the Colossi being pulled down the ramp so that the Zerglings can engage, and if the Colossus tries to run back up, you can pull him right back down and kill him.
All right, I'm going to talk about a new Zerg artillery unit called the Swarm Host. Now this guy is a great way to gain map control. And what he does is he burrows and he spits out for free a bunch of little timed life units called locusts, which swarm across the map. This is a very Zerg way to have an artillery unit, and it's hopefully a very Zergy way to gain a bunch of additional sort of static map control. Obviously, Zerg have a decent amount of map control right now through sheer speed. They can use their Zerglings to threaten your base, makes you keep running back. They can use Mutalisks to threaten your base, keeps you running back. We wanted something they could use to also just kind of fundamentally apply some pressure. Something that would really force the enemy to deal with the Zerg who had some kind of fundamental advantage. I'll show you how these guys work. Here's a bunch of these swarm hosts waddling into action here in front of this mighty looking Terran base. They'll just deploy into the ground, set their rally point, and a bunch of these locusts will start swarming into action. All these guys are free. And they're about, what, 90 hit points right now at this point? They do not a great amount of damage, but you can see that bunker's been ripped apart, not only by the Locust, but also by the siege tank firing down on it. Give them a few seconds here, and hey, look what they're going to do. They're going to do it again, and again, and again, and again. It is the endless Zerg swarm knocking at your front door until you figure out a way to deal with it. In this case, these Terrans need to try to run forward and take them out. If there's a bunch of Zerglings behind those swarm hosts, that's probably not such a good idea. They may have to back up. And again, the Zerg have gained some board control, some advantage, and they've been allowed to siege that Terran base. It's not as immediately dangerous as a siege tank, because that bunker would be immediately vaporized as the siege tank and so would everything else. But it's the slow, methodical grind of the Zerg. So here's what we got today for the Zerg. We've got the new Ultralisk, which allows them to burrow charge, take the battle right into the middle of the enemy. We've got the new Viper, which has a bunch of new ways to sort of mitigate damage against the swarm, as well as to steal enemy units and pull them right into your stack. And we have the Swarm Host, a new, brutal, methodical type of Zerg artillery that allows you to create, for free, the endless wave of the swarm sort of smashing against the enemy's line.
So a lot of people might argue that the Protoss Ball of Death is a little too strong. So Protoss doesn't really need new units in Heart of the Swarm. But even the mighty Protoss suffers from some issues, and we try to hope to solve these issues through new units. So the first problem that Protoss have in Wings of Liberty is they don't really have a solid, constant raiding option throughout the whole game, especially in the early mid-game. So one thing about the raiding units that we wanted to avoid was pretty much every single raiding unit in Wings of Liberty focuses around how fast you kill workers, how effectively you kill workers. So for this new caster unit, we wanted to make sure that we don't really focus on killing units. At the same time, we wanted this caster to be viable throughout the course of the whole game and a very powerful option throughout the whole game as well. Protoss also suffers a little bit from the lack of AoE anti-air, especially in the late game. So I'm sure all those Protoss players out there have experience fighting against Zerg, who build, say, like 40 or 50 or even more Mutalisks in the late game, and you really don't know what to build because you don't really have anything against that. The Phoenix are good against small groups of Mutalisks, but if the scale gets that big, there's really not much you can do. So just like the Terrans, Protoss does not suffer from not having options in terms of having that all-round 200 pop supply army. So our direction when creating these new units was, while we could replace some of those units in that Ball of Death, we didn't really want to increase the effectiveness of that huge stack of army.
All right, I'm going to talk about a new Protoss unit called the Tempest. The Tempest is a new capital ship for the Protoss players. It's a big guy, requires fleet beacon. This does mean, at least for the moment, that the carrier is out. The Tempest is going to take his place. Let's have a moment of silence for the carrier. All right, it's over. All right. He is a very powerful AoE anti-air unit as a flyer, so he's something that can defend your base from mass Mutalisks. And he also can fire against ground units, so he's a decent air assault unit as well. It gives the Protoss a really powerful reason and way to deal with that end-of-game Mutalist scenario that David was talking about. So I'm going to show you a video here. And before I do, I just want to make it clear that sometimes when we balance these things early on, the counters might seem a little sharp. This is probably a little sharp for where it will ultimately end up. That looked perfect. Nothing wrong with that. That's fantastic. All right, and I'm going to turn it over to David to explain the Replicant.
So the Replicant is a new unit after the robotics facility. It's got no attack, and its only one ability allows it to transform into any unit that you have vision of in that game. So you can copy units such as siege tanks or ghosts, stuff like that. But there's a huge downside to this unit, which is the high cost of the unit. It costs 200 minerals, 200 gas, and 4 pop right now, which means if you copy a Templar, then that means you're spending double the cost of the Templar to copy it. But the upside to this is you actually get all the upgrades enabled when you copy a unit. So for example, if you copy a Banshee that doesn't have Cloak enabled, you can actually use the Banshee with Cloak. So we're hoping that because you can copy so many units and bring so many different units to the Protoss army, that this will create a lot of new strategy. Again, this is under construction, and in our playtests, we found that the strength of, say, like a siege tank is different when used in combination with Marines versus when used with a bunch of zealots, stalkers, especially force fields on sentries. So we're having slight difficulties in really gauging the strength of this unit, so any feedback would definitely be welcome. So in this video, you'll see a bunch of replicants going in, copying the siege tanks, and all the Marines are killed by the splash damage of the siege tanks. So obviously, this isn't the only use of the replicant. So all those times as the Protoss player, when you felt like those ghosts were a little too strong or those infestors were too strong, you now have an option to copy those units and use it against your opponents.
All right, I'm going to talk about a new Protoss flyer called the Oracle. So the Oracle is a new raiding caster for the Protoss. And he's very worker-friendly. No workers will ever be harmed by an Oracle. There are 55 ways to lose workers in StarCraft 2, but thankfully the Oracle will not be one of them. And he doesn't get added to the Ball of Death. He's not something that we're trying to design to fly over your army and cast a bunch of great spells that you have to use for your army. He's something to be meant to be used alone, by himself, circling around the enemy base, doing all the damage he can possibly do. And the mothership is going to be cut to make room for the mighty Oracle. Let's have a moment of silence for the mothership. Poor mothership. All right, so let's show how this guy works. He's got a couple of abilities he's going to use in this video. One is the ability to temporarily stun buildings. The more important ability is this Entomb ability, which allows him to lock out those minerals. Those minerals cannot be harvested from until those force fields time out or are destroyed by enemy fire. Now, if there was a force that came in here and attacked those force fields, it could quickly wipe it out, and you'd be right back to harvesting, right back to where you were. But if you were to put this over all of those minerals, and there would be no force that would come in to wipe out those force fields, you could lose right now in the balance as much as 500 minerals from this action. But your workers are still good to go. You're not out of the game, you're not done, but your economy most definitely has been raided. So this is where we're at today with the Protoss. The Tempest is coming in to give us some powerful area effect anti-air capabilities. The Replicant is this new wacky technology thief that you can use to copy enemy units. You can have Protoss Ghosts, Protoss Infestors, Protoss Siege Tanks. And we got the Oracle, this powerful Protoss flying raider that you can use in the mid-game to really try to trap the enemy's base by repeatedly raiding his economy again and again and again. All right, you guys ready for the lightning round? We want to get to your questions. And there is a ton more stuff that we're testing in the build today. So I'm going to go through pretty quickly here a bunch of the smaller changes. And by smaller, they don't have a bunch of art associated with them yet, but these could be extremely significant changes to the game. We have a change to the way that Ghost Cloak costs. It now has a fixed cost for a fixed duration. This allows your ghosts to be more easy for you to manage their energy. You don't have to wonder, they're about to run out of energy. You know how much energy they had when you cast the spell. Reapers now regenerate their health out of combat. This means you can attack with your Reapers, and if you don't like how it's going, you can back up, and you can come back a little bit later when they're healed again. The Battlecruiser has a speed boost ability on cooldown. They can go 110% on their reactor and leap into battle to get them closer to the opposition, so they're harder to kite and harder to escape from. The Banelings have an upgrade on the Hive that is a burrow move. The Hydralisks have a speed upgrade on the Hive. The Corruptors have a new ability called Siphon, which allows you to attach to enemy buildings and harvest those buildings for resources. Bizarre, but it might be very, very powerful. The Nexus has a new defensive ability that allows you to turn any building into a sort of a photon cannon for a very short period of time, allowing you to defend against a lot of, who are we kidding, a lot of Terran cheese. And the Nexus has a recall ability. This has a couple of uses. You can use this ability, of course, as a town portal to rush stuff back to defend your base against enemy raids. But you've got Warp in, who are we kidding? You probably don't need that. What this will allow you to do is when you're out on the battlefield with your sentries and your zealots and your stalkers and things go a little badly for you, right now you have one of two choices. stay and die, or run, save the stalkers, and leave the zealots and sentries to die, most likely the sentries. But now with this recall ability, if things go a little badly, you can call your whole force home and save everyone, especially those sentries and zealots, which will hopefully allow our Protoss players to be a lot more aggressive a lot early on in the game. So we've got about 6 new units we're showing here today. Depending how you want to count it, we've got 7+ unit evolutions. We've got a ton of new strategies. And I think now, if you guys are ready, we're about ready for your questions.
Hey guys, my name is Jared. Been playing StarCraft since it came out, and
nice.
Wanted to ask you guys, what direction were you really trying to go with the multiplayer, and what do you think the biggest game-changing unit is going to be?
Well, we're trying to make sure that we get more strategy into the game, as always, and that we get as diverse matchups as is humanly possible for us. We've obviously got a long way to go. This is not something a lot of pro gamers have looked at yet. This is something you guys are seeing for the first time. In terms of stuff I'm most scared of, we can almost just ask around. I don't know, I'm probably most nervous, I suppose, about the Replicant. That's a unit that, Protoss Ghosts, what's that going to do? I have no idea. We've tested it some, and it is a ton of fun, but it could just be horribly broken with no real easy way to fix it. We do have some balance tools we can use. We can always ratchet up the cost. Right now, it's not allowed to target massive units, so there's no sneaky making other guys battle cruisers or whatever. So we can make this a very expensive option. I guess my biggest fear about it would be, if it's too powerful, there might be scenarios where, say, Terran players simply refuse to build siege tanks versus Protoss, not because they don't want to, but because they're afraid they're going to get copied. And that would be a real loss. That would be, units leaving the game now, not entering the game. And our goal is always to make the matches as diverse as possible, to try to create scenarios where all 12 to 14 units are seeing play every chance we get. Did you want to answer which one you thought was scariest?
Yeah, for me, I think the Viper is very scary because the Terran players especially really heavily rely on siege tanks early on for their defense, and if you can really shut that down, that's pretty scary. Same goes for the Protoss. When they bring out, say, like 3 Colossi right now, it's a very powerful threat, but if you pull those 3 and just snipe it with your Hydras or something, that's very powerful as well. So, yeah, I think that's my...
We have some tools on that one as well. Obviously, the cost of those spells can be changed, and those spells can be replaced. The scary thing about the Viper, which I think David is worried about, is the core detection mechanic for the race is now on the Viper. So there's a limit at how expensive he can really be, right? At some point, his detection becomes too far away for the Zerg to really get at. Did I say Protoss? Anyway, too far away for the Zerg to really get at, which means we can't make it too expensive, which means that at a certain point, if these spells do get too mighty, they'll need to be nerfed to oblivion, or more likely, changed for stuff that's a little bit simpler, a little less destructive.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
How do you expect Heart of the Swarm to affect the tournament scene? Do you expect all the major tournaments like GSL and MLG to be exclusively Heart of the Swarm, or will there be like Wings of Liberty and Heart of the Swarm? And what do you hope for?
Well, obviously we hope the game gets balanced enough, and it's awesome, and it's great, and everyone loves it, and people are switching mid-beta. That would be the fantasy. But the reality is it's up to you guys, what you guys want to play. Wings of Liberty's not going anywhere, right? It's still there. And if the tournaments want to do it day 1, or if they want to do it at the end of year 1, or if they want to do it never, that's absolutely their option. We will totally continue to support Wings of Liberty to the best of our ability. But obviously we hope that we make something good enough that's a better gameplay experience that people want to come over. But if that's not the case, it's all up to you guys. It's all in your court.
Hi, I have a question about the replicator unit, and you said that it'll have all of the tech options or abilities of whatever unit you copy, even if that actual unit didn't have it in the first place. My question is, what happens if you copy an enemy race worker? Will you be able to build their buildings or etc.?
Right now, you can copy workers and build their units. And it's not as scary as it sounds when we try it, but with one exception, I guess, and that's the orbital command. Because it's got Mule and Scan, both of which are very powerful abilities. We're seeing a little bit mixed results in terms of this, but I guess what it comes down to is if you guys can just try it out and just give us more detailed feedback, that would definitely help us a lot because it's not a final unit and we can make the change to not let it copy workers.
That's an easy fix for us to make is no workers down the road.
I have one quick secondary question. In one of the videos, there was. I don't like that. Okay, fine.
Just catch us afterward, dude. Don't worry about it.
Sure.
Okay, speaking of the replicant, you can duplicate the orbital command.
No, you can duplicate SCV, build a command center, supply depot, barracks, and then build an orbital command.
Okay, so you have to go through the worker first.
Yeah, totally. It's such an early unit that you get access to. It'd be so powerful to have that one. You know, if you work your way up to battle cruisers, I'm not sure how serious that is in a very competitive game, but the orbital command is right there, and it's pretty mighty.
Okay, thanks.
It sounds like the replicant is kind of on everyone's mind. I think the reason for that is you guys talk about making small changes, you know, increasing a range or decreasing. Do you feel like the replicant just opens up this can of worms that is going to be just out of your control depending on how people play with it?
When we talk about making small changes, that's for Wings of Liberty because we don't really want to change how the game plays throughout just the course of the whole game. But new expansion is an opportunity for us to really add new things, add new strategies, all that stuff. So we want to try to really push strong things into the game. And it's pretty easy to just cut back and remove it if it's needed, stuff like that. So just going forward, we just want to figure out exactly how this functions. But we're not too worried about how strong it is right now at this point.
Yeah, I would say that with even half these changes, we're on a complete do-over on the balance, right? If we need to have this stuff, it's so tight now that if we make a change from range 5 to range 6 on the Immortal and the pros are saying, hey, we're good, oh my God, right? Like we're so close in that sense. So even any of these new units it's a total reset. It's a bunch of work for us. It's a whole new beta. It's the whole new process all over again.
Mix it up, keep it new, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
Back in July on the Battle.net forum, I posted a thread called Warp Prism Shields instead of Health, and what I proposed was switching the shield and health stats on the Warp Prism to give it a reusability factor. It could sustain damage and still be usable. And you guys went ahead and just alt-right buffed the shields, which is terrific. And I was wondering if and how that's affected the use of the Warp Prism in the pro circuit.
We definitely tried to get feedback from the forums, and I guess this is one of those things where we listen to you guys' feedback and just buff the unit. And in this case specifically, we wanted to buff it because it was a unit that was almost never seeing play, but we saw a lot of potential in it. So after we buffed it, we were seeing a lot of usage, especially on the pro streams, maybe not as much in tournaments, even though just last weekend or the week before, I saw one of the Protoss players use it against a Terran player, and it was very effective, I think. So, yeah, I mean, like, we don't want to see a completely, like, new thing or whatever, but we just wanted to encourage just this use, and I think we're seeing a lot more usage of this unit, so we're pretty happy with the change that we made.
It is. Hello.
Welcome back.
How you guys doing?
Good.
I was wondering if you guys were concerned at all about having too many options. There's already a lot out there, and you seem to be adding a lot. And probably the majority of these people that play this game are in the lower leagues and don't really understand what's going on right now. And all these options, are you guys concerned about overwhelming other people?
Yes. Wait, all right. So yeah, totally. Obviously, it's always a concern for us that we just have too much in the game. We're looking to add stuff, too, for the more casual players. I think, the changes we're proposing for the Thor would be a good example of this. I don't think that's a unit that's ever going to see play, on the main screen, though it might, on occasion, come out. But it's something that requires, right now, Armory, and it requires, what's the other requirement on that one right now? The Fusion Core, thank you. It also requires the Fusion Core. So it's a very high-end unit, but it's a very easy unit to use. And we felt like the mothership was failing in this respect. It was something that was meant to be for the more casual player to own his buddies in that 4v4, and yet it was something that required a lot of clicks for him to use. It was something that was very vulnerable to enemy fire, ultimately for its cost. So we're trying to do stuff along these lines. But yeah, well, you bring up a fair enough point, right? Like, we could totally be in a position right now where we're adding stuff that's a little too complicated, a little too difficult. It might make it even harder, but at the same time, we want to try to add more strategy. So we're going to try to walk the line and see where it takes us.
I'm sure you'll do fine.
We'll
Thank
see.
you.
Hi guys, I had a quick question about spawn larva compared to chrono boost compared to mules. I was wondering if you guys think mules were inherently like imbalanced compared to spawn larva and chrono boost. Like say when a Terran expands to the gold base and drops all their mules at a gold base, do you think it's a little bit too powerful compared to Zerg and Protoss's options?
I guess using it on the gold is a little stronger than the normal, but because it comes in at a mid or late game situation, we don't think it's too problematic. But if it ever gets to the point that we do think that, or if the players think that and we look into it further, then we can always fix that pretty easily, I think. And I think the strength of the mule is not that, but the ability to just save up your mana and use all the mules at once, which like with spawn larva you can't really do. And in terms of that, I don't think, it doesn't have to be exactly symmetrical per race, what they get. So Terrans do have it a little easier on that side, but on the flip side, Zerg actually has an easier time, say, like producing a bunch of units at once. You can build like 30 units a lot quicker with multiple hatcheries, Haki to one Haki, versus trying to build 3 different units out of 3 different building types of the Terran. So we do try to go for those asymmetric options.
Right, but we've heard that feedback, and I'll just take it again. It's something for us to sort of watch going forward.
Thank you.
Hey guys, Clutch with Major League Gaming here. Woo! StarCraft 2 has exploded as an esport. Thank you so much for creating such an amazing game.
Especially at MLG.
Now with Heart of the Swarm coming out, are there any concerns about releasing an expansion to Wings of Liberty during a Pro Circuit season?
Well, again, our hope is that you guys will make the smart decision and decide when to move over, if you even want to move over. But that you guys will look at it and go, hey, the guy, our pro players, whoever they are, have had a chance to practice and play. They're ready to go. We're going to try a tournament and see how it goes. Or, you know what? These guys aren't ready yet. We're all still enjoying Wings. We're going to hang on to Wings a little bit longer. We went through a little bit of a similar process, obviously, from StarCraft to Brood War, but esports was not, what it is today at that time. So it is sort of forging new ground for us. Can we do this? How should we do it? What should you guys do? I have a lot of confidence in the community at the end of the day to make the right call as to how to show it. Because at the end of the day, yeah, we made a game that's esports friendly, but we didn't make esports. Y'all made esports, right? This was something the community put together and built for us all to enjoy. Seriously, applause to you guys. And so that's why I feel like you guys will make the right call as to when to make that move. But we'll definitely be putting out builds. We'll have a beta up, obviously. We'll be able to get your guys' feedback as to how you want to do it, when you want to do it, and then you guys will make the final call on a tournament-by-tournament basis when and if you want to make that change.
Thank you.
Hello, I just had a quick question. Will the Shredder's attack be nullified around your own workers? Will it be nullified around your allies' units? And will it be repairable?
Yes, it will be turned off by your own workers. Yes, it will be repairable. Yes, if your allies enter the radius, it will shut off. It needs to work entirely alone or with other Shredders. And what you couldn't see in that video, because it wasn't that obvious, is those fields also do not overlap damage. They're like Psystorm in the sense that if you're in a field, you're taking damage. If you're in 2 fields, you're still taking 1 set of damage. So you can stack them up, so they're harder to destroy and move through, but at no time do you, if you put 17 together, you do 17x damage. But you do have to use them alone, no matter what.
But it does attack both planes, so it's very powerful in all rounds.
Pretty mighty right now.
My question is about the use of the Shredder as a harassment unit. Because earlier today, a guy dropped a Shredder behind my mineral lines, and then all my workers are gone. I think it would be especially complicated for people that are not very skilled, like myself, because you are not looking at the minimap all the time and you don't have the APM to move all your workers away. So
yeah.
What are your thoughts about that?
I'm sorry. That's a rough first experience, I'll tell you what. Yes, totally concerned. We have some tools we can use to adjust that. Specifically, the deploy time is something we can adjust. We could also try adding some very distinctive sounds to it, so even players who are not able to watch the minimap have some clues that this is happening or about to happen. But it could be a deal killer. That could be a reason why this unit down the road simply doesn't have the strength to make it, because, you know, from bronze to gold, that's what you do. You bring in shredders, you drop them, and you ruin his day. But we'll keep an eye on it going forward. Thanks for playing it, though, for sure.
Thank you. Okay, well, on that note, I really like what you guys are doing with the Nexus energy, because it seems like in some parts of the game in certain matchups, and Chrono Boost isn't useless, but it does lose its utility. So on that note, whatever the thing, it's the psi cannons that you put on your building, obviously that's designed to prevent cheese, but what about using it as cheese? Like, it seems like it might be like really stupid pseudo cannon rushes.
Maybe not even might be. I watched Day 9 do that to Artosis last night, or was it to JP? I think it was to JP. It was hilarious. Well, no, for me, not so much for JP, I think. Yeah, so totally. Definitely a concern. We've tried it at different tech levels. We just recently made it gateway required. And it could be something that just dies in a fire, that just has too much of a problem. So we've tried it with a limited range. When we had a very limited range, the Protoss were doing all kinds of weird things to keep their buildings in range, and their bases were getting all twisted and weird, and it was very awkward. When we had a very large range, like say a range of 20 on it, they didn't do that anymore. But at the same time, since the range was often off the screen, nobody even knew the thing had a range, which was also not a great new user experience. So the kind of thing, it makes the unit feel complicated and awkward again. So I'm not sure what the right answer on that is at the end of the day, whether there's a range, whether we need to bump up the tech a little bit, or we need to put a bullet into it and say, too bad, that's not gonna work. But yeah, right now, if you get some, couple of buildings in your base, you could be in a little bit of trouble right now. Another option we've discussed is making it only cast maybe only on gateways or only on the Nexus or something along those lines. So it's really not something that's easy to drop in the enemy base, but it's totally fair feedback, and we'll definitely keep a watch on it going forward.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for playing.
Hi guys. You mentioned how one of the Thor's weaknesses was Mutalisk's ability to just magic box against them, negating the splash damage. So why is that any different versus the Tempest now?
Oh, I think the Tempest has a much larger splash radius, first of all. And you will hopefully, because they're air units and they're coming in a late stage of the game, you can have multiple of them. When the Thor comes out, you really need, you're in trouble right now, and you might have one, maybe two. That won't be the case with the Tempest. The Tempest is designed to deal with that 30 to 40 to 50 Mutalisk case, so it'll be a very different scenario when she comes into play.
And another huge difference between the two units is that the Thor only really counters Mutalisks, but the Tempest actually counters every air unit in the game, as long as they're grouped up. So even if the other players building Corruptors or other units, they're still really good. So you won't really build one or two of these guys when you build them. I think you would just naturally build more of them because they're more powerful at just wiping out all your overlords or whatever if you win the air-to-air battle.
Well, as with the Thor, if you build too many, you're setting yourself up for some other kind of counter, right? That's just going to wreck your day.
Thanks.
We have time for several more questions.
Hi. In the WoW, we really quickly saw a change to AoE to make it the total cap on damage. Will we ever see that in StarCraft? More importantly, with the EMP, just keep the range itself the same, but just have it only be able to take 500 energy total.
I'm not a big fan of that solution for StarCraft. I like what it's trying to accomplish. My concern would be that it would feel very, very random when you do it, what you actually get for it. For example, I EMP a bunch of Zealots and an Immortal. I have something I want to have happen there. I want that Immortal to take a bunch of shield loss. But if it caps at 500 damage and all the Zealots take the hits instead, and I'm sitting there like, why didn't she hit the Immortal? That's what I wanted, right? And so I feel like it's just a little too random for us to really be effective that way. I think ultimately nerfs to the ability, changes to the radius, changes to the range, changes how much damage it does. These are all very effective tools that we can use to attack that ability if we need to do so. That won't really create that kind of scenario where it feels kind of random. You don't really know what's happening.
Plus, what you're suggesting actually has a very similar effect to just nerfing the radius, but it doesn't have that problem. Our solution actually doesn't have that problem, the randomness problem that doesn't mention. So I think you'll actually get a similar effect that you're looking for with this change.
We have time for one or two more questions.
Hello again. I have a question regarding
the happenstance to what was going to be the Twilight Archon, and now we find ourselves wasting a very valuable High Templar and a more valuable Dark Templar, in my opinion, to get pretty much the same thing. And I think you, by adding these two units together, which are strong, you would think you would get some sort of a different look to the Archon instead of this uniform blandness that, you get lost by doing it. You might as well just choose two High Templar instead of wasting the Dark Templar.
No, I understand. So if we have ideas for a new Archon, we'll definitely do it. We don't want just another mover and shooter Archon. We've got that guy, right? So if we come along with a new spellcaster or new abilities that would make sense on a kind of a big, tough ground guy, we'll definitely take consider it. And I'll take your feedback on this that, hey, I'd like my Twilight or Dark Archon back. Absolutely.
Hey guys, thanks for the change to EMP. And I wanted to ask about just AoE in general. It feels like mid-late game, because your units clump up so well in SC2, that so much of the strategy revolves around your ability to land and field those good AoEs. And are you happy with that? Do you think AoE is just too good?
Well, I can say one thing, and maybe you can follow up, David. It is one of the biggest challenges we've had ultimately when comparing Brood War to StarCraft 2. We've nerfed things like Psystorm again and again and again in a desperate attempt to deal with this issue, even as the community is like, why are you nerfing Psystorm? And this is the reason why we're doing it. Okay, you guys don't usually talk like that. I'm sorry. But yeah, it's definitely a challenge for us, and it's something we'll continue to look at going forward. It does feel pretty good to watch it on esports, and it can be fun to play, but I hear what you're saying, that maybe it's a little across the line. Did you want to add to that?
I mean, we were getting this feedback a lot, especially towards the beginning when we first released the game. But these days, looking at tournaments, I really don't find game lengths to be too short or anything. I think faster games are pretty good, around 10 to 15 minutes. Longer games, I've seen like 40-minute, 50-minute games too. So in terms of that, I don't think units are dying too fast to splash, and what we have is not too bad.
Well, I'm just going to dogpile here. Another sort of, from my level of play, right, I'm sort of playing at the low diamond level of play. What you're saying is absolutely true, right? Like, I don't have the ability to easily split my units except on my very best day. Like, if I'm really rocking it and it's a Saturday morning and I'm all fresh, right, then I can split my units effectively. So it's sort of a challenge for us because the pros are able to split their units effectively, and it looks awesome when they do it, and it really puts a lot of skill into the game. But at my level of play, those Psystorms or those fungal growths are pretty critical to the game. So yeah, and you're in the same spot, I guess. So yeah, it's a bit of a challenge for us, and it's definitely something I think we'll keep watching going forward.
Okay, thanks, guys.
That is all the time that we have for today. Please give our panelists a round of applause.
Thank you, everybody.
Please join us coming up next for the developer panel stage, Blizzard Publishing. So what's the story? Starting now is the panel for StarCraft 2, Arcade, Mods, and Blizzard Dota. Please give a big, warm round of Blizzcon welcome for the members of the StarCraft 2 team.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Arcade, Mods, and Blizzard Dota panel. I'm Alex Sun. I'm a designer for StarCraft 2. Now, we got a lot to cover today, so we'll be going through it pretty quickly, but we have plenty of time for Q&A afterwards. A lot of the stuff we're going to show you guys isn't necessarily final, so don't be surprised if it changes in release. All right, with that said, let's get started. First, we're going to show you guys the arcade and how to find arcade games. Next, we're going to show you the tools to create arcade games. And finally, we're going to show you Blizzard Dota, an arcade game that we've been working on. And the part that I'm going to talk to you guys about today is the arcade. So the arcade is a place where you can find games created by the community. In Warcraft 3, we had a lot of examples of great arcade games like Dota All-Stars and Tower Defense. And we really wanted to do our best to support these games. Patch 1.3 was really our first little step in doing so. And now with Heart of the Swarm, we're ready to take the next big step and finally release the arcade. Now, when we do release the arcade, game creators won't be able to sell their content, but this is something we plan to do in the future, and we just hope that if game creators can sell their content, you guys are going to have more fun games to play. And for those that were here last year, the arcade is just the new name for the marketplace. Since a lot of the games are still going to be free, we just felt like arcade fit a little bit better. It sounds more fun, too. So when we're designing the arcade, we had 3 goals in mind. First, we wanted to make sure it was easy to play the quality games. And when I say quality games, I don't mean just the most popular ones. I'm also talking about those hidden gems, the ones that are really fun to play but just haven't had the exposure necessary to make it to the most popular list. Next, we want to make sure you guys can play the games you want to play. Now, playing the most popular games all the time can get a little stale and you just need a little break. And right now, it's not really easy to do that. The best way is really to get some friends together or go to a chat channel and bug people and try to get them to enjoy your game. There's a lot of improvements we can make here. Next, we wanted to build a foundation so that in the future, we could sell games if we wanted to. So before we preview the arcade, let's take a look at what we have now. So if you start up Wings of Liberty, this is what you see. Right off the bat, it's not really intuitive where you're supposed to go if you want to find these custom games. If you're lucky, you hit multiplayer, and you come to this screen, and on the bottom right, we have custom games at the bottom, and you hit join a game, and you see this. All right, so let's take a look at what we'll have in Heart of the Swarm. So if we look at the top left here, you'll notice that we merged the single player and multiplayer buttons into a single button StarCraft, and we added an arcade button next to it. This arcade button's a lot easier to find, and you got quick one-click access to it too. All right, so let's click on the arcade and see what we got. Here we go. Much nicer. So let's break this out into each section. Up on the top, we have our featured games, the games that are selected by Blizzard. Over on the right, we have our most popular games, the games that are played the most. And we also added 3 new lists. This is where you're going to find those hidden gems. So first, we have What's Hot. These games, we know that they're good because people are playing them and they're rising in popularity, but they just aren't popular yet. As you probably already noticed, we're also adding a 5-star rating system. You'll be able to rate any game as long as you've played it at least once. And we'll be using these ratings to surface up good games to you guys. For example, Up and Coming. These games, we know that they're good because they have high ratings, but they haven't been played a lot. Next is New and Noteworthy. These games are new, they've been published recently, but those people who have played them, they gave them high ratings, so we're going to surface those up too. All right, so we took a look at how to find games. Now let's take a look at how to get into a game. So here we are back at the arcade, and we're going to click on Blizzard Dota over on the right. And you see we have a lot of nice information about Blizzard Dota. And if we click the Join Game button at the bottom, you'll see that we're using the matchmaker to find you guys games. Now, if you're a diamond level Blizzard Dota player, you're going to get matched against diamond level Blizzard Dota players. Hopefully it'll be a lot more fun playing against people of your skill level. And while you're waiting in the matchmaker, you can read how to play the game, read the patch notes to see what's changed, and also read reviews or write your own. Now, as I mentioned before, one of our goals was to make sure you can play the games you want to play. And to do that, we're going to be introducing the queuing system. And how this works is, the longer you've been waiting in the queue, the higher chance that your game is going to get filled. And we're going to be filling your games via Fun or Not. Now, we've seen Fun or Not being used thousands of times a day. So ultimately, what this means is, if you wait long enough, your game will get played. And all you had to do was just hit the Join Game button. We're going to do the hard work for you. And speaking of hard work and doing the hard work for you guys, I just want to give a quick shout out to the engineers who are doing the hard work. We have like Alan DeBerry, Ryan Mills, Bill Dewey, Chris Chen, and Brian Cleveland. These are the guys who are making the arcade happen, and they also contributed a lot to the design as well that you see today. Last, all these updates that you guys have seen today, we're going to make them available to everyone. So if you upgraded to Heart of the Swarm, or you stuck with the Wings of Liberty, or if you just downloaded a starter edition, you're going to have access to the arcade. We just want to make sure that you guys have as many people as possible to play with. Thank you very much, and now on to tools to create arcade games.
Hi, my name is Matt Shimberry. I'm a senior software engineer on the StarCraft 2 team, and I'm here to share with you the improvements that we've made to the StarCraft 2 editor in Heart of the Swarm. So after Wings of Liberty shipped, we talked to the other developers, looked at the editor, combed through the forums, and identified key areas that we wanted to improve. The first area we knew we had to improve was debugging. Now, we often take for granted the fact that we have a team of programmers and access to the game's source code to help us solve any problems we come across, but obviously you in the community don't have that luxury. That's why we spent a lot of time improving our debugging tools. We also spent a lot of time on custom UI. In Heart of the Swarm, we changed our philosophy on the UI engine and now allow you to change any element you can see on the screen. We also added a new UI editor to go along with that. We also knew that we wanted to deliver even more high-quality cutscenes throughout the entire story mode experience. So to go with that, we added a new, cool cutscene editor. And finally, we went through the entire editor as a whole, fixed many bugs, improved workflow, and just made some quality-of-life improvements to make the entire experience easier. So the first thing I want to show you here is the trigger debug window. This may be familiar to some of you out there because we did have a version of this in Wings of Liberty. But we made a lot of cool improvements for Heart of the Swarm. So what tab we have here is a new tab called the Script Local Calls tab, and it shows you every function and every trigger on your map. In this case, we're looking at Dota. Now, if you look at the top right up here, it's kind of hard to read, but it says total self-only time and total self-children time. These values here are used for performance analysis and basically tell you how long it takes for a function to execute. So I can sort by any of these columns here, and we can see that our two most expensive functions are the Tower AI routine and the Minion AI routine. And we can use this information to help us concentrate our efforts to fix a performance problem. Now, if we wanted to dig deeper to help fix a bug, we can right-click any of these functions here and choose View Script. That brings us to our new Script Calls tab, which is a fully functioning debugger. So like any debugger here, I can place a breakpoint in this while loop, and while paused, I can see our call stack here says that this is a global trigger. Now I can step through line by line, and now let's say that I'm suspicious about this line of code up here for whatever bug I'm trying to solve. What this up here is trying to do is get a list of all heroes in range of the tower. So I can look in the, after executing that line, I can look in the variables watch window down here, and I can see that the value of heroes in range is actually an empty unit group, and hopefully use that information to help us solve whatever bug it is. Next, we have the new UI editor. The UI editor allows you to create and manage all of the new UI in your custom map. In this case, we're still looking at Dota here. But before I continue, you'll see that I have XML code visible up there. We realized that it's often easier to just work with raw XML instead of hunting through the controls in the editor. So we've added a new XML view to the UI editor and data editor modules. So back to the UI editor, I can right-click any of the frames here and choose Preview Frame. That launches, what happened there? That launches the new UI in the game here. And we can see that on the bottom there, that our upgrade buttons are actually misaligned. So in Wings of Liberty, what I would have had to do there was I would have had to find whichever XML file contains these controls, guess at a new position value, save the file out and reload the map, and probably redo the entire process again when I get the value wrong. Now in Heart of the Swarm, all I have to do is press the new magic hotkey, and that shows us the new in-game UI editor. So the in-game UI editor lets us inspect any value on the screen here. So I can select one of these upgrade buttons, and I can see that I've got the position value and offset and parent information. I also have on the right-hand side here a property sheet that lets us change any value on this element and immediately see the update. But more commonly what I can do is I can just click and drag any element on the screen to move or resize it. So that's what I'll do here. I just click and drag to move the upgrade buttons to where I want, and that puts it in the new position. When I'm happy, I can choose the Save All Frames button over there on the left, and that sends the values back to the editor, and we can see that our new values have been saved. This really helps with iteration time when working on your new custom UI. So finally, I want to show you the new cutscene editor. But first, I have a cool little video to show you.
We're receiving a transmission from the Bucephalus. Oh no. Are sir? How much did you have to drink tonight, sir? I don't like this. I didn't sign up for this.
So hopefully that gives you an idea of just how much fun you can have with the new cutscene editor. So the cutscene editor allows you to create high-quality cutscenes using existing assets. And that part's really important. That last cutscene that we saw had no new assets other than the fun little song, of course. It is a visual, timeline-based editor designed specifically for artists and level designers. So this is what a cutscene looked like in Wings of Liberty. Now, even though I put this slide together, I still have no idea which cutscene this is. Someone was nice enough to put in the comments that Raynor and Tychus are in this scene, but I have no idea what they're saying, how long this cutscene is, where it takes place, or anything like that. That's because we're looking at the trigger editor. Now, the trigger editor is great at editing logic, but it's not great for editing cutscenes. It's not designed for that. For that, we need a cutscene editor. So the cutscene editor allows you to add and manage all of the objects in your scene, including models, cameras, lights, fog, paths, and a whole bunch of other cool objects. It is visually based and lets you see exactly where every object is at any given moment in time, and even lets you edit directly in the viewport. It has an advanced timeline for sequencing all of your events, including animations, sounds, and other events, and even doing some basic keyframe animation. And finally, it shows you exactly what the cutscene will look like when played back in the game. So here's a quick video of the cutscene editor in action. So we have here the Dota victory cinematic, and there's still some temp art here, so bear with me. And all I have to do here is I can select Arthas and use the manipulator to just move him back and forth. And notice how he interacts with the light there. Now I can also scrub the timeline to see exactly how every object lines up on their paths and their animations. And now let's say I wanted to edit the camera and how it rotates around the scene. I select the yaw property here, add a new key to our new curve editor, and I can move the key around to change the shape of the curve and how it animates. And notice in the background how the camera moves around as I update the shape of the curve. Finally, I can move the cursor back to the beginning of the scene, look through the director camera, which just says to play it back as if it was in the game, and see what my cutscene looks like. Now, one thing that's not obvious here is even though we created the cutscene with Arthas in the first place position, that's not always going to be the case. So using triggers, when the cutscene is playing back in-game, we can substitute different models in different positions based off of gameplay. So finally, I have one more video to share with you here. This next cutscene uses a number of features, including lights such as Omni lights, spotlights, environment lights. We use look at to move the characters' heads around and to do some cool bobbing action you'll see. We have attachments to help with positioning. We do animation blending, fading, some cool camera work. Keep in mind as you're watching this that there's absolutely no new assets in here. This is using only assets found in Wings of Liberty, and you can even call this programmer art because I didn't even involve an animator when creating this. So without further ado, I give you a Blizzcon 2011 exclusive sneak peek at the cinematic ending of Heart of the Swarm. Thank you. And now I give you Rick.
Hi, I'm Rick Gilliland. I help the awesome artists on StarCraft 2 make even more awesome art. So, PC gaming has a rich history of mod making. We've seen the editor improvements and arcade to show our commitment to helping the mod scene flourish. We know our players are talented. We've seen maps like Defense of the Ancients and Tower Defense spawn entirely new styles of games. And to help the mod scene really take it to the next level, we're releasing the art tools for StarCraft 2. You guys are awesome. So, I'm really nervous. With the art tools, you're going to be able to make entirely custom models. This means that you can make anything as grand as a total conversion to fill that minor art gap in your map. We've seen a really impressive map for StarCraft 2 that clones StarCraft Brood War, down to like weird AI problems with Zerglings. It's great. But at the end of the day, they still had to rip the top off the Immortal to make a Dragoon. And we'd really, really love for you to just be able to make that Dragoon. Also, we've seen models from World of Warcraft and Warcraft 3 pop up in StarCraft 2. We know you guys have ways of getting them in there, but sometimes they'll rip apart or the textures will get corrupt, or in the worst case, other models around them start going crazy. With the real art tools, the same art tools we used to ship Wings of Liberty and are currently using to build Heart of the Swarm, there are going to be fewer bugs. It's going to have a better play experience. It's going to be easier to make, and we're going to be able to support it better. Together, we're going to be making better mods. So the package we're delivering includes an exporter for 3D Studio Max. With this exporter, yeah, we've been working on it a long time. So, with this exporter, you're going to be able to make custom units, custom buildings, custom doodads. If you want, you can do foliage and spell effects, do a whole new thing other than Psystorm. If you're daring enough, you can even make custom cliffs for your entirely custom tile set. This exporter links directly with the cutscene editor that Matt showed earlier. So you're going to be able to export your model, instantly see your changes. And you can see what it's going to look like exactly in game in different lightings on different tile sets without having to load up your map. This is a big system, so we're providing more documentation. This documentation is going to include everything from tutorials to detailed tool breakdowns. And it's going to go even as far as covering systems that are maybe a bit opaque right now, like texture replacement in the animation prop system. Like I said, it's an intricate system. We know we're not going to be able to cover everything, even with good documentation. So we're going to provide example files. We're still locking down exactly what, but one of everything as best we can. Things from like a street sign that you knock over with physics to like a 3D UI that comes in, or big stompy mechs. Things we love on StarCraft. So now that we know roughly what this is going to include, let's take a whirlwind tour through the StarCraft 2 art tools. I've opened up 3D Studio Max here, and we're going to go to our example tutorial asset. This is our water bat, if many of you are Tasteless fans. So we're going to show you how to take this from a simple gray mesh, the simplest thing possible, to a living, breathing unit in StarCraft 2. We'll show you how to set up the data so he'll be able to attack enemy units and heal your own buildings, set up the materials so it lives correctly in the world. We'll go through and set up the attachment points and the selection volumes so your unit is indistinguishable from one of ours in performance and selection. We'll even go through how to set up the animations to work correctly so you know what you're doing from both sides, either the art creation or the map making, when you call like a stand ready cover. Right? That's a weird name, man. And so we'll go through everything, even like making it so you can lay down the insult when you want to slash dance. So maybe you learn better from example and not tutorial. So let's open up everyone's favorite lab tech, Stepman, here. So with example files, you can see how we set them up. So you'll be able to know how we set up a story mode asset in our like high quality shaders, or maybe you just want to fool around and see what it's like to do some modeling. So in this case, Stepman's been drinking maybe a few too many of those Blizz Colas around his bandolier. We'll fatten him up, and the only polite thing to do is make sure his clothes at least still fit. So we'll open up the export floater here, which is one of our tools, and kick it over to the cutscene editor. I've preloaded it with the old Stepman for comparison, and we can see pretty soon that it's going to flag us down to say, hey, this high quality asset with all sorts of stuff is ready to go. So this setup works really well if you've got two monitors. That's what we do in-house. You can just have it on the side and just keep sending it over and see what it looks like. He's fat. Awesome. We did it. So maybe you're more creative and you want to do something entirely your own, like this sweet tomatoling I've got here. So we're still hammering out the details, but the basics of it are you export it into your mod, and then you fire up StarCraft 2. So I'm going to spare you the load of the map, but we're going to jump into something I call the Salad Temple. And we can see that there's so many tomatolings just pulsing with tomatoey goodness. They live and walk around just like any other unit in StarCraft 2. And then we look down, and we see there's some Marines standing at the edge of our creep. How dare they? So we'll send in the tomatolings to season them up, and our Zerglings are hungry for battle, so they're going to charge in. They're going to go, nom, 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 nom. Delicious. These tomatolings have done exactly what we wanted them to do. They've shown us how to use the StarCraft 2 art tools, and they've taken out some Marines while they're at it. So I'm glad they've taken their bow. So we're delivering a lot of power with the StarCraft 2 art tools, and we're looking forward to seeing you go forth and make awesome experience, make something epic, just like we love to do here at Blizzard. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to 3 of Blizzard's awesome experience makers, Johnny Ebert, Richard Koo, and Justin Clinshoot.
Hey everybody, I'm Johnny Ebert. I'm a senior designer on Heart of the Swarm. Today I'm going to be talking to you about Blizzard Dota. So we've seen a lot of really cool stuff so far. And we're going to show you how we combined it all to make Blizzard Dota. So those of you who've had a chance to play it out on the show floor may have noticed that the Blizzard Dota we're showing this year is entirely different than the Blizzard Dota we showed last year. And there's a very good reason for that. We really liked what we had last year, but we sat down and we're like, have we really questioned some of the assumptions about the genre? Because we're all huge fans of it, and we're like, well, it's perfect. Let's just make it. But we're like, well, is there anything we can improve? Because that's what we're about at Blizzard. So we decided we wanted to attack it from 5 different angles. And those of you who have followed our design philosophy over the years will see a lot of Blizzard's core design values listed behind me. So let's start with fixing the fantasy. The fantasy is a very compelling one. I'm going to play a hero that joins this massive battle. I'm going to push the battle line forward. I'm going to see another hero. We're going to have this epic duel. It's going to be a major tipping point. It's going to be so awesome. Then you get in the game. And the fantasy, the optimal way to play is the exact opposite of the fantasy. You're supposed to hide under your tower. So you'll start attacking minions aggressively, and people will be like, no, you idiot. You run back and forth. And then when that right moment hits, you get the last hit in. And then you stay right under your tower, so you lure the people out of position, and someone can come down for the gank. It's cool. We all love playing it, but it's not very intuitive. So we thought, is there anything we could do to improve that? So we decided we wanted to attack this in a couple ways. First, we wanted to reward early aggression. And we've done that in a couple of ways. Towers are much softer targets than they are in traditional Dota games. So you can actually kill a tower fairly early and get a big bonus for your team. You'll also notice that bar right under the tower, that's the ammunition. We've given towers a limited amount of ammunition, and it slowly regenerates over time. So if you need to use your tower for some protection, and then you push the battle line away for a while, it'll regenerate. But if you do like Stitches is doing here in this video, if you lean on your tower too much, you're going to see, first the minions are doing a lot of damage to the tower, but you also see it's about to run out of ammunition, so it'll actually power down. So now Stitches is in a lot of trouble. Not only is he going to have to run off and not get killed, he's lost a tower very early in the game, and that's going to give the other team a very large advantage. The other thing we wanted to do is we wanted to make the fighting along the battle line more intuitive. So I talked earlier about last hitting. We actually played a couple of games with no last hitting at all, and something was definitely missing. So we asked ourselves, what do we like about last hitting? Well, first, it adds a lot of tension. You're having to time something. You're kind of sitting on the edge of your seat. You're kind of running in and out. There's a lot of positional gameplay. You have to kind of keep in mind where your opponent is. Those are very good things. So we're like, is there a way we could get that in a more intuitive way that makes more sense? So we came up with the idea of the health globe. So you see that flag bearer in the middle of this picture here. He has this globe over his head. If you kill him, he'll drop a globe that you can pick up that'll give you a pretty decent chunk of your health and mana back. And what we like about this is it still has that tension, it has that positional gameplay, you have to time it well. But it also makes a lot more sense because you understand why you're winning or losing. If you're getting your globes and denying the enemy, you'll have a lot more health and mana. And it'll be pretty obvious why. Whereas like if you're getting last hit and you're getting this gold bonus, it's going to be several minutes into the game, so there's less of that cause of an effect.
Hello. It's my turn to speak. Okay, so one of the opportunities that we saw that we could improve Blizzard Dota was the concept of boots. So there comes a certain point in Dota-style games where heroes have to buy boots. There's not a lot of gameplay to it. If you don't have boots, you get chased down by heroes with boots. And later on, if you don't improve your boots, you get chased down by heroes with the better boots. We figured that gameplay gets kind of like some of the back and forth gameplay that you want, but we thought we could do it a little bit better. So in Blizzard Dota, we introduced the concept of mounts. So you can see here, our heroes are preparing to go into battle. After a brief 2-second channel time, they actually will mount up. As you can see, while mounted, the heroes actually move a lot faster. This gets you the gameplay of what boots get you as far as strategic value goes, because you can respond to threats, you can get to places a lot faster. but it's actually a lot easier to respond to like a lane being pushed, and it also gets you into places that the enemy would not expect. Another thing that you can also do with mounts is chase down that enemy hero that's trying to get away, and then you can perform the finishing blow.
So we've talked about ways we're trying to fix the fantasy. Let's talk about another thing that's very near and dear to our hearts at Blizzard. It's making our game easy to learn and difficult to master. So we're all huge fans, and none of us wanted to change anything at first. But then we kind of asked ourselves, like, how do you play Dota? Walk me through it. And we're like, well, it's really easy. First, you go to the wiki, you pick a hero you like, and you go to the wiki page. And that hero is going to have 3 or 4 builds. And then of that, you pick the build that sounds kind of cool. It's going to have 2 or 3 item builds, so you pick your item build. And then if he's a jungler, he has 1 or 2 jungling patterns he's going to use. And so you're sitting there with your laptop next to your PC, and you're kind of reading back and forth. And we're like, really? You know, and it's really cool that we're teaching kids the value of studying hard, you know, for a test and stuff. But it doesn't make for very compelling gameplay. So we always felt at Blizzard like the complexity and the depth needs to be on the back end. I could spend 3 minutes explaining to you how to play chess. You could spend a lifetime never mastering it. That's where the depth belongs, in the back end. So we've decided we needed to kind of attack this in a couple of ways. The first one was the stats. The stats in traditional Dota games, it's on par in complexity with something like World of Warcraft. And it works really well in a game like World of Warcraft because you have like 100 hours or way more to kind of ease into it. You can sit in Dalaran, you can sit in Stormwind, you can browse the auction house, you can try different things on, you can hit your targeting dummy, you know, learn your rotation. Dota, not so much. You have like 30 seconds maybe to pick your item, get out to the battlefield, a lot going on. So we thought we needed to kind of reduce the stats to their essence. And what we kind of settled on were health, damage, and mastery. Mastery is a very simple stat. It just lowers the cooldown on your abilities, gives you some extra mana. And we got rid of what we call hidden stats, or stats that make you do math. You know, armor, kind of cool, but it's really just a hidden form of health that's making you do math in your head. Attack speed, very similar, very hidden form of damage. I do 70 damage, he does 50 damage, I'm gonna kill him. Oh wait, his attack speed is 3 times faster than me. I forgot to carry the 1, I lose. Not so cool.
So we decided to also do another overhaul on a major system, which is items. And as Johnny was talking about earlier, I mean, this system works really well for the kind of game that, you know, Dota style is trying to make. But after a while, it's gotten a little bit complicated because now you have to have tabs to sort of navigate through, like the type of item that you want to find. And then you have to memorize that, like, if I have this axe, and I have this sword, and I spend some money, I get this really cool axe sword, but it's something that you're going to have to learn over time. So for Blizzard Dota, we decided to explore a simpler direction. So what we did for Blizzard Dota is that we actually simplified the number of items so that they can all be displayed on a single page. And then, as you can see in the screenshot, we actually list out what all the items do, so it's very easy to find what you want. With the items that we have left over, we felt that they offered the most gameplay, and we've also gotten rid of the concept of recipes. Instead of just simply getting this item and spending money to get what you want, you just click on the item, and if you have enough money, and if it's an item that you can upgrade, you just spend money, and now you have a better version of the item. The next thing that we wanted to talk about as far as remaking Blizzard Dota was approaching our hero design a little differently so that we can offer you guys a more epic hero list. One of the really cool things about our trans-dimensional pocket universe that happens to take place in Cyberworld is that there aren't any real rules as to like why certain heroes could be in here and why certain heroes aren't. So we're allowed to use heroes from all of our Blizzard universes, whether it's like Arthas and Uther from Warcraft, Zeratul from StarCraft 2, or StarCraft, or Witch Doctor from Diablo. After we came up with a really long list of heroes, we decided to apply some RTS design philosophy to sort of figure out what those hero roles are and what those roles do. The first of those hero roles is actually the tank. Now these guys are like the beefcake, like frontline warriors. They've got a lot of health. They have really strong self-sustaining abilities. Like Stitches can devour on a minion and heal himself while dealing damage to the minion. These guys play very sticky because they have very strong crowd control abilities and they have a lot of HP and they generally have some good AOE abilities. So if you let them like hang around in your line too much, they're just going to wear you down. The second class is actually the DPS class. Now these guys are designed for assassination and for ganking. They have the highest burst damage out of all the heroes in the entire game, and they also have really strong positioning skills, so they can really put the hurt on the enemy if they get into the right spot at the right time. However, they are very, very squishy, meaning that if they get focused down, they just drop like flies. So they really rely on the tank to sort of provide that frontline defense so that they can really put the hurt on. The third type of class is actually support. As the name implies, these guys offer a lot of support for all of the heroes on the battlefield. They dispense out invaluable buffs and healing that really help a team maintain its tempo. One of the really cool things about support heroes is that when we changed around our game system so that we removed last hit, support heroes no longer were penalized for playing passively in the lane because that's sort of what they do. They need to sort of stick and move throughout and provide healing where it's necessary. But they're not getting, they're actually getting all the money for just participating in the battle. And it sort of like feeds into our concept of having like more team play oriented gameplay that Johnny will talk about later. The final hero class that we felt that we needed for Blizzard Dota kind of like just made sense when we were designing it, and that's the concept of a siege hero. So at the end of the day, like Dota is a game about destroying the enemy base. Why not have a hero that's just completely dedicated to destroying the enemy base? A lot of these siege heroes, actually all the siege heroes, have abilities that outrange towers, and if left unchecked, a single siege hero can push a lane from the beginning all the way to the end. So it really puts the pressure on the enemy to respond quickly or they're going to lose. We really feel like this is a fun, like sort of heroic opportunity for people that want to play that way. So I've talked a little bit about siege heroes. Let's see one in action. This is Warfield is actually sieging up, and now you can see his auto attack is actually outranging the tower. As the minions come in close, he's going to drop a bunch of mines and lay down a bunch of suppressive firepower that do a lot of very low DPS, but it's AoE effects, so it's great against minions. As you can see here, like, you know, Warfield's minions are actually coming up, but Warfield actually didn't really need it. He can actually take out this tower all by himself. If there were DPS meters in Blizzard Dota, these guys would be topping the charts all the time. The final thing, like I'm sure many of you who are familiar with Blizzard design philosophy, is that we decided to design our heroes with like core game mechanics that we didn't want to duplicate from one hero to another. All the heroes are going to have signature abilities that will make them stand out from the rest, and we really want to put a lot of tender love and care into each and every one of our heroes.
So another thing we wanted to do is we wanted to create a more exciting metagame, and the cue we took from that was StarCraft 2. And what we love about StarCraft 2 is the metagame is varied. You have short games, medium games, long games. You have games where you die to dirty tricks. I mean, we've all been 7-pooled by an intrepid Zergling player, and first time it happens, we're angry. We're like, this is not the game Dustin Browder designed. You should be ashamed of yourself, sir. But then you're like, well, maybe I should try it. And then you try it to somebody, like, haha, this is kind of cool, you know? So it adds depth, you know, the timing pushes like a Void Wraith Rush. Really cool. We wanted to try to add that to Blizzard Dota. We want games that end very quickly at the 10-minute mark or at the 20-minute mark, 30-minute mark, multiple ways to win. Now, one way we're trying to do this is we're trying to introduce the concept of territory control. You have that river running across the map, divides it very evenly, towers kind of establish some control for you. You have those vast swaths of jungles that are no man's land. Well, we thought, what if we could put something in there that you could fight over, that you could capture, that would help your cause? So we put these merc camps, ogre merc camps out in the jungle. So you come out to a merc camp, and if you attack the ogres in the camp, they'll fight back. Usually it's in the mid-game, you need a couple of teammates to help you out with this. I'm kind of cheating here. And then once the ogres are dead, you'll see you start capturing the totem to the right. And then once the totem's captured, you see the ogres are very impressed with your fighting prowess, so they're going to join your cause. Now, the enemy can come back and capture this from you, but when you capture it, you'll see one melee minion and one ranged minion have been replaced by ogres. And they're much tougher. You see the ranged ogre in the back is actually doing area of effect damage. So what would normally be a very even fight here is actually becomes very lopsided just with one camp. So if you capture a couple of these camps and the enemy doesn't respond, the game's going to start to end very quickly. Towers are going to get knocked down, lanes are going to get swept, you're going to have to respond, and it's going to spark a lot of really cool group fights.
So another one of the things that we wanted to make a more exciting moment in our game was the concept of the big ass-kicking boss that at a certain point in the game, a bunch of high-level heroes go out and attack, and when you kill the enemy, like, you get some kind of buff, and you get some kind of item, and it sort of gets the gameplay that you want, but it's a lot of, like power without gameplay. So we decided to do something a little bit more interesting for our game. Here you can see is our Stone Zealot, which I believe that our artists actually want to change into some like mechanical cyber ninja, but that's totally up to them. I mean, I kind of like the Stone Zealot. So you can see here, it actually takes our 3 high-level heroes quite a long time to destroy this Stone Zealot, and it's still a lot of commitment in that they have to stay out of the lanes. However, the difference is though that when you actually kill it, he thinks that you're awesome. And then he restores all of his health, and he actually walks down the lane to go and fight for you. Now, you can imagine at this point that the enemy is kind of shaking in their boots because there's a global announcement, and you can see this like red skull moving down the minimap, so it really just forces a team fight. And then this guy, like, he kicks a lot of ass. I mean, like, you fought him earlier, so you kind of see what he does. Like, he actually outranges, like, minions and stuff. And by himself, he actually outranges towers. If the enemy team does not respond in time, you know, they're going to be pushed all the way back to their tower. We think that this is a more exciting gameplay than just getting a buff.
Final thing we're trying to do is we're trying to spice up the metagame by offering multiple maps. Initially, we were a little uneasy about this one. We'd kind of come to see the Dota map was always the same for a reason. It's like the football field or the basketball court. You don't change the shape of the field. You don't change the dimensions. But we started playing around with different maps, and we finally, you know, a lot of them really sucked at first, as you might expect. But you know, one day we came up with this design, and you know, we're not entirely happy with it. But what happened was we kind of had fun, and then we'd forgotten to update the loading screen image. It had the old map, so we were playing it again the next day, and we're all sitting in the same room, and we saw the old map's image come up, and there was like all these groans around the room, like, oh man, I got to play the old map. And suddenly, you know, the collective light bulb went off in our head, because like, hey, yeah, this is a really good angle to pursue. We need to have multiple maps. Game's still going to feel very familiar. It's going to feel like Dota, but you're going to get the change in timing. You're going to get change in strategies. You're going to get change in tempo.
Oh, and to sort of dogpile on that concept, I was actually one of the people that was very against the idea of making multiple maps. But when I was talking to one of our designers, Matt Cooper, about it, he actually summed it up really nicely. And I mean, he put it this way, like, we're making Blizzard Dota with multiple maps in mind. So all of these maps are going to still play like Dota, but there's going to be a lot of cool variations in the gameplay itself. I mean, Johnny talked about like having multiple lanes. I mean, maybe you can have 4 lanes, maybe you can have 2 lanes, but what if you vary up the number of army nodes? What if you vary up where the Stone Zealot position is? What if you vary up where the actual base is? What if you spawn in a different location than where your base is? I mean, there's a lot of possibilities out there. I mean, all of us have played on, you know, Lost Temple like 10, 50, 100 times, but after the 100th time, it gets a little bit boring. We've got this really awesome StarCraft 2 map editor that lets us iterate through a lot of different maps very quickly, and we've got a lot of collective RTS map design, so we can really try a lot of different concepts. The final thing that I'd like to add is that one of the cool things about making multiple maps, it lets us explore a lot of potential different locations. Maybe you're fighting, you know, on Core Hall. Maybe you're fighting in Tristram. Maybe you're actually fighting in Onyxia's lair, and Onyxia is actually your big bad boss that you fight, and when you fight her, she actually fights for you.
So the final thing we really felt we had to attack, and maybe this one was the most important, was kind of what the genre has become really famous for, which is just the rage, the pure rage you get from your teammates, right? And, you know, and I think it's really easy to kind of hand wave it and just assume that Dota players tend to be chaotic evil, and that's the end of it. But we thought, well, maybe we need to kind of take responsibility as designers, and is there anything we're doing to kind of inflame them or create unnecessary tension? So the first thing we decided to attack was game length. Like the typical genre game lasts anywhere from 45 minutes to 90 minutes. So if one of your teammates is doing very poorly and you just get to play over your lunch hour, your lunch hour is gone and you're probably a half hour in. So the stakes are way higher. You're very angry. So we've tried to really lower the average game length, and we've gotten it to about an average internally We have no idea what's going to happen when you guys get a hold of it. But internally, we've gotten our average game length to about 20 minutes, and it feels really good. We had some that have ended as soon as 10 minutes, and it doesn't feel bad. It feels really decisive. You're like, oh, okay, we kind of messed that up. It's over, and the pain is ended quickly. Some of our more epic ones last maybe like 30 minutes, but again, that feels kind of cool, feels kind of epic. But the thing is, I can get a couple in over my lunch hour. I can get a couple in when I get home before dinner. That's kind of what we're going for. The other thing was trying to remove very obvious conflict points. I mean, the obvious one is the carry. You walk into, you don't have to be a psychologist. If you walk into a group, it's like, hey, okay, one of you gets to be the superstar. The rest of you are his stooges. Who wants to be the superstar? Who wants to be the superstar? A lot of hands are going to go up, right? And even if you don't want the pressure of being the superstar, you kind of resent the fact that there's a superstar. And, I think we've all been trapped in that score screen chat room with super special guy who went 20-0, and he's getting a little cranky that we're all not telling him how amazing he is because he went 20-0 and we went 7-5. It's just a very bad design. So one of the things we fixed earlier is making towers much softer targets kind of fixed this for us. Now what happens is if I'm the guy in a solo in a lane, yeah, I'll get experience a little faster, I'll get more gold. But the other thing is the other team's like, hey, there's a guy alone by himself in a lane. Let's double team him. Let's try to get that tower down very quickly. So now, the solo guy actually has a lot of pressure now. It's kind of it's an important role, but it's not this super glorious superstar role. It's kind of like being a nose tackle in football. You're at the bottom of the pile a lot, but you're kind of like helping hold the battle line. The other thing we're trying to do is get rid of the concept of kills, deaths, and assists. It's just a horrible, horrible way to score this game. Imagine like if in the Dungeon Finder in WoW, the guy that got the last hit on every mob got all the loot and the experience. It would be a train wreck. You'd be at each other's throats. I mean, you're kind of at each other's throats sometimes to begin with, but yeah, it's something like that. It's insanity. So we got rid of the concept of kills, deaths, and assists, and we just replaced it with a takedown. 3 of us kill one guy. It doesn't matter who got the last hit, because that's really not important if you think about it. All 3 of us get a takedown. The experience and the gold, they're shared equally. And what it does is it kind of removes the individualism that the game is really kind of putting up front. And it's putting it away from a hardcore individual concept to a hardcore team concept. And we know, those of us that have played WoW, the hardcore team concept can be just as hardcore, if not more hardcore than the hardcore individual concept. But it's more gratifying, it's more exciting, because you're coming together as a team, and you're not really focused on who got the last hit or who got the most kills. You're focused on getting that enemy core down. And the final thing we really love about this is it allows us to reward unselfish play. So this is Uther. Now, when we first designed Uther couldn't kill you if you tried to help him kill you. That's how little damage he does. But what is awesome about Uther is he can really tip a team fight. He can really keep people alive. And when we first designed him, there were people in the room like, no one's going to play that. No, this game's about killing people. If I can't kill people, no, stupid. And we're like, well, let's try it. No, stupid. And but once we kind of started adding these more team-oriented dynamics, like Rich mentioned earlier, we got rid of last hitting, we got rid of last hitting on heroes. He became one of the most popular heroes because, wow, he's like a franchise player. If you don't have an Uther or a Thrall on your team, man, you got to work way harder to stay alive in a group fight. If you get focus fired, oh man, it's ugly. So being able to kind of like make the heroes more distinct was a really nice side benefit, and to allow people to like play support, because that's a really fun role to play. So closing thoughts. It's out there on the show floor. What's out there? We're not finished yet. We're still kind of questioning things. We're still attacking some of these things. So what you see today may not be what you see when the beta comes out. But we really love you guys to go out and try it. We really love to hear your thoughts. And most importantly, we're really excited to see what you guys can create when you get a hold of these mod tools we've covered today.
And as a shameless plug, half an hour after this panel ends, the StarCraft 2 art team is actually going to be holding a panel to sort of preview some of the hero concepts that we are thinking of using for our heroes. And now we'd like to open up to Q&A. I'm not sure where the microphones are, but they're somewhere back there. Feel free to ask about any of the topics that we covered today, whether it's the new arcade, the cutscene editor, and the new art tools, or Blizzard Dota.
Thanks, everyone.
Hey guys, My name is Luke. I'm a big Dota player, so what I'm wondering is what about Blizzard Dota is going to make it compete with all of the already well-established Dota franchises out there, like Han, Dota 2 is going to be out, and League of Legends?
Well, I kind of just spent 20 minutes talking about that, but yeah, well, I guess what we're kind of going for.
What one thing is going to make this game the game to play Dota?
I guess the fact that it's just going to be way more intuitive, it's going to make a lot more sense to people, and you're going to be able to really focus on the gameplay itself rather than the wiki page next to your computer, if I had to guess.
I'm going to say that it gives you an opportunity to play Arthas and kick Kerrigan's ass. Like that's my reason.
Thank you.
Sure thing.
Hi, so I had a chance to play the build that you guys have out on the show floor, and I think it's a great opportunity for people who haven't tried the genre to get into it. The simplicity is just really great. Are you concerned, though, that the lack of an immediate depth to the game is going to scare away veterans of the game mode, like existing versions of it?
Definitely. I mean, like at Blizzard, we always design for the hardcore first. And we kind of feel like Dota's already there. There is a very hardcore game. So what we've been really working at is just kind of like simplifying the learning curve. I don't think you're going to have to play more than a couple of games when you start to see the depth that's still there.
Hey, I had a question about Dota. So I've had a lot of games ruined by people leaving. Is there going to be any reconnect feature or anything to punish people who leave your game?
Eventually, we do want to try to get Reconnect into not just Dota, but StarCraft 2 in general. That probably won't make ship. However, it will come in the future. As far as punishing leavers, we are working on something that will hopefully discourage people from leaving, and it will affect their overall Battle.net status.
All right, thank you.
I'd like to add to that as well. Since the games are so short, they're like 10 to 20 minutes, leavers become less of a problem. Like if you're stuck in a game where it's gonna be an hour before you can actually quit, you're gonna want to leave, but 10 to 20 minutes, you'll stick around and just wait for the game to end.
Hey, my question is in regards to the mod tools. You showed like tomato links and like custom units, but I noticed that they were still called banelinks. Is there a way to, in like the editors, change the name of said units?
Actually, Justin.
Yeah, so the art tools are just a tool to take any art you make into StarCraft 2, but then you can use the data editor to hook up that art to any new unit you want. So basically, you just create a new unit, you would call it Tomato Ling, and then you just link up that new art to that unit.
Cool, thanks.
Hi guys, my name's Keith. I have a question about StarCraft 2 custom maps in general. In Warcraft 3, we saw you could just create a map, people could download it, then they could host it, and they'd filter through. And eventually, every time, every refresh, you get a new list, etc. But in StarCraft 2, it's all Blizzard popular maps that are on the first 2 pages or so. Are there any changes to like get map developers more like screen time when they come out with a new map or anything?
Yeah, so to address that problem, we're adding that queuing system that I was talking about. If you're the map creator, you can just host one of your games, and people will automatically join your game via fun or not if you wait there long enough.
Okay. All right, thank you.
No problem.
Hey guys, I had a question. When the new exporter to 3DS is going to come out and the texture compatibility between StarCraft and 3DS?
So the exporter is roughly covariant with Heart of the Swarm. We planned that. We're anticipating them to be near each other. For the texture compatibility between 3D Studio Max and game, we use a custom bitmap in 3D Studio Max that you will bind a regular TGA to, and it will get automatically converted to DDS of the proper type for DXN or regular DXT5 compression automatically. Our artists don't worry about it. You shouldn't have to.
So no mental ray or anything?
we do not support the native 3D Studio Max bitmaps in StarCraft 2 materials, and there are some other issues trying to render StarCraft 2 materials as mental ray things. Mental ray's overall hook can work in certain cases.
Thank you.
I'd like to take this chance to thank you for finally releasing something for 3ds Max. I mean, we've had the third-party tool from the community, and yeah, it does a good job, but you can't do things like barrel roll or Terratron, you know, breakdancing. It just doesn't work. But my question is this. So if we create a content, let's say a Warga Marine as opposed to a Tauren Marine, there's no real central way to pull that down. So you can't go out and say, oh, I want a custom unit. But there's no way, no central site, no central repository to go out and pull some. So is there something like that that you're thinking of setting up, perhaps?
Honestly, I don't think we've had a discussion about that, but that sounds like an awesome idea, and should probably take it back and talk to people about it.
Well, yes, I can tell you we have thought about it, but right now we're just primarily trying to get the arcade set up so that you can find custom games to play. There's a lot of improvements we can make there. Once we get that established, we'll definitely talk about that, and hopefully we'll have something in the future, but no promises.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I wanted to know, with you planning on adding so many awesome epic characters, what's the odds of you adding, say, blank Paladin hero that I can then take my Paladin and put him in Dota? Like he'll always have like the same abilities as all the other people's or something like that.
Well, we're really just going for these iconic Blizzard heroes for Dota. But one thing we are going to let you do is we're talking about different ways that you can customize how your hero looks inside of Dota. So already out on the floor, when you have Uther, you can change, just what color that he appears for you. However, we can do things with skins, different looking mounts, and all sorts of things. So you do have that ability to customize it how you want. But we're going to stick with iconic Blizzard heroes.
Thank you.
So another question about heroes. I was wondering if you're going to release more heroes or add more heroes to the mod as time goes on. Are you guys going to keep working on it and bring in new ones, or is this it? It's set?
No, this is not set. Actually, what you're seeing on the show floor right now is only, I think it's like 12 heroes. We actually have 16 in our internal build, and we're constantly working on more. Like, for instance, I can say this hero with confidence, but, you saw Illidan in actually one of Matt Shimbari's videos, and you also saw, the Murloc Marine in the Sizzle trailer. That's just some of the examples of heroes that we plan to release. In the future, we plan to also, ship more.
Oh, awesome, thank you.
Hi, so with StarCraft 2 editor, we're talking about the cutscene editor and the new art. In terms of map size, are these going to dramatically increase your limit, or will they not actually count to your total map size you have on Battle.net?
So cutscene files are actually very small. They're just XML files. So I really, even a very large cutscene, if it has a lot of assets in it, it's not adding more than, say, a couple K to describe what the cutscene is. It doesn't add to the art itself, because the art's already in the mod, and that's part of the dependency. So it doesn't add much to the map itself.
Hi, so I haven't seen Blizzard address this yet. Are there currently plans to increase the script size limit for maps?
I hope so, because I like playing Mafia.
Yeah.
We have time for a few more questions.
Yeah, I was wondering, have you ever considered the possibility of maybe releasing Blizzard Dota as its own independent game, standalone, like independent from StarCraft 2?
Well, we are releasing it with the starter edition, so in a lot of ways that kind of does do that. But our goal is to get it into the hands of as many people as possible and make the barrier for entry as low as possible. So yeah, right now we're focused really hard on just making it awesome, but yeah, it's definitely one of our goals.
All right, thank you.
Hey, you talked a little bit about the 3ds Max exporter, and this may be a little selfish, but do you have any plans for a similar exporter for Maya?
So it's unlikely that we'll support Maya in the same way we support 3D Studio Max. We put a lot of effort into it, and you can see really cool things like the live interaction with the editor. That's a lot of work, and it's a lot of effort to make it happen, and it's unlikely we'll be able to do it for both, so I'm quite sorry.
Thank you.
Hi, my question is about how far into Blizzard's franchises are you going to go for Blizzard Dota? Are we going to see some characters like the Lost Vikings, Blackthorn, or maybe even Word from Diablo 1?
If you ask our director, Sammy, he wants to have a Camaro driving around on the battlefield. He wants to see Blackthorn. He wants to see Lost Vikings as like an interchangeable hero. So the sky's the limit. I mean, we're not limiting ourselves to like just the three major universes. We could go back as far as Blackthorn. So the answer is yes, as far as you think.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
And if we don't get Word in there, we'll make sure to get his leg in there.
We have time for one more question.
Hi. Do you guys plan on implementing the ability to attach 3D portraits or 3D models directly to dialogues using your new UI system?
So I don't know exactly the details on that, but we made a lot of changes to UI. Everything that you saw in the various Dota videos and the screenshot that I had up there, that's all done using our new UI engine. So that specific question, I'm not a UI programmer myself. I don't know the answer to that, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's possible. We've done a lot of changes and a lot of cool improvements to the UI system.
Thank you.
We have time for one more question.
So it doesn't seem like jungling is really viable on this Dota map. I like it so I'm always Mia. People always have to worry about me, instill the fear into everybody else. But it seems like you just have to capture the little peon area practically, and then you're good to go. You go back to laning. Is there going to be any way that you can always constantly have that one Mia person?
Totally. I'm not sure people have figured this out on the floor yet, but the jungle camps actually drop what we call soul tokens. And when we made the towers such soft targets, we were worried like people are going to be scared to peel off and go into the jungle. So we decided to make the jungler kind of a firefighter and aggressor. So if you kill a camp, you'll get a little soul token. And if what the soul token can do is you can target near any tower, and you can warp in a Yeti. And if you kill the big monster, you can warp in like a Yeti chieftain. And they're really tough. They're roughly around the toughness of an ogre. So as you're doing your jungle pattern, you see a tower that's about to go down, you can drop 4 or 5 Yetis and really you can kind of keep an eye on your teammates, or you can say, hey, they just killed that guy in that lane. You can drop 7 or 8 Yetis and just make a huge surge. So the jungling we have out there, we feel is actually a lot more strategic, has a lot more options than the traditional jungling you're used to. So hopefully you'll still be able to strike some fear into the hearts of your enemies.
All right, awesome, thanks.
That is all the time that we have. Please give our panelists a round of applause.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, starting now, the panel for Blizzard Publishing, So What's the Story? Please give a big round of Blizzcon applause for our panelists.
What's up? What's up, everybody? Thank you for coming to the Blizzard Entertainment Creative Development Publishing panel. Oh, that's long. Did I say that right? Did that happen? Yeah. Do you guys appreciate the power that is sitting on this stage at this moment? Guys, my name is Chris Metzen. I am Blizzard's lead cheerleader. And I think we're going to introduce...
I'm Mickey Nielsen. I run the publishing team.
I'm James Waugh. I'm a senior story developer. I'm Cameron Dayton. I'm a publishing developer.
Sean Copeland. I'm a historian on creative development.
All right. Yeah, Sean!
Christy Golden. I've written a few Warcraft and Starcraft novels.
Hey, Christy!
Richard Knack, Warcraft and Diablo novels.
Yeah!
Nate Kenyon. I'm a newbie. Don't know what the hell I'm doing up here, but hopefully you guys will help me out.
Nate Kenyon!
Warcraft.
Guys, thank you for coming out. How's everybody doing here at the end of day one BlizzCon? Yes and yes. Guys, it's been a crazy day. So it's wild to wind up with this panel at the end of the day. Good Lord. So as we get things going on, we're going to talk to you a little bit about some of the lore projects we have in development right now. We'll tell you a little bit about our philosophy of kind of how we chase the fiction, what we want to get out of the fiction of these universes we built within our game products. So to lead off a little bit, we were going to talk about, Mickey, what were we going to talk about? We were going to talk about the future. We're going to talk about...
Who has the clicker, by the way? Can we go to the next slide?
Did we come out with a clicker?
It's very clicker.
We are clickerless. If somebody could provide a clicker, we would be very appreciative.
I could just describe what the slides would Actually, interpretive dance might be the best way to communicate this to you.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
Oh, there it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, Backstage Dude. Round of applause for Backstage Dude. Bring that down, baby.
I really like the interpretive dance idea, though.
Guys, for the past number of years, the creative development department has been involved in developing fiction to expand and enrich Blizzard's IPs. We all grew up as super geeks, right? We read a lot of novels, we read a lot of comics, we read manga, everything, right? Movies, everything y'all are into. So as we began the process of creative development many years ago, we doubled down on the media types that we enjoyed most, right? We started chasing, novels and comics and all that stuff. And it's kind of funny, as the years have gone by, in the digital age, right? Everybody, how many of y'all have like iPad, some kind of tablet technology? That's it, really?
Digital watches.
It's totally
digital watches. There we
it's
go.
totally the lore fans that do not have iPads. That blows my whole thing. I'm just going to quit right here. So the trick is, guys, in this day and age, I'll be totally candid with you. Did my voice just break? Was that Peter Brady? Good Lord. Thank you. Oh, I hate camera phones. In the digital age, as we put out our novels, our comics, our manga, at the end of the day, we're servicing what is likely to be a very passionate 100,000 people. The simple fact is, at a business level, print ain't doing all that well. And it's only held up, I believe, by badasses like Christy Golden, Richard Knack, Nate Kenyon, are just about the only reason these days, oh, I'm sorry, and New York Times best-selling author Mickey Nielsen.
Thank you.
You
Thank
bastard. I'm going to write a comic one of these days. I'm going to get on that list. So I believe the publishing world is supported completely by these people at the end of the row. But what's interesting these days is with the millions of people that engage with our products and engage with our games, we're always looking at ways to try and get our stories out to an even broader set of people. For the millions of people that play, one could argue that people are very, very interested in our stories, right? But they may not be interested as much in the classic media that we all love most. So you guys will see from time to time, we would be doing the leaders of, the faction storylines, and we put those out for free. Somehow, putting things out for free seems to be a way that people want to engage with your content. I don't understand that. Put it out for free, they want to, I don't know.
Crazy.
They like paying for things.
Madness. So these days, we're always looking at other ways and alternate media types that we can convey these stories through and, just try and get these ideas out to a broader mix of people around the world. Having said that, we love novels. We are going to do lots and lots of novels. We are going to just absolutely embrace the media types that we love most. But to just give you a sense of the future of publishing, we're going to try all sorts of weird things out. I'm thinking about animation. I'm thinking about, motion comics, all sorts of weird stuff. So guys, if you love these ideas, we're going to try and cast lines into the water for everybody, right? Because these ideas, I believe, need to be shared by everyone. So having said that, I'm going to hand it off to New York Times bestselling author Mickey Nielsen.
So we can tag team this one if you like. We're going to talk about Book of Cain right here. So did you guys do the Diablo lore panel yet?
We did not.
Okay, when is that?
Should we just start singing to each other now?
As long as you keep caressing me, I don't care what we do. So
guys,
go ahead. Here, hold that for me, Wayne.
Guys, one of the latest publishing projects we've been working on with a good friend of ours named Flint Dilley is Diablo Book of Cain. With the imminent arrival of Diablo 3, hopefully sooner rather than later, we wanted to put together a source book that really catalogs the history, the characters, the lands, and the mythology. Now that is something you don't see.
Why is
every day.
everyone staring at my lap?
I know what my reason is. So, control. We must maintain control. So the Book of Cain, ladies and gentlemen, is an attempt to codify and clean up the history of the Diablo franchise in such a way we put it into this book that's essentially narrated by Deckard Cain. The idea in the game lore is that it's been about 20 years since Lord of Destruction, which was the last Diablo game product. I can't even remember the year we put it out. Let's just say it was a long time ago. It's been about 20 years since Lord of Destruction. And Deckard Cain, the sage historian of the Diablo universe, has compiled a book of lore. He believes that an apocalypse is imminent after the events of Diablos 1, 2, and 2.5. He believes that the last lords of hell are up to some shenanigans, and that it's about to spill over into the mortal world. So Book of Cain here is an illustrated romp through the history of the Diablo universe as written by Deckard Cain and chock full of his own personal journal entries and his own theories about what's coming for the world of Sanctuary. With any luck, there's some level of smart continuity between it and the game we're about to publish. Is there anything else you think we should say about Book of Cain?
So the only other thing I wanted to add to that is if you guys want to check out this physical version, this is a mock-up that Pocket Books, or I'm sorry, Insight Edition has over at their booth right now. So it's over that way, a few halls over. If you guys want to go and check this out, you can flip through it. You can see all the artwork in here, everything. It's the book, except it's a mock-up, so it's a digital printed version of it.
And guys, I guess I would say we had so much fun making Book of Cain, you know, ultimately like a very clear, here you go, honey. A really clear codified history of the world of Diablo. We've been thinking about doing the same kind of treatment for Warcraft and StarCraft. I was going to ask if you guys have any interest in that kind of thing, but I think
we're thinking
just,
about it anymore.
I think that just answered the question. And if you could imagine the level of pain of the ass that would involve to try and get all that lore straight, good Lord. But we had so much fun with this book, and we think you guys are going to love it and just love the story of Diablo, that we're keeping it in mind that we may want to do source books this way for all of our universes.
Okay, so next up, don't hit it just yet. We got to build this up a little bit. I believe this is a first-time official announcement, so you guys are all here for this. Very exciting. Given the announcement this morning about Mists of Pandaria, it should come as no surprise that we will be bringing Pandemonium on the book front. And so here we have it. Pearl of Pandaria is the name of this book. This is being published through DC Comics. It's a hardcover graphic novel. As you can tell, the artwork is absolutely gorgeous. This is, the artist's name is Cheeks, and he's popular for, he was the main character designer on the Spider-Man cartoon, and as you can tell, his style is just a perfect fit for Pandaria and for this book and the tone of this book and everything else. So the story takes place pre-Cataclysm. There's going to be another story that we're going to talk about here in a few minutes that will bridge the events of this book, the end of this book, and the start of the next expansion. And
wasn't this written by a New York Times best-selling author?
It was, and this is one of the best stories you will ever read. I can say that without reservation. I'm a little bit biased because I wrote it, but yeah, it's
No,
pretty
that's
damn good.
New York Times best-selling author.
Yes,
Right. Vicky
yes.
Nielsen.
Let's make sure you get that right. Okay, so moving on to Dark Riders. We announced this last year, I believe, at Comic-Con. Again, fantastic artwork by Neil Googe. The goal of this comic, and the other one that James is going to talk about here in just a minute, we wanted to do Alliance and Horde graphic novels, and we wanted to really zero in on what it means to be Alliance. What does it mean to be Horde? So for the Alliance, you know, what we came up with was the Alliance is all about bringing light to the dark corners of the world, and so that's what this story is about. I'm very, very happy to say it's been a long time coming. It is almost done at this point. Pencils are pretty much done, and we're moving into colors, and so you guys will be seeing this here soon-ish. All right, James?
You know, before I talk about this Horde-centric book, is it possible for me to get a For the Horde? Oh, wow, I've always wanted to do
Sweet
that.
music.
Oh, that was great. Like Mickey said, the purpose of these books was really to drill down and kind of get to the thematic roots of what it means to be Horde. You know, one of the compelling things about the Horde story to me was when I first rolled Horde was always the fact that, you know, they're a group of outsiders. They're Azeroth's, you know, misplaced outsiders, the kind of freaks of Azeroth in a sense, right? And you know, I can relate to that.
James is freaky.
but despite
what
that,
I hear.
despite that, they come together and they've formed a family, and it's a dysfunctional family, but it's a family that sticks together under one banner, right? And so we really wanted this story to kind of capture that and be a microcosm for that. I think Doug Wagner just handed in a terrific script, and Jeremy Ratpack, check out the art on this. I mean, it's so gritty, and it feels like he was channeling a John Buscema from Conan. You know, and it's a stark contrast to the Alliance book's bright colors. I can't tell you enough how excited I am about this, and I think when you see it, my enthusiasm will spread to you guys.
And this one is almost finished as well. So the pencils, I think, out of 120 pages, I think we're up to like 110. And
We're getting colors already, too.
Yeah, and we've started on colors. So again,
my face melts every time I see these pencils come in.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. Okay, so next up, we're just going to talk a little bit about Sword of Justice. This is the Diablo comic that we're doing. This is going to be a limited series that will then come out as a graphic novel. I believe issue 1, November 23rd, if I'm remembering correctly. Joseph LaCroix is our artist for this. Really, really cool story. It's in between the end of D2X and D3. And it's right after, you know, Tyrael shattered the World Stone, and his sword ends up in the hands of a mortal who becomes the avatar of justice in the world of Sanctuary. So again, amazing artwork. It's a great fit for the IP. It's got that kind of Hellboy style to it. Really, really cool. Okay, so I told you that there was going to be a story that would bridge the end of Pearl of Pandaria and the beginning of the next expansion. This is that story. Right now we're calling it Quest for Pandaria. This is going to be a novella, and it's going to come out in 4 installments. Each installment will be about the size of the Leaders of the Horde and the Alliance short stories that are up on the website right now. So by the time it's done, it'll be a full-length novella. This is being written by Sally Pine, who some of you might know as the winner of the global writing competition.
Stand up, Sally.
Stand up, Sally.
Come on, give Sally a round of applause.
There she is. Put a spotlight on her.
Very up and coming.
Very good.
Very talented writer.
So, and she also wrote the Garrosh short story for Leaders of the Horde and the Alliance, and we're very happy to have her writing this for us.
Okay, guys. So the Leaders of Azeroth short story project, like Chris was talking about, is the series that we've been giving away for free on the web. You know, I think the root of this is everybody on the stage sits around, like when we sit around and we talk about these characters, it's almost like they've come to life. Like they're really complex characters full of their motivations and wants and needs and emotionality, but there's only so much space to show a lot of that stuff. You know, MMO narrative's kind of tough, and I think the quest designers do an amazing job getting it in there, but there's just so much more, and we all know it, but we want to share that with you. I mean, the books we do really dig out a lot of that stuff, but we only do 2 a year, and they're usually tied to expansions, and there's just so many more stories we want to share with you. And so, you know, I don't know whose idea it was. I'd like to say it's mine, but I think it was probably this guy's. And it was like, hey, you know what? Let's just do a story on all the
totally
leaders.
mine.
It was yours. It was
just
yours.
made the decision. It's totally mine.
Oh, yeah, it was your idea. Great idea. You know, and so when we decided to approach this, as the editor of the project, I had 2 guiding principles, right, for every writer. And one was you have to tell a story that you couldn't be done in game. And the second was that by the end of the story, the reader had to understand these characters more than they ever had before. They had to be able to get in their head. I wanted the writers to, you know, really use the tools of prose narrative. I wanted inner monologue. I wanted them to really kind of see their memories and understand who Sylvanas was, or, you know, Tyrande, or you know, Gelbin. And I'm just really proud of the work the writers have done. I think it's been a great project. We got great art from Ludo Lalabi and Tony Washington. And there's 2 stories left. And then it's done, and those stories should be out in the next couple months. And you know, we're really proud of them. Hope you guys like them.
That was beautiful.
Thanks. Oh, this
Are we going to tag team this way? Okay, so Mr. Wah and myself wrote Curse of the Worgen. It is now available in hardcover with how many? 5 additional pages.
5
Never before seen.
Actually, we should trace the roots of that real quick, because one of the things we kept seeing when the issues were coming out was from fans on forums was like, hey, did Blizzard forget about Valinda Starsong? And we didn't. That was actually the first thing the first puzzle piece we figured out when figuring out this comic, but there just wasn't space to tell that story in this comic. And I think initially we were going to put that story in the Dark Riders comic, and then through the course of development, it ended up getting kind of on the cutting room floor. But that story is still very important, and it was kind of this loose thread in the tapestry. So when DC approached us and said, hey, we'd like to do 5 more pages, like we did for Ashbringer, you know, do you guys have a story you'd like to tell? And it was this weird sitcom moment where Mickey and I kind of looked at each other and said, Valinda Starsong. And
hey, so just to ask, did any of y'all read Curse of the Worgen? By New York Times bestselling author Mickey Nielsen.
And James Watt. Really, really fun experience. 5 years ago, you know, and this is going to be news to everybody, I'm sure, but there was not an intention for Worgen to be a playable race. I know that might come as a shock. 5 years later, they wanted to make him a playable race, and we had a fantastic opportunity to work with the designers and kind of figure out and dig out that history and that backstory. All right. Next up, Cameron Dayton.
All right, so we've been talking about stories with elves and magic and a lot of kind of frou-frou things. Are there any science fiction fans out there? All right. The StarCraft universe is incredibly rich. There are so many stories still being, you know, waiting to be told, and we're trying to do that with a series of short stories that is going to be continuing over this next year. With the Heart of the Swarm expansion coming out, we're going to start front-loading it with Zerg stories that dig into the hows and the whys of their evolution, the biological weaponry, and maybe even get a little bit into their purpose and what's behind it all. We've got some amazing writers that are going to do this, a lot of kind of exciting new talent that are going to get on board with this, and there's a lot going on in the Caprulu sector. We want to give you guys a front row seat to everything that's going on there. In addition to this, we're going to create an ongoing blog. This is a new concept that we've played around with some of our other writing before. It's going to be something that can kind of keep pace with the game as changes and patches go through that will add that science fiction edge to it. It's going to be a science log by one of the Dominion's top exobiologists. He's going to be reporting on the Dominion's theories and thoughts about the Zerg, what they do, what they're developing, the serious countermeasures they're coming up with, and it's going to give a little bit more flavor to everything that's coming out throughout the game. And really excited about that. It's going to be some heavy stuff. There might even be some light shed on the Protoss through these eyes as well, so something to look forward to.
Very cool. And now we are going to unleash the whirlwind that is Sean Copeland.
What's going on, Blizzcon? Oh, Sean Copeland. My name is Sean Copeland. I am one of the historians for creative development at Blizzard Entertainment.
And it's just amazing to be here, guys. It's one of my dreams to actually come up here and be on a panel with these titans of industry here. So
We
let's give it a
couldn't
round of
tell.
applause
We
for
couldn't
everybody
tell,
else.
Dave.
Come on. Wow, man, this is amazing. Okay, so normally when I tell people what I do for a living is I'm a historian. People are like, well, what is that? So basically, I thought it'd be a really good chance to let you guys know what I do on a day-to-day basis and just give you an insight to the other side of the stories when it comes to us. So, my note card. One thing I usually hear about when it comes to being a historian is, isn't that just like a glorified fact checker? You know, it's like, don't they have that in like other things? I'm like, actually, no. Being a historian encompasses so much more. I mean, I could go into a litany of things that I do on a day-to-day basis other than just checking like different texts and stuff like that, but I'm going to let that go because I just thought there's one major important thing that historians do, and that's to back these folks up right here. They are jamming out and rocking epic stories and narratives for you folks, and they shouldn't have to remember the minutia that's come before it.
That's right.
What they do is a labor of love.
That's right.
They do this from the heart, and they
Sing
shouldn't
it,
have
brother.
They shouldn't have to be expected to know what a caliber of a C-14 Gauss rifle is or what year Thrall was born. I mean, these guys they're busy making worlds for us to enjoy. So the way I think about historians is a perfect metaphor here.
It's like this. Red shirt guy meet blue shirt guy.
Bring it. In all seriousness, though, going back to topic, I picture historians as part of a machine gunner team. Now, if you guys know, usually a machine gunner team is two folks. There's one Hepcat that's basically on the gun, plugging away at his targets before him, these gentlemen. And there's always that guy that's behind the scenes that's making sure the right ammunition's being loaded into the gun and making sure that that thing doesn't jam so they can continue hitting the things that they need to hit. Well, that's the historians come in. We're that guy that's sitting there just feeding the ammunition into the gun, making sure that they can keep rocking out what they do, because they're rock
Dude,
stars.
where were you on the WoW panel last year?
Front row.
The bullets jammed, the barrel's overheated.
The banana in the barrel.
Can I be on your panel next time?
Sorry, yes.
Yes! Dream number 2 is made here,
I need you,
folks.
baby.
So anyway, to be a good historian, there's a couple of things that you need. Besides having a really good memory for small details, like an encyclopedic memory, the most important thing that you need to have is passion. And I think that's one of our core values here is we got to be jazzed about what we do. So the thing that I get geeked out about most is I grew up with these IPs. I played Warcraft 2, I think back in the day on my 486, you know, maybe they had like 4 gig of RAM when mouse was optional, you know. I just started jamming on this and I fell in love with a lot of the characters and the narrative. Well, why am I fighting? Who are these people? And just growing up, I played Diablo, I played Warcraft, all the games, and I just was so invested in the characters. But the thing that gets me jazzed up every day is I get to go to work, which isn't really work, by the way, for me, because this is my dream job, guys. My job is I'm a storyteller at heart. These guys, they rock out these epic stories, they put it out in the ether for you guys to enjoy, and it just goes out there. My job is to make sure these voices don't die. They echo throughout the eternities. So when somebody needs to remember when something came before, I'm there and I just share everything about it. And it just gets me jazzed up. I get to work on something new every day.
Deep, dog?
It is deep, man. This comes from the heart, yo. But honestly, guys, I don't think of my work as work. I mean, I get to work with these excellent guys and these amazing authors, and it literally is, every day is a present for me, just because I get to live my dream. So, like I said, I won't go into the minor things of what I do for a living, but the one thing I do like to say is the historians on our team, we are super fans. You guys are super fans. You're here on this panel listening to us know about all the publishing, but you play the games, you buy the merchandise, you guys live this lore. And I'd just like to say, my name is Sean Copeland, and I'm also a super fan. Thank you.
Yeah, baby.
Oh, yeah. That's how it's done, right there. All right, tough act to follow. But if anybody can do it, ladies and gentlemen, Krista Golden.
I have been privileged to work with this since the second book in the Warcraft series. And I'm going to tell a little story on Chris and on me. I had just come off a very bad experience with another gaming company who shall remain nameless. And I was contacted by Jennifer Heddle at Pocket Books, and they needed someone to write this book. It was called Lord of the Clans. Maybe you've heard of it. And I was like, oh, I don't know. It's 6 weeks to write this. I'm not familiar with it. You know, I don't know.
6 weeks.
6 weeks. 6 weeks. And thank you. But I had some friends who had played the Warcraft games, and they said, you know, Christy, Blizzard is really known for their passion for the work. They really care about what they do. They're very excited about it. They always put out good products. I think you should give this a shot. And boy, howdy, that was the beginning of a beautiful friendship. I had a marvelous time writing Lord of the Clans. Chris was there at every turn if I had questions such as, what color is orc blood? You know, the little things that you run across.
Hell, I
when
don't
you're writing.
know.
So I've done several others. My most recent one is Thrall. And we are selling at the Simon & Schuster booth. We have the books now, so come by. We're going to be there after this panel and again tomorrow at noon. And we're very excited to be able to offer these books to you. But it's been such a ride. And the Blizzard folks are exactly as my friend said. They're all very passionate. They love what they do. They're excited to be involved in it, even when the hours must be exhausting. So what you see when you play WoW is a lot of people's caring and passion. I've also recently started doing some StarCraft novels, and they're a blast. I've got one coming up called Flashpoint, and what this will do will pick up at the end of StarCraft 2, literally right at the very end, and will guide you through to Heart of the Swarm. And I'm also working.
It's a great book,
also
guys.
working on.
I'm reading the draft now. It's great.
Yay, thank you. I'm also working on a book for Miss Proudmoore, who is going to get her day in the sun, and it's going to be quite the ride. I don't think you all know yet what you're in for. But I'd just like to take this opportunity to say thank you. I love working with you guys. You always have something new and exciting. And I hope this continues for a good long time.
It will. Guys, a round of applause for Christy Golden.
Thank you, Christy. All right, next up, someone else who maybe you guys just might have heard of, Richard Knack, ladies and gentlemen.
Give it up for Rich.
Excuse me about that. A long time ago in another universe called Dragonlance, there were some young boys who read a book called The Legend of Huma. And amongst them was a young man named Chris Metzen. And that book seemed to have stuck with him. I mean, really stuck with him. And so one day, coincidentally, when I was in California, I got a phone message that I had to return about some people interested in having me deal with another universe, one called Warcraft, and another one, actually, they were talking about called Diablo. And strangely enough, this has been a really traumatic trip. I've been there for some business. It turned out to be with someone who was very strange. And also, the other message on the machine was about a close relative passing away. So you can imagine your message was the message from the publisher was much more interesting. Yes. So I had a discussion and talked to Chris about what he wanted in this world here. And we were in sync right away on this. It was a fascinating world right away. I mean, I have worked with Dragonlance for many years, and that's a very in-depth world in many ways, but it doesn't hold a candle to the depth of Warcraft, even at that time.
You know what, even Richard, just to jump in, just so you guys understand, the level of relationship we have with authors like Richard and Christy, and Nate's just getting started. We had this phone conversation. I'm sitting in my office like, yeah, this is Richard Knack. Going, oh, shit. It's Richard Knack. I've been reading this guy's stuff. Over the next hour and a half, characters like, I don't know, Nosdormu, Malagos, Ysera, we're just riffing back and forth, right? I mean, this man down here has helped come up with some of the very, very deep lore that has just recently played out in our game product. So I can't overstate the magnitude of creative relationships that we've been building over time and these amazing authors coming in and really helping us just build out these universes, and you know, especially WoW. Richard's done some pretty good work on Diablo, but I can't overstate just how precious these people are to us, and just how amazing these creative partnerships have been over time.
Well, again, from that one phone call came, you know, Day of the Dragon, and then the first Diablo novel, Legacy of Blood. And obviously, I enjoyed working in Diablo quite a bit after that, creating characters like Zale the Necromancer, who was in a couple of the books, Kingdom of Shadow and Moon of Spider, and then going back to Warcraft. And obviously, I like dragons. Anybody can see my Warcraft books, you know. Creating this character named Crassus / Coriel Strauss, who seemed to go over well with some people. And, you know, and it's just, you know, everything's running, but I've always enjoyed, you know, the depth of the world there and the depth of the characters, and going from the Night Elves into the Ancients with Malfurion and Terendi and Illidan and their story, and then being able to develop Malfurion more along the way of Stormrage, and then because of that, going now into Wolfheart, where I touch the souls of Varian amongst other characters, and even give you a little bit of what's making Garrosh be the way he is. I have to say that I'm very pleased. I think, and I cannot give enough kudos to Chris and Mick and James and everybody who's worked on the books. And Cameron, I'm working with you now too. So I mean, and Sean, you and Evelyn, the people in lore, Evelyn and her minions. I could not say enough good about their work behind the scenes. This is a this is a lot of a bigger world than it was in Orcs and Humans. And so I really compliment the lore people, especially. But with that one phone call back, it's really terrible. If I'd known, I could have visited you guys at the same time while I was there. But it really, that one phone call really changed a lot for me, and I'm happy to have been a really big part of this.
Guys, please give a round of applause to Richard Mack.
And if you haven't read Wolfheart yet, I just have to say it has an epic battle between Varian and Garrosh. Awesome stuff.
Who's read it? Round of applause for Reddit. All right. Nice.
On sale after the signing.
All right, so the new kid on the block. Nate Kenyon is going to talk about some of the stuff that we've got him working on. If you haven't read his stuff, check it out. He's got an incredible sci-fi book called Prime. Awesome book. He's done horror as well, Bloodstone, I believe, and he can tell you some of the other ones. But give a round of applause, please, for Nate Kenyon.
Thank you, Mick. It's going to be a love fest, I think, with Blizzard here. I'm the new. First of all, 6 weeks.
6 weeks.
That's unbelievable.
It'll happen to you eventually. Trust
me.
Yes, it will.
I think I could handle it. I'm the newbie, obviously. This is my first BlizzCon, and wow. This is unbelievable. You guys, the energy here is inspiring and overwhelming, and I just want to thank you all for bringing that here, because I'm gonna take it home and write, 24 hours straight. But yeah, I just background for me. My agent contacted me. I'd written a short sci-fi novel called Prime. My agent had contacted me and said, Blizzard's interested in talking to you. They read your stuff and they like it. So I talked to them, and I was blown away. It's already been said here, but the passion of these folks, and Chris and James and Mick and everybody, the lore team. When I came out to meet with them and talked the stuff over, it was unbelievable. We just clicked right away. And my stuff is, my original stuff. This is my first tie-in, so this is new to me. And the difference in writing, your own original stuff and collaborating on something like this is amazing. And I didn't know if I could do something like that until I did it. And what I found was that it's a very different process, but is energizing in such an incredible way, because it's such an interactive experience. You sit down with them, and you're going back and forth, and something might not work, and then when something clicks, everybody, just energy level in the room just goes up, like 100%, and all of a sudden things are flying, and everybody's going, yeah, that's great, and it was just an incredible experience for me. And then I had to go home and lock myself in the basement and do what I used to do, which is really boring. So I'm moving out here, and I haven't told you guys yet, but moving in. My first book is StarCraft Ghost Specters, and it just came out. I hope you all check it out. It's we really want to dig into
it out of the park.
Thank you,
Totally
man.
knocked it
Thank you. It's like I said, my first tie-in, so this was new to me, but I just had such a blast with it. We wanted to dig into the Ghost story and really dig into Nova and what happened with the Spectres and sort of tell the origins of that and get into Terrazine Gas and really rake Nova over the coals, So we did that, and I think we did it in a really epic way, in a really fun way, and it's a big book. And my goal in writing it was to write a story that the hardcore fans would love, which meant a lot of research for me, and I wanted to get things right, and the lore team was incredible with that. But also to write a story that anybody else could pick up and read and love. So I hope I did that. I hope that the hardcore StarCraft fans will love it, and also anybody else would pick it up and could read it too. That you don't need to know the whole backstory. That there's stuff there that everybody can pick up and love. So, and it's dark, which I like. I think that's one of the reasons that we clicked, is that I'd written horror before and sci-fi, and I think this is a good combination. It's a dark book, and it's a lot of fun. But I also, before I stop, I want to talk about my next project, which is the Diablo book. I hope you guys are excited about this one, because it is a lot of fun. And it'll be out, I think, in March. This is a sort of a bridge novel. It leads you into Diablo 3, and it's a story about Cain, and it's another big epic book. It's one of the longer books that I've written. And what Blizzard wanted to do when they approached me on this one is kind of restart the franchise in a way, and take the book in a sort of a darker, leaner, grittier direction. And I think we did that. It's dark, it's creepy, which again I loved. I love playing in that world. And there's a lot of epic battles and it's just a lot of fun. So, and I had a blast writing it, and I had a blast working with everybody here on it. So I hope you check that out next March. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Nate. All right, so once again, Book of Cain. For this one, Insight Editions. You can go over there. You can check that out at the Insight Editions booth. If you go over to the Pocket booth at 6 o'clock, the authors here, Christy, Richard, Nate, they will all be signing. You can talk to them, so make sure to do that. Tomorrow at 12, they will be signing again. They will be at the booth again at Pocket. All right, so now I believe, yes, it is Q&A time.
Where's everybody lining up? Moderators? Right there in the middle.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
What's up?
Hello. Just want to say super excited about Pearl of Pandaria, Love Cheeks. I had more of a corporate question about the comics. Your manga line was done through Tokyo Pop, I believe, which has not existed anymore. And DC has a lot of volatility, it seemed, lately with different lines. Wildstorm has been closed, and they've been doing a lot of their own internal revamping. I was just curious how these sorts of issues have been affecting your making of the comics and your thoughts for doing it in the future.
Tokyo Pop going out of business had a big effect. We're not doing manga anymore with Tokyo Pop, but we have said at it was this year's Comic-Con, that manga is something that we may pursue again in the future. We had a ton of fun writing those stories and working with the authors and everything else. So it's a great format. We love that format, and we're loving what's going on with DC right now. We got some killer products coming out with DC, so we're in a good place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having this panel. I think this is kind of an undersung group of people. My question is for Nate. You've joined the team. You just mentioned 6 weeks ago. So what? What kind of research did you do going into this? This is kind of a big company, and I feel like this is kind of uncharted territory for you. So what kind of research did you do to get to...
He's been around for a year now. He's been around.
Oh, this is on now. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, not 6 weeks. I was talking about Christy writing her first book in 6 weeks, which blows me away. I've been around for a year and a half or whatever. I came into this and had. It's a great question. I mean, I think I felt like if I was going to take this on, I wanted to do it the right way. So I spent the first probably month or two talking to Blizzard and reading the wiki and talking to the lore team and then reading everything I could get my hands on that had been done before. And when I finally found like I really felt comfortable in the world, I felt comfortable with the characters, I knew where they wanted to take it, and then once I sat down, I was scared shitless actually. But once I sat down to write, it did take long, before it felt like my own, and these guys probably could, have similar feelings about it. And they've been around longer than me, and they developed it, a lot longer than I have. So I've come into it as a bigger outfit, but I felt like it was, I was writing my own stuff in a way, and I felt pretty free to do that. And at the same time, it gives you a framework. So in your original stuff, you're constantly kind of floundering around, like, all right, what am I doing here? What can I do? But when you're working in somebody else's universe, there's always a safety net there. There are always other people to go to. There are always ideas. So in that way, it was energizing and supportive. So.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate the question. Thank you, guys.
Hello, and I'm going to echo again. Thank you for having this panel, and I love the work that you guys do as writers and especially as lore people.
Right on. Thank you.
And my question is more about editing and publishing. I know there's a lot of information on writing and how to get into the company or industry through writing, but I'm more curious on how do you get in as an editor or possibly to become a historian and more a person that deals with the lore, because I'm definitely a person who would love to go through the muck to help create the book of the lore.
If you want, I can tell them how I became a historian. It's kind of a fun story.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of funny. When I started at Blizzard Entertainment, I started as a temp QA tester, basically doing the 7 p.m. to 4 in the morning shift. But while I was working on bugging a lot of the stuff in the game, I noticed that there was a lot of things I needed to keep track of. Like quests were especially important to me because it told a lot of the story, and like I said, I love story. So to make sure that I was getting the right information down, I kept this little journal. Basically, it was a big black book of like who this character is, where are they related to, do they have like kin and stuff like that, just like the connections in the game. So when I write my bugs, I would know, oh, okay, I need to direct it to this person because this deals with either quest text bug or this is the wrong NPC, yada yada. So I actually, really quickly, I met Evelyn Fredrickson, she's the senior historian, on a bus trip actually from Blizzcon, and I asked her a lore question, and that's how I got to know her. But about 7 months later, she opened up a position as an assistant historian, and she was basically looking for somebody to help her because the workload was increasing. So I totally went in there, and I was like, oh, okay, this is great. This is what I've always wanted to do. So I went in there, and I didn't feel like I did really well in the interview, so it got towards the end of it, and she's like, okay, so do you have any questions for me? I'm like, yeah, actually, I thought I'd completely bombed it, to be completely honest. So I actually take out my book, and I'm like, I just want to see if, was this stuff valid for you? I know you're the historian. I just really want you to see if, if I'm hitting the right points here. She opens the book, and she's like, oh, okay. So at that time, I didn't know. She was looking for somebody to start creating Bible entries. So seeing that I've been doing that on my own free time, it just went miles. So,
hey, Sean, let me ask you. So given kind of how you got your kick in, like, what do you guys tell people these days that are looking for opportunities in the historian department? Do you guys have specific things you look for, or?
Basically, it's a lot of things you look for. Like I said before, passion is number one because it's really demanding because you got to make sure everything's, and you got to keep track of a lot of stuff.
But a great memory is a huge one for us. Somebody who actually is familiar with the lore and actually has a passion for it. A technical writer ability is great too, because you're going to be writing a lot of blurbs and doing a lot of summaries for a lot of people. So that's some of the major things that we actually ask for.
Analytical thinking.
Oh yeah, a lot of analytical.
Sean, do you have analytical thinking?
I don't know.
I would say
define analytical
for story editing. To be a story developer, a story editor, honestly, read everything you can about the craft of story development. Go to all those workshops. Go to the Robert McKee workshop. Go to any workshop where you're gonna, learn everything you can, and then decide what you feel is valuable to your process or not. And then get yourself to a place where you can get as close as you can to people doing what we do every day. You don't have to come in as a story developer right from the start or a writer, but watch the process. Get close to it, whether that's in New York, whether that's at a game company, and slowly they'll see your enthusiasm, see the fact that you've taken the time to learn this craft. So that's my advice. Try to get as close to it as possible and do your homework.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. With Panterans getting the focus on upcoming stories, will we hear more about the Draenei? In Wolfheart, when Velen showed up, the Alliance reaction was basically, oh, you're still here?
There is a Velen short story coming up with the leaders of Azeroth. I think it comes out in about 2 months.
I would say that the Draenei didn't crash land on this planet for nothing. Right? I'm kidding. Well, that was a dud. I didn't get so much as a giggle out of that. We're gonna make it. The Draenei have, there's lots of story ahead. When we think about Mists of Pandaria, the Draenei do not necessarily play a huge role in the events of Mists of Pandaria particularly, but we've got all sorts of hooks for Velen and the Draenei, and little interesting tie-ins with young Prince Anduin, who is currently under tutelage of the Prophet Velen. So the Draenei are going to play a pretty cool role in the events of Warcraft history moving forward, since they are really the one element of the Alliance that is absolutely doubled down on the light and the process of just becoming paladins and priests and really taking the light to the universe. The Draenei absolutely represent that for the Alliance, even though dwarves and humans and whoever else can be paladins for sure. They're pretty much posers compared to the Draenei, as far as I'm concerned. So there's plenty of stories still to tell with the Draenei, but they don't necessarily factor in an immediate way to Mists of Pandaria.
But again, look out for the Velen short story that's coming out. It's really coming out terrific. It's almost done, and it kind of gets into what Chris is talking about with their role with the light and Anduin.
Thank you.
Hi guys, the question I'm about to ask, and forgive for those of you who haven't read Thrall Twilight of the Aspects, you should, but I'm about to give away a huge spoiler. I'm sorry.
Plug your ears. You don't want to
sorry, plug your ears.
Earmuffs.
But Christy and Richard and the creative team, I wanted to ask how it felt to see one of our favorite characters be killed off by another author, what it felt like to hand it over, how it felt to write it, where
Richard,
it came from,
Christy.
that whole thing.
That's a Richard.
You
Christie.
bastard, we've been trying not to have that conversation for like a year.
Sorry.
Instigator, man, I'm
You're
telling you.
supposed to sit between them. I'm sorry, guys.
At least it's not in public.
Richard?
All right. Now, Christy and I have both been working on this world for many years. And yes, obviously, Crest is a creation of mine, is one that was very close to me. And I have to say, and it was discussed with me that they were going to be doing something like this. And when they told me that, that because of the way the storylines were going, that it would be best if it was handled by Christy with her storyline, I had no problem with it. I have the greatest respect for all the things I've worked with them at this company, and I have the greatest respect for Christy, who I've been kind of working with side by side all this time with our books. So, yeah, would I have liked to have killed him myself? Yeah, there was always that part of me that would, You
gotta be honest.
He would have appreciated that, I'm sure.
The toughest call I've made.
But no, Christy did an excellent job, and I can say nothing but good about what she did in terms of the writing. Okay, not killing a guy off of it, but I mean I can say nothing good but good stuff.
I got to be honest. That was one of the toughest phone calls I made. I remember like sitting and thinking about it for a second, like, oh, I got to call Richard and let him know that we're killing Crassus. Oh, I kind of rehearsed it.
Sorry about the language, by the way.
yeah. He screamed a little. There's some tears, but.
The way we are working now, because we're trying so hard to integrate the novels with the game, is just for simplicity's sake, I'm being given outlines to work with rather than coming up with my own. And I remember getting to that part in the outline, my eyes got this big. And the first thing I did was I went online and sent an email. I said, is Richard okay with this? Does he know? And it was a tremendous responsibility. To give such a major character an exit worthy of all that he had done for Azeroth. And it was a little intimidating. I think that's the first time I've had to kill off anybody else's character. I'm very good at killing off my own. But the weight of it was there, and I wanted to make sure that he died a very noble death, and even more so than his death is what it did to Alexstrasza. And that is a major theme of the book, is the pain that she went through and the loss of faith in herself and in everything, that despair that seizes you when a loved one is gone. And for me, almost more challenging was it's harder to live on, isn't it? It's harder to go on and continue almost than it is to pass. And so I really had a wonderful time working with all of the dragons. And I hope I did it justice. I did my best.
Yeah. I've noticed.
Red shirt.
Oh.
He's wearing a red shirt. Sean.
Get him, Sean.
Get him, Sean.
On attack mode.
All right.
Yeah. I've noticed a lot
Snipers.
in the writing that the stories seem to be really defined by the game mechanics of World of Warcraft. Example being in the mage comic, there's a mage being trained, and basically the instructor says to Palm Pyro, no, cast Presence of Mind and then do this. And it just never felt like the spell worked like that you went, oh, I'm casting this. I was just wondering how that happens, and if that's, well, just, yeah, how and why.
In that instance, particular, like I think we, we discussed that internally. It's a real fine line between not wanting to, have the fiction suffer from trying to make the game mechanics work in the, in the fiction world. But we do like to give nods to the fans. We do like to kind of, evangelize your experience. So we discussed it. It's kind of each time we approach an issue like that, it's a discussion with everybody in the panel and the writer. I believe Richard wrote that one.
Yes, and there's so much you want to put in there, but you're so limited on space, and the artist can only draw so tiny. Right. And I'm trying to give them as many panels as I can, each page anyway. But you can't get everything in there. We try to make it flow as best as we can in terms of the Warcraft world. So I would love to have it a lot longer, obviously.
And there's a fine line between a wink to the players and a wink that goes too far and kind of ruins your immersion in the fiction. And we're really conscious of that. So when that slips through, or when it don't bother somebody, it bothers us. So I know exactly what you're talking about.
I think I may have a leg up because I also play. I've played for 4 years, and I also do role-playing in-game. So I'm love for the RPers. So I'm kind of used to that, used to taking game mechanics and making them an intrinsic part of a character's story. So I may be a little more comfortable with that than some others.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, so I have a story. I have a question about Garrosh. Like, is there any plans for a novel about him? I know there's been a short story, and he's been mentioned in Wolfheart, but really, we don't really know what's he thinking. Like the Horde has lost, half the barons, and they're fighting elsewhere, and he wants to make the Horde really great for his people, and but we just don't see anything anything big happening, and we have no idea like what's he planning and what's he what about the alliances fracturing, and what's he gonna do about that and stuff like that?
I can answer that question very simply. We don't need to have a novel about what Garrosh was thinking. If we did, it would be 260 pages of kill, 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 kill. That's all he's thinking. That's about as deep as that character. I'm kidding. Obviously. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding at all. Kill, kill, kill. Right? That would be the extent of a Garrosh novel.
You'll see a lot of what you're talking about in the book Christie's writing right now, the Tides of War book. You'll see a lot of Garrosh in that. Mostly kill, 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 but...
Yeah,
Kill, kill.
You got to think of his past, though, too, man. The whole reason why he is he's shaped by his history. So a lot of that stuff is you got to take into account the things like Varian and his dislike of the orcs. You know, and people are like, that's so unjustified. I'm like, well, look at his history. That's one thing I would recommend.
You want to know what Garrosh's history was? When he was a lad in Outland, you know what he was thinking all day? Kill, kill, kill.
I like this guy.
Point taken.
I'm going to find a place to put that in the book, Chris.
You're in the middle of writing it.
Embellish a little bit, please. You know.
Death, kill.
That's pretty much
death.
the extent of my creative direction of the line. Is pretty much Garrosh. He says kill, and then these people run out and do really amazing stuff. So.
Okay, thank you.
We have time for several more questions.
I just want to know a little bit about your thought process when you're thinking of, you got this really great story. How do you decide if it's going to be in-game or if it's going to be a novel or a comic book or a manga? How do you decide what medium fits your story the best?
It depends on the goal of the story, right? So sometimes there may be something that's going to happen. We know there's something that's going to happen in an expansion, and we want to support that in the printed medium. And so, if it's something big like The Shattering, that needs that kind of support, then we go for a novel. In the instance of, let's say, Curse of the Worgen, that was a great opportunity to build backstory and history. And so it was very visual. The Worgen werewolves, you got to see werewolves, drawn really well. So it depends. It depends on what the goal of the story is.
Right. I'll be honest with you guys. A lot of the times, ideas are going to spark with the dev team, right? So in the instance of including the Worgen into the last expansion, guys like, at the time, Alex Afrasiabi, who was the lead quest designer at the time, came up with a lot of fiction. We'd sit down, we'd jam through the Worgen. We knew that they were based in Gilneas. We knew that there was some history of Gilneas since the time of Warcraft 3. So we'd walk through the storyline, and he would identify very quickly what component of it he thought would make really compelling gameplay. So the assault of the Forsaken, trying to rock southwards through Gilneas at the time of the Cataclysm. So we knew that that was kind of set in stone and felt really good, but we were left, right, with a huge chunk of conceptual real estate, right? Like, well, what's been the story since, from before that time and after that time, like when they got the curse. And it really just left us with, a lot of DNA to play with that we knew we needed to explain, but that we didn't have enough time on the game side to actually build out. So that's really where creative development and publishing comes in, is with the game side, figures out what components of the story are going to make the most compelling gameplay. Then we can kind of go to CDev and go like, well, we got all this other, these other components left that people are really going to want to know about. And what is, the best media type to chase it, right? Well, the Worgen's inclusion into the Alliance. Well, that made a killer novel called Wolfheart, right? But they're, the way they got the curse and the nature of Gen Greymane, well, that kind of made a better comic book. So it really just depends on, the chunks of the story that's going to be handled by development, and then the components that are left that just demand to be told. It really just depends on what the idea is, and it'll shape itself to the right media type.
Thank you. That is all the time that we have for today. Please give our panelists a big round of applause.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Guys, thank you much. Thank you so much for coming out. We hope you've enjoyed